Hasan is gone. Finally these dreams can all be calm. Cause the hottest man on the platform's been banned for a week. So now I'm on Twitch feeling very sexy. Hasan is gone. Yeah, turn socialism into a meme, yeah. Y'all know what I mean, yeah. On Twitch I feel mean, yeah. Whoa, yeah, came a long way. I'm a singer, not a rapper. Yeah, now I gon' switch up my outlet like I'm an adapter. Yeah, y'all know what I mean. Yeah, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Can't believe he will get a ban during her time positivity week. What you know about Arsenals? Now I'm coming off, no I'm off a loss. Yeah, just a little bit, I'm in the fall. No, I wonder what you all gon' do and gone. Yeah, made too many songs about his small ass face in the middle of my stream. Yeah, I'm just trying to get on right. Yeah, give me that connection, y'all know what I mean. Yeah, $2 million house, but ain't no website on which to stream. Yeah, so hoping I can slide in the DM and address his needs. You can come on here with a little bit of phone call. I'm just trying to network and connect. Yeah, just a little bit, yeah, that's what I mean. I hope that I can get your respect. Now it's been 2 times that you watched my videos in your stream. You didn't really remember. Yeah, but I am blowing up a little bit on this site since September. Fire and embers, all that I spit.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because it is a beautiful fucking day today. It's a beautiful day today, and not only because it's 86 degrees, 85 degrees and sunny, and summer is upon us. Of course, summer has an entirely separate meaning in the Oi Bruv land in the UK and also in Europe and many other countries that actually do have a robust culture of holiday. This is Ari at home. Hasan is gone. Playing in the background right now. But let me tell you something. Not because it's 85 degrees and sunny, folks. Not because it's 85 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, that it's a beautiful day. Let me tell you why it's a beautiful day. Folks, it's a beautiful day because it's fucking Tuesday, bruv. It's fucking Tuesday. It's fucking Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday, bruv. Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 11:26 a.m. And it's motherfucking Tuesday, innit? That's right. That's fucking right, bruv. It's Tuesday. Lads, it's Tuesday. Simple as. And we're fucking going mental. We're going fucking mental, innit? We're going fucking mental, innit? Hold on. Can you say CHEWSDAY long as hell? Like, it's fucking Tuesday, innit? It's fucking Tuesday, innit? I mentioned you today in an official meeting of the FDA. Lol, you probably won't see this, but you never know. Hell yeah. What'd you tell him? I watched this Twitch streamer who is FDA approved buck steak. Is that what you told him? Anyway, folks, We're live and alive. It's fucking Tuesday. Obviously, today, as a consequence of it being an important Tuesday, I will be hopefully eventually look at what I'm going to be doing in the Oi Bruv land when I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there with Austin and with Will, hopefully looking to kick off the pod out there too. The new pod. And we're gonna need to figure all this shit out. The J6 stuff is so good today. I love and miss President Dumpy. I think today is the first day we're actually gonna pay some serious attention to the January 6th commission, specifically because it has a lot of like good Trump moments. It has a lot of really, really good Trump moments. You know what I'm saying? And I fucking love a good old Trump watch. Like, it's pretty fucking wild. The shit that he pulled off on January 6th is kind of crazy. You got a telegenic staffer, Mark Meadows' aide, who is like telegenic, she's kind of cute. You know, there's this. It's got all of the good makings of a story that I would like to take a look at. You know what I mean? Every part of this is great. Of course, the most significant part of this is, most important part of the story is that Donald Trump did some crazy shit. So we'll take a look at that. Can we also talk about Glenn Greenwald being mad at late night talk shows because it's weird? No, because Glenn Greenwald has been weird, dude. It's not news. Okay. Have you spoken about Mick Lynch yet? Yeah, of course I've spoken about fucking Mick Lynch, bruv. What do you mean? MGK's on some shit. Yeah, MGK's always on some shit, bro. That's like on the same wavelength as Glenn Greenwald. You know what I mean? But anyway, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Unfortunately, this is a bit of a sad day. A Turkish legend, an icon that I grew up loving, that I grew up watching, that actually, ironically, made international prominence, passed away today. So I'm just going to give a shout out to Cüneyt Arkın. For those of you who don't know, a lot of you that is like, well versed in the internet meme sphere have probably seen this man. I'm almost certain that you have probably seen like at least some memes from one of his famous movies, Dünyayı Kurtaran Adam. That one was really, really good. But this is from another movie. This is Cüneyt Arkın, the great Turkish action star. Many know him from his 1982 film, The Man Who Saved the World, Dünyayı Kurtaran Adam, also known as Turkish Star Wars. But there's so much more fun stuff in his vast filmography to discover. Enjoy the scene from Death Warrior in 1984. This is Cüneyt Arkın. This is a dude. This is like a man who was seen as like an action hero in Turkey at the time, even though he has like Steven Seagal level skill. But unfortunately, as a consequence of not having like too many other options and too many other alternatives in Turkey, he was still profoundly impactful in Turkish cinema. And then maintained his prominence by becoming a meme legend, basically. So let's take a look at one of the scenes from this movie. The irony of this, of course, is that I would not have even known about this unless it was for fucking MHUD. So funny and so interesting that, like, I have, Americans that also know about this man who also are saying like, this is a sad, like they are aware of this. The irony, of course, is that like at the same time you had literally like insane movies in Asia being shot with like dudes actually doing the fight sequences. You know what I mean? Like exactly at the same time. This is when like Asian movies were fucking popping off. You know what I mean? But Turkey was very, very far behind the game. In 1984, you had trampoline jumps with low shots and consistent like cuts. Consistent back and forth cuts to make it seem as though he was like throwing multiple daggers, you know? But basically, like, the reason why Cüneyt Arkın was so fucking famous and so popular in Turkey was because there was no other guy who could do like a high kick, like a flying kick. You know what I mean? Like, this dude basically was the only guy in 1984 who could do a fucking flying kick. So that was it. Like, they were like, all right, this is the guy. I love how drawn out this fight sequence is despite it being not good. You know what I mean? Jackie Chan was in his prime in the 70s and 80s. I can't believe Turkey was this far. Brother, of course it was this far. What the fuck do you mean? This dude literally was the only person who knew Taekwondo. That's it. In the entire fucking country. Gel! Anyway. So yeah, he unfortunately, we had bomb-ass comedies though. Don't forget Kemal Sunal. Dude, I grew up in Turkey and I fucking hated Kemal Sunal shit. I'm sorry. I didn't like any of the Recep İvedik stuff either. I was a Cem Yılmaz boy, but Cem Yılmaz is more modern, obviously. Anyway. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't really like it at all. I didn't really like any of the Kemal Sunal stuff. Anyway, so let's pop off. There's really not much going on in my personal news docket other than I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once last night. I started watching it. And, of course, because I'm an old-ass man, I fell asleep halfway through, but it's a really, really, really good movie. Holy shit, it's so good. I love it. You know what I'll say? No, I can't wait to watch the other half of it. Like, I can't wait to watch the other half of it. But how did you fall asleep? Bro, I'm an old man, dude. Like, by 11, I'm just like, I'm falling asleep on the couch. Ghislaine Maxwell is sentenced to 20 years in prison for sex trafficking crimes. There's a lot of big fucking news today. Another Oi Bruv land news story is Ghislaine Maxwell. Obviously, we're going to cover that. And, you know, smoking on that Ghislaine pack. But yeah, let's get started, man. Let's fucking blast off. Let's do it. It's already... It's CHEWSDAY, innit? Have you seen
Here
this,
at the
Mr.
March
Foe?
earlier today, a message about Roe v. Wade.
Close the door on him! Close the door on him! Ah!
I'm very excited.
The NYC Pride March is something to experience for people from every walk of life.
Oh, I live in Brazil, actually.
And you're here for Pride? Here at the March earlier.
Like, you laugh, but this is unironically how Republicans are. Okay, that was acting for the record. Like, many are saying I'm a young Meryl Streep. Many are saying I'm a male Meryl Streep. Okay? Also, look alive. Look alive, gays. It's June 28th. 2 more fucking days. Precisely what, like 48 more hours until this shit is over, okay? until this shit is over. You understand me? The moment that it's done, oh my God, I am going back to being a fucking foe, dude. Holy shit. You don't even know, dude. Anyway, let's get started. Oh, I love this one, the English one. I'm definitely using that one. CHEWSDAY, innit? Gen 6 gives juicy details on Trump's insane day. So the first time would like actually watch that, actually listen to what the fuck's going on there. Kit Sniffer 69, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the fuck is that name, dude? Ghislaine Maxwell gets 20 years in prison. Okay. I know there's a terrible migrant situation. We're going to cover that as well. Okay, we're going to cover that as well. Just hold on. How to fight. Okay. Chris Saliza wants. No, I already saw the Kindle blast off meme. I stole it already. We're doing that. Okay. Bro, turn on the news. Brother, I'm turning on the news. But before I turn on the news, I gotta fucking blast off and let everybody know that I'm turning on the news, because otherwise people are like, what the fuck's going on? Hasan, is he live? I don't know. So this is the part of the broadcast once I'm done every day, explaining what has happened in my personal life. Once I'm done with that portion of the broadcast, I fucking blast off, right? I write a fire Twitter post about like some of the things that we're going to be covering today. And we blast that off on Twitter. And then you guys juice the post, retweet it, like it, interact with it, especially because it has like a fire meme attached to it usually. And then once the Normans arrive, once the Normans come in, we start covering the news. And but yeah, there's a lot to cover from Britland too, to be honest. My man's in a good mood. He's demonstrating tremendous patience. I am in a pretty good mood. I had a good workout this morning. So there's also some international politics happening as well in the world. Now is her moment, says Chris Saliza. The whispers of Hillary Clinton in 2024 have started. Literally, these whispers have not started, except for Chris Saliza. Why is it these motherfuckers? What is this? Hi, Hasan. I don't understand why you guys do this. I don't get it. Like, memes are one thing, but like, what's happening? But what's going on? New NATO country just dropped. Yeah, Turkey actually... The leaders of Turkey, Sweden, and Finland have just signed a memorandum for the two Nordic states to join NATO, removing a Turkish bloc on the accession process, a source said. It's a three-way agreement on the accession, the source said. Jens Stoltenberg to make a statement. Hear about the 46 immigrants that died in trailer? Yes, bro. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm going to talk about that. Of course, I'm going to talk about that.
So
I don't understand why some of you guys are like, it's a gigantic story, man. 46 lives were taken. Do you want me to immediately get in with that? Is that what you want? Calm down, dude. I have a way of like moving through this stuff. I want to work in my own pace. Can I just do that before we get into the traumatic stories? Holy shit. Okay. What is this?
Okay, so I just moved to New York and I'm trying to go grocery shopping, and so I type in like grocery stores on my Apple Maps, and like every fucking one I go to, like I'm walking to, like they're like this shit or like fucking like this. Like, bro, that's not a grocery store. Like, I'm trying to get like eggs, yogurt, like cheese, like shit like that, right? Like, look at this place.
What is this, like Ohio man encounters food desert? Like, what's happening? Dog, you live in New York. Yeah. What? Yeah, this is how this works, motherfucker. Yeah, this is a... Before everybody says, bodegas are the best, like, no, bodegas are a matter of convenience, but also at the same time, like, they also don't have, like, you know, they don't have some of the necessary items. But I mean, they do, like, there's a fucking Dwayne Reed in every corner. How the fuck is he not finding like an appropriate place to get some kind of groceries? Like, I actually don't understand. Dude, how the fuck are you unable to find a grocery store in a walking distance in New York? He's in the Bronx. Is there not even, I don't know, maybe there might be a food desert in the Bronx maybe, but like, I'm surprised. Here in Ohio, even our gas stations have shit like milk and eggs. Most bodegas literally do have eggs and yogurt. That's also true. That's another fucking true. But if you're looking for like vegetables and stuff, you're probably not going to be able to find it. Like a lot of super easily perishable items are not exactly super easy to find at places like this. I mean, there's always like some fruits and shit, but they look kind of sussy. I'm going to be honest with you. Anytime I go into one of these like corner stores, and I already hate fruit, so it doesn't really matter. But like when I look at the fruit in a fucking corner store, I'm like, that looks a little bit suspicious. There's a touch and go. Okay, I don't know how long that fruit's been out there. I'm good. Give me the fucking. I mean, of course, give me the bacon, egg, and cheese that you're flipping back there, and I will absolutely have that shit. But like when it comes down to it, like fruit, I don't know. I just don't. All you eat is chicken tendies. No, I mean, I love fucking bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup. SPK, bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll is goated. There is nothing that tops this fundamental, essential breakfast food item. Okay? I'm not a big chopped cheese boy. I've never been a big chopped cheese fan. I know like everybody always is saying like, oh, chopped cheese, like it's so crazy. Hasan will buy the bodega sushi. Yes, I will. I will not eat the fruit at the bodega, but I will buy the gas station sushi. Yes. Anyway. Not hiding that Jersey side very well. You don't even like fish? Yeah. My cheat code is that I actually do... For someone who doesn't eat fish, I do sometimes have sushi. But of course, I have the avocado cucumber sushi, so it doesn't really matter to me whether it's in a fucking gas station or not. You know what I'm saying? Also, for the record, if we're going to talk about like gas station food, Wawa absolutely eviscerates like 98% of sandwich places in Los Angeles. So You know what I mean? Like, that's a gas station. Wawa is a gas station, but also an institution. Also, if you go to the East Coast, gas station food is fucking goated across the board. You ever go to New Orleans or like any other place like that? Fried chicken. Gas station fried chicken when you go down the South. Absolutely decadent experience. You go up to the fucking Northeast, all of a sudden you're at Wawa. Wawa is a gas station. They have some of the best sandwiches that you can have. You will literally never get a better club sandwich than the one you will get at a Wawa. When Wawa decided to implement the decadent, delightful, delectable club sandwich, when they added that to its arsenal, I was like, all right, that's it. Wawa supremacy, can't fucking touch that shit. Absolutely, literally the best. The people that live in the Philadelphia, New Jersey, New York area live rugged and awful lives. The weather is dog shit. The people are fucking constantly annoying. Everyone's always trying to fight one another for some fucking weird reason. But at least God gave that region Wawa, okay? The tri-state area was blessed with Wawa, which makes it all better. For a brief moment, you walk inside those fucking doors and you think to yourself, I'm about to have a club sandwich. And I'm about to have the best iced coffee I've ever had in my entire goddamn life. And you forget. You forget all your other predicaments when you are inside of a Wawa. You think to yourself, how? How can a grocery chain that is built on top of the asshole of this country, that is associated or tied to a gas station, deliver such profound experiences? Anyway. God bless with White Castle too. Listen, man, I love little burgers. Okay, I love burgers. Wegmans is another incredible fucking dub for New Jersey, straight up. Oh, Wawa, perfectly great if you're 50 miles or more from a Sheetz. Yo, that's the worst fucking take, dude. That's crazy. Wawa and any bodega with pork roll, Taylor ham, egg and cheese, SPK, yes. That's a bad take. Bro, listen, a turkey club with the avocado and bacon from Wawa is literally just, it's what God wanted every human to have. Okay? If there is a God out there, I swear to God, I'm 100% certain, like, the reason why we were put on this fucking earth was to consume a Wawa club sandwich. Turkey, bacon, not regular bacon, by the way, not turkey bacon, of course, ew. Turkey, bacon, club sandwich, maybe with the avocado. It's just the straight up best. And ham too, of course. Turkey, ham, bacon, just nothing. Nothing touches that, dude. You a West Coast now? You don't understand? Leveling up the Sheetz did surpass Wawa. Next, you're going to say Shake Shack is better than In-N-Out? No, Shake Shack is not better than In-N-Out, but Five Guys is. I stand by that. Huge January 6th witness right now, just so you know. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Don't worry. We're going to get to the Jan 6 stuff in a second. Please ban the Taylor ham people, Jersey stand-up / pork roll. You know how fucking far I am? You know how far removed I am from the New Jersey stuff? That I don't even have a take on Taylor ham pork roll anymore. Like, I just don't give a shit. That's how far removed I am. Like the age-old battle between South Jersey and North Jersey, between whether it's called a pork roll or Taylor ham, is completely uninteresting to me. I've forgotten what my position was even.
Hey, yo, Ak, let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese. The Aki way. Like, you know those TikToks? Like, I'm fucking doing it. Like, I've literally been to like 5 of those now.
This dude is like Jimmy Tatro if Jimmy Tatro wasn't a wonderful person, despite, you know, looking a certain way. This is like Jimmy Tatro if he just stayed fratty.
Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm about to do for dinner. Like, where are the Krogers and like the Whole Foods at? Like, I'm about to eat fucking like cereal and ramen for dinner. Like, what the fuck?
This dude's about to get his ass beat. He's fresh from college in Ohio. He's a poster boy for gentrification. Yeah, 100%. He's a frat guy, okay? Buckeyes boy, you know what I mean? Real aggro. Talking about, he's a California kid who went to Ohio, got a fucking finance degree, was a Buckeye, okay? Now, that's why he's saying Krogers and shit. Now he's in fucking the Bronx because he can't pay for his, like, you know, finance job is good and all, but he still can't pay for a fucking housing like down in the fucking downtown area, right? And now he's priced out of fucking Hell's Kitchen too, obviously, because you know that area is also getting rapidly gentrified. So they've moved on from like even Brooklyn all the way to the fucking Bronx because Williamsburg is so gentrified and so priced out for someone who's like just starting in a fucking finance job even. So now he's just like fucking stuck in the Bronx complaining. Hex Kitchen. People go to Hoboken. Brother, Hoboken is expensive as shit. Hoboken's been expensive. In another talk, he said he was only in Bronx because of his sublet in the Upper East Side didn't start until July. Oh yeah, mom and dad definitely paying the rent as long as he leaves Ridgewood/Queens alone. Bronx native. I hate these fuckers. Routinely pickpocketing them. That's wealth distribution, baby. The HasanAbi broadcast does not endorse pickpocketing rich douchebags from Ohio moving into the Bronx. That is our official statement, okay? The HasanAbi broadcast official statement is that we disavow such things. Terrible. Please do not do that. Come on, bodegas are gentrification. Abi, the old specialized stores are gone now. No bakery, no butcher, no produce shop. Dude said bodegas are gentrification, you know, like because it's no longer as it was in the 1930s. Bro, what are you, like 800 years old? What the fuck are you talking about? It's all general stores now. You see? Back in my day, we used to have a bakery and a butcher, a produce shop. Now, we only have the general store. That's awesome. There's definitely cheap apartments in Hoboken, mass shitty service industry jobs there. There are only 2 things to cherish from my time living in the U.S., Dunkin' Donuts and a sliced turkey. Dude, okay, does anyone have some good fucking videos on this, the Trump shit? I mean, this shit's been crazy. So, I've been paying a little bit of attention to this exclusively because one of my fucking friends in the group chat was like, yo, this chick is so hot. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, dude, aren't you the news guy? Lib ass motherfucker. Literally following the January 6th commission, outed himself in the group chat as a dude who was literally live watching the fucking January 6th commission. So, January 6th commission starts with testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson. Who is Cassidy Hutchinson? She is an aide to Mark Meadows. Okay. And let me tell you something. Dude said Puerto Ricans gentrified delis. I mean, half the time those bodegas aren't really operated by fucking Puerto Ricans, though. What do you mean? It's like always some like fucking like Pakistani dude, right? Every bodega I've been to in the last, like, you know, however many years, I haven't really been back to New York that much, but it's always a fucking Arab mena boy or like an Asian dude, you know what I mean? I've actually low-key never, I don't think I've ever been to a bodega where there's like,
courageous,
where there's actually, you know, I don't think I've been to a bodega where there's like Hispanic, it's like Hispanic owned and operated. I mean, there's always Mexican dudes working the fucking chopped cheese and shit, but the dude who runs the store, who like sits at the fucking cash register, is almost always a mena boy. But then again, I don't know, Bronx might be different. Philly is Dominican, New York City is Yemen. Good to know. In the Bronx, there's a lot of Yemeni folks. Do the bodegas have cats? I follow bodega cats on Twitter. I mean, some of them do, yeah. Anyway, it's whatever. You're right. I was too Bronx specific. I'm just saying, I've like personally never seen like a bodega be operated by a Hispanic dude, but it might be the case. Anyway. But then again, like I said, I haven't been in New York in a while. I mean, I was there recently, but like only for a brief moment. And I took the LIR and I popped into one of the corner stores right off Jamaica Station. It was you know, to get a quick New York to get my fucking fix of you know, bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup roll. But that one was definitely run by some mena dude. Okay, so let's get started. Go to East 180th Street and you'll get the Poppy Shops, not gonna lie. All right. Let's get to it. Let's watch the fucking Jan 6 shit live a little bit today because like it's actually popping off today.
Trump, her saying firsthand that she saw Trump saying maybe he deserves it. This is, you know, straight from the horse's mouth. This is a firsthand witness. This is not secondhand testimony.
James, I want to focus on the very end here where we heard, you know, from the committee references to intimidation of witnesses. Now, they didn't name names, right? But the implication was that people in Trump world are trying to get witnesses not to speak frankly to the committee.
Which is a very serious allegation. And we don't know who person A is. There at the end in that voicemail. But we do know that Trump has pushed really hard to get people not to turn over documents, to discourage cooperation, to stonewall, to not answer questions. And we know more than 30 different witnesses have pleaded the Fifth Amendment, their privilege against self-incrimination. You know, a lot of people clearly have.
Melania Trump on the day of got a fucking text message. Hold up. Melania Trump also had no desire to quell the violence on January 6th per her former advisor. Do you want to tweet that peaceful protests are the right of every American, but there's no place for lawlessness and violence? No. I love that, dude. That's kind of cool. Like, she just straight up fucking popped off on that one. So is it over now? Is the January 6th commission over? The findings? Oh, they concluded?
Well, I think everyone in the room was quite interested to hear all of these details that emerged. You'll have to remember that most of the people in the room, of course, the members of Congress were here that day. There's many reporters like me who were
okay, a lot of you motherfuckers are... A lot of you dudes are already cucking. You're spoiling. You're doing spoiler alert in the chat. And I don't like that, okay? We're going to go through it. Yes, Donald Trump did some wild shit. Let's get started. This is also the first day where Fox News is also taking it live, apparently. Okay, the special June 28th hearing of the January 6th committee. Benny Thompson displays a photo of Cassidy Hutchinson in Air Force One with Trump. Cassidy Hutchinson is the main witness that gave a lot of accounts today. And honestly, she popped the fuck off. Let me tell you. Here. This is one of those very cool moments that you heard from January 6th. So January 6th, Donald Trump was not... January 6th, Donald Trump was not having a good day, okay? Not a good day for him. He was very upset.
After Mark had returned, I left the office and went down to the dining room, and I noticed that the door was propped open, and the valet was inside the dining room changing the tablecloth off of the dining room table. He motioned for me to come in, and then pointed towards the front of the room near the fireplace mantle and the TV, where I first noticed there was ketchup dripping down the wall, and there's a shattered porcelain plate on the floor. The valet had articulated that the president was extremely angry at the Attorney General's AP interview and had thrown his lunch against the wall, which was causing them to have to clean up. So I grabbed a towel and started wiping the ketchup off of the wall to help the valet out. And he said something to the effect of, he's really ticked off about this. I would stay clear of him for right now. He's really, really ticked off about this right now.
Okay, I gotta fucking say, I'm gonna give a quick shout out to something I just saw randomly in my mentions, okay? This is insane. Okay, so like only 4 people follow me, but I'd appreciate if you could spread the word. A union at medieval times? Indeed, my lord. Also, just gonna add us on the hump because he helped inspire me to be as outspoken as I have been in this, and maybe he'll see it, lol. Oh my god. Okay, I fucking have never been to a medieval times, but I love the concept, and I've always wanted to fucking go. Holy shit. The medieval times is getting fucking unionized, dude. Let's go. Employees of the chain's New Jersey Castle have launched a union campaign aimed at improving pay and safety at a surprisingly dangerous job. That's fucking fire. Shouts out to Baklavar, Young Guac 3. Why are you saying medieval like that? How are you saying this? We are unionizing, my lord. My lord. The serfs are rising up, my lord. Huzzah! Medieval? Wait, medieval? Medieval? Medieval? What am I saying? Medieval! Huzzah! Huzzah, I say. I've always wanted to go and like fucking watch dudes joust as I eat one of those like big ass turkey legs. You know what I'm saying? I fucking love that shit. I absolutely love that shit, dude. Absolutely. I went to Medieval Times on my 27th birthday and put my arm around the king, and he got surprised and said something like, "Oh yes, I suppose this is the suburbs." What? Channel 5 upload on Roe v. Wade. Okay, we'll look at it. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. The amount of cleavage at these events is astronomical. I love that. I love that. Anyway, congratulations to the fucking medieval times. I'm saying it perfectly right. I don't care. I don't care that motherfuckers are saying I'm not right. IRL to medieval times. Some people say medieval lol. I'm saying it right. Okay, we'll watch the Channel 5 video. We'll watch the Channel 5 video. Breaking. Witness Cassidy Hutchinson reveals Trump grew so irate, he threw a plate of ketchup at the wall. Retweet if you think Biden should throw mustard at that wall. That's pretty funny. So, yeah, he was like throwing fucking tantrums and shit, okay? Donald Trump was throwing tantrums and shit. But, let's get started on this. Hutchinson testifies on January 2nd. Giuliani met with Meadows and then told her that on January 6th, we're going to the Capitol. Meadows then told her something like, things might get real bad on January 6th. Now, as far as the vibes goes, as far as the energy goes, obviously not a single thing in this process is going to be like new. We knew that Donald Trump knew that these motherfuckers were going to go wild. We knew that Donald Trump goaded them. We knew that Donald Trump wanted them to get wild like this, obviously. And this is just basically like other witnesses corroborating that. Other witnesses basically proving that what we thought at the time was correct. You know what I'm saying? But it's still cool because it's got Trump in it, right? It's cool because it still has Trump in it. So I'm gonna here. Let's get started.
Mr. Chairman, we will begin today with an exchange that first provided Ms. Hutchinson a tangible sense of the ongoing planning for the events of January 6th. On January 2nd, 4 days before the attack on our Capitol, President Trump's lead lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, was meeting with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and others. Ms. Hutchinson, do you remember Mr. Giuliani meeting with Mr. Meadows on January 2nd, 2021?
I do. He met with Mr. Meadows in the evening of January 2nd, 2021.
And we understand that you walked Mr. Giuliani out of the White House that night, and he talked to you about January 6th. What do you remember him saying?
As Mr. Giuliani and I were walking to his vehicles that evening, he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "Cass, are you excited for the 6th? It's going to be a great day." I remember looking at him and saying, "Rudy, could you explain what's happening on the 6th?" He had responded something to the effect of, "We're going to the Capitol. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful. He's going to be with the members. He's going to be with the senators. Talk to the chief about it. Talk to the chief about it. He knows about it."
Dude, these guys are like, how come only the Republicans get to have fun and do like dear leader shit? You know what I mean? That's kind of messed up. How come nobody else gets to have like the Supreme Leader Mao type attitude in their political movements? Like only Donald Trump has been able to achieve this level of like admiration. Fucked up. I kind of want some of that. You know what I mean? Like why can't we do that for Bernie? No, he's communist. He's authoritarian. Oh my God. It's like, bro, they're doing it. I mean, obviously you can't do that for fucking Nancy Pelosi. You know what I mean? Look, what are you going to do that for means-tested tax credits? Like, no, obviously not. Yes, dear leader, Chairman Nancy, thank you so much for your means-tested tax credits. Like, no, of course not. You can't do that for Nancy Pelosi. You can't do that for Chuck Schumer.
And did you go back then up to the West Wing and tell Mr. Meadows about your conversation with Mr. Giuliani?
I did. After Mr. Giuliani had left the campus that evening, I went back up to our office and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway.
Is it just to distract from the Supreme Court issues? No, man. This happened before the Supreme Court decided to fucking do a fucking end zone celebration on the bodily autonomy of American women, you know? No, this shit was like, this was happening ahead of time. In her deposition, Hutchinson said that DNI John Radcliffe was concerned in the weeks leading up to January 6th that trying to fight the results of the election would be bad for Trump's legacy.
As you will see on this clip, Director Ratcliffe's comments in December of 2020 were prescient.
My understanding.
Do not interact. Dream Stand, DNI. DNI John Radcliffe. Do not. Dream Stand has been like, only John Radcliffe, don't interact with me. Everyone else can.
It was Director Ratcliffe didn't want much to do with the post-election period. Director Ratcliffe felt that it wasn't something that the White House should be pursuing. It felt it was dangerous for the president's legacy. He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
When you say it wasn't something the White House should be pursuing, what's the it?
Trying to fight the results of the election, finding missing ballots, pressuring filing lawsuits in certain states where there didn't seem to be significant evidence, and reaching out to state legislatures about that. So pretty much the way that the White House was handling the post-election period. He felt that there could be dangerous repercussions in terms of precedents set for elections, for our democracy, for the 6. He was hoping that we would concede.
Hutchinson testified during her deposition that the National Security Advisor wanted to meet with Meadows to talk about the intel that things could get bad on January 6th. We're going to skip through a lot of these parts. Cheney placed police radio transmissions from January 6th indicating that people had AR-15s near the ellipse, which, by the way, like, they were fucking kidded. And not only were they kidded, but also Trump was made aware that they were kidded, and he totally knew. And he was like, no, it's great. Basically, you know how we joked earlier, like in the week or maybe like last week when we talked about how, like, what could come out of this that's new information, right? What could come out of this that's new information? Like, what would it take for the liberals that, like, actually be able to, or the liberal Biden, Brandon admin to, like, actually do something, right? About this predicament. Like, and I told you, like, even if he was literally caught on the phone being like, I know January 6th is going to be violent, and I want it to be violent. I'm looking forward to the violence. I want you to violently overthrow the American government. Like, even if he said that, I feel like libs would still not do shit about it. And basically what we're finding out is that everything short of that fucking phone call is real. Like, he literally knew that violence was going to break out. He knew that they had guns. And he just straight up fucking said, like, no, it's good. They deserve it. I like it. That's literally what happened. That is what happened. And even if there was like a phone conversation at this stage of Donald Trump personally saying, like, oh no, we should literally violently overthrow the American government that I'm currently in charge of still in this transitionary period, Democrats aren't going to do shit. So yeah, pretty much. These fucking people are fastening spears onto the ends of flagpoles.
That some of the weapons that people had at the rally included flagpoles, oversized sticks or flagpoles, bear spray. Is there anything else that you recall hearing about that the people who would gather on the ellipse had?
I recall Tony and I having a conversation with Mark probably around 10 a.m., 10:15 a.m., where I remember Tony mentioning knives, guns in the form of pistols and rifles, bear spray, body armor, spears, and flagpoles. Spears were one item, flagpoles were one item, and then Tony had relayed to me something to the effect of, and these effing people are fastening spears onto the ends of flagpoles.
Hutchinson testified that Meadows was surprisingly unbothered by the reports Trump supporters had weapons on January 6th and didn't even look up from his phone when he was told. That's not surprising that he didn't look up from his phone when he was told that. It's kind of like when I tell you the top of the hour ad break is here, and it's kind of like a fast and spear, you know what I mean? And you're like, what the fuck? Are you going to jab me with that spear? And then you say, hold on, it's all good. I have a shield. That shield, of course, is the $5 a month subscription. Or even if I don't have $5 to give you, I have a Twitch Prime subscription that I haven't used yet. I'm going to use it on my favorite streamer, which is you. Okay. Of course, you can also get gifted a sub. You can get lucky and maybe be able to avoid it that way as well. But if you can't get gifted a sub, make your own luck by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Okay. Yeah, a gifted sub, if you get one, is like a shield wall, you know? I mean, the Dems impeached him. What do you mean by not do anything? I mean, they impeached him, but he wasn't removed from his position. And ultimately, it's not even going to matter because, like, there needs to be criminal charges. This committee needs to lead to criminal charges. If it doesn't lead to criminal charges, it doesn't mean anything. Motherfucker got impeached. Dude. Holy shit. All right. Hutchinson testified that Meadows did not act on concerns of violence on January 6th.
At the rally on the morning of January 6th.
That's what Mr. Ornato relayed to me.
And here's how you characterize Mr. Meadows' general response when people raised concerns about what could happen on January 6th.
So at the time, in the days leading up to the 6th, there were lots of public.
Thank you, Smokey the Kid, for the 5 gifted subs.
Reports about how things might go bad on the 6th, even the potential for violence. If I'm hearing you correctly, what stands out to you is that Mr. Meadows did not share those concerns, or at least did not act on those concerns.
Jimbino 96, thank you for the 5.
Accurate.
But other people raised them to him, like in this exchange, you mentioned that Mr. Ornato pulled him aside.
That's correct.
So, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Ornato told the president about weapons at the rally?
Hutchinson testifies that Trump was fucking furious because his crowd didn't look big enough on January 6th and didn't care that his supporters had weapons because they were there to hurt.
Yes.
Because they weren't there to hurt him. This is one of the best moments, in my opinion, where they're like, hey, man, they got guns out there. And he's like, no, I don't give a shit. They're not there with guns to hurt me. They're there with guns to hurt others.
And the text messages also stress that President Trump kept mentioning the OTR and off-the-record movement. We're going to come back and ask you about that in a minute. But could you tell us, first of all, who...
This is not funny. This is just sad. Come on, bro. At this stage, like, you've experienced this, okay? January 6th happened already. At this fucking stage, it's been 2 goddamn years, brother. You gotta laugh at it. You gotta laugh about it. There's nothing you can do about it other than laugh. Because if you don't laugh at it at this fucking... like, at this stage, if you can't laugh at it, I don't know what to tell you. It's tragic. It's a tragedy, but there is some humor trapped in all of that tragedy, you know? This country's literally ending and libs be like, this is sad. I mean, yeah. GOP Twitter said this was their star witness. Okay, then. Laughing, smiling emoji. Dude, it's fire. This is what we do, boys. This is how this shit works. They're posting like fucking W streamers, dude. Look at this. The GOP, House Judiciary GOP, is posting like they're fucking Aiden Ross stands, dude.
Is in the text who was furious.
Do you think some of your chatters would survive an hour in your shoes with negative comments? No, of course not. Like, most normal people would have 100% video gamed themselves in this stage. But luckily, I'm not a normal person. I'm an insane person.
The president.
And why was he furious, Ms. Hutchinson?
He was furious because he wanted the arena that we had on the Ellipse to be maxed out at capacity for all attendees. The advance team had relayed to him that the mags were free-flowing. Everybody who wanted to come in had already come in, but he still was angry about the extra space and wanted more people.
Trump, much like myself, also is a view count Andy. Okay, which I respect. Totally fine to be a view count Andy like that. He's like, not a big enough crowd. What's going on? I've fallen off. We need more numbers.
People to come in.
And did you go to the rally in the presidential motorcade?
I was there, yes, in the motorcade.
And were you backstage with the president and other members of his staff and family?
I was.
And you told us, Ms. Hutchinson, about particular comments that you heard while you were in the tent area.
When we were in the offstage announce area tent behind the stage, he was very concerned about the shot, meaning the photograph that we would get, because the rally space wasn't full. One of the reasons, which I previously stated, was because he wanted it to be full and for people to not feel excluded because they'd come far to watch him at the rally. And he felt the mags were at fault for not letting everybody in. But another leading reason, and likely the primary reason, is because he wanted it full and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons, what the Secret Service deems as weapons and our weapons. But when we were in the offstage announce tent, I was part of a conversation. I was in the
Dude, Trump got so mad when XQC tier listed him as a B tier president, dude. That's what happened. He's like, believe me, Stake.com, not a good crypto casino. I would run the better crypto casino, believe me. Trump Towers and Trump Casino in AC was so good. Let me tell you, I am not a B tier president.
Vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something.
I am an S tier president.
I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take that
XQC fell off. I am an S tier president.
effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Let the people in with their guns. Hutchins testified that Trump was not concerned on January 6th about his armed supporters possibly marching to the Capitol. He knew they didn't want to hurt him and was primarily concerned about how large his crowd appeared on TV.
Just to be clear, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that the president wanted to take the mags away and said that the armed individuals were not there to hurt him?
That's a fair assessment.
The issue wasn't with the amount of space available in the official rally area only, but instead that people did not want to have to go through the mags. Let's listen to a portion of what you told us about that.
In this particular instance, it wasn't the capacity of our space, it was the mags and the people that didn't want to come through. And that's what Tony had been trying to relay to him that morning. You know, it's not the issues that we encountered on the campaign. We have enough space, or they don't want to come in right now. They have weapons that they don't want confiscated by the Secret Service, and they're fine on the mall. They can see you on the mall, and they want to march straight to the Capitol from the mall.
The president apparently wanted all attendees inside the official rally space and repeatedly said, quote, "They're not here to hurt me." And just to be clear, so he was told again in that conversation, or was he told again in that conversation that people couldn't come through the mags because they had weapons?
Correct.
And that people, his response was to say they can march to the Capitol from the ellipse.
Something to the effect of, take the effing mags away. They're not here to hurt me. Let them in. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol after the rally's over. They can march from the ellipse. Take the
Let my people in.
Then they can march to the Capitol.
Ms. Hutchinson, what we saw when those,
I think the mags are metal detectors, is what he's talking about, right?
about the violence.
Hutchinson testifies that Meadows had a lack of reaction to the reports. We already said that. Hutchinson testifies that White House lawyers had concerns ahead of time about Trump's incendiary speech on January 6th. Hutchinson testifies that White House lawyers asked her to make sure Trump didn't march on Capitol on January 6th because we're going to get charged with every crime imaginable, including possibly obstruction of justice and defrauding the electoral count. Cheney played a montage of a range of former White House officials testifying that Trump, in fact, planned to march along with his supporters to the Capitol on January 6th, which is kind of cool. I wish he did that. That would be so sick. Bro, can you imagine? Once again, fucking pussy-ass institutionalist cucks absolutely cucking the content. Can you imagine how sick it would have been if Donald Trump and his fat dumper was leading the fucking pack into the fucking Capitol? They're like breaking through the barriers and shit, and he's just like, he's literally, I mean, he would never do that because he can't do physical activity, but it'd be really funny to see him like try. It's really fucked up. We could have had Donald Trump side by side with like the QAnon shaman. Okay? We could have had Donald Trump leading the fucking hog parade, dude. You know he'd be on one of those like fucking Walmart scooters too. You know his ass would either be on a golf cart or one of those like little Walmart scooters, just like fucking electric engine fucking cranked out to the 9, trying to fucking trying to deliver his fat dumper around Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, he always has advisors telling him what to do. Yeah, it would have been fucking awesome. Climbing over Ashley Babbitt's dead body to get through the door. Yeah. Now, of course, he really, really wanted to do this. And he wanted to do this so hard. Hutchinson testifies on a call that she had with Kevin McCarthy on January 6th, where McCarthy berated her and argued her to prevent Trump from coming to the Capitol.
He called you, Ms. Hutchinson.
Pussies, dude.
Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in this text message, you told Tony Ornato, quote, "McCarthy just called me too. And do you guys think you're coming to my office?" Tell us about the call that day with Leader McCarthy during the president's speech on the ellipse.
I was still in the tent behind the stage, and when you're behind the stage, you can't really hear what's going on in front of you. So when Mr. McCarthy called me with this information, I answered the call, and he sounded rushed, but also frustrated and angry at me, and I was confused because I didn't know what the president had just said. He then explained, the president just said he's marching to the Capitol. You told me this whole week you aren't coming up here. Why would you lie to me? I said, I'm not lying. I wasn't lying to you, sir. We're not going to the Capitol. And he said, well, he just said it on stage, Cassidy. Figure it out. Don't come up here. I said, I'll run the traps on this, and I'll shoot you a text. I can assure you we're not coming up to the Capitol. We've already made that decision. He pressed a little bit more, believing me, but I think frustrated that the president had said that, and we ended the phone conversation after that.
God damn it, dude. We could have had so much more content on January 6th. I'm kind of pissed. Yo, fuck these Republicans, dude. These goddamn rhinos. Oh, don't come to the Capitol, Trump. Don't come to the Capitol. How much more sick would it be watching Donald Trump climb the wall? I want a compilation of like Donald Trump from like some of those most iconic moments with Donald Trump and his fat dumper superimposed in all of them. He's like climbing the wall. You know what I mean? He's like, he's crawling over Ashley Babbitt's body. He's just using his fucking little like scooter, sitting on one of those Walmart scooters in the halls of the fucking in the halls of Congress, kicking his feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
I called Mr. Ornato to reconfirm that we weren't going to the Capitol, and which is also in our text messages. I sent Mr. McCarthy another text telling him the affirmative that we were not going up to the Capitol, and he didn't respond after that.
Hutchinson on what Trump wanted to do when he got to the Capitol on January 6th. There were discussions about him having another speech outside the Capitol before going in. Oh my God. I know there was a point of conversation about him going into the House chamber at one point. Oh my God. That would have been incredible, dude. That would have been literally incredible. I'm the fucking president. Take me to the Capitol now, and we finally get to the most incredible testimony. Okay? Here it is. Now, people kept telling him, you can't go in. You can't go into the fucking White House. You can't go into the White House. And now he's in the beast. Okay? He's in his Secret Service car vehicle. He's being transported. Please pay attention to what you are about to hear, okay? Because this is fucking awesome.
And after the rally speech, President Trump was pushing his staff to arrange for him to come up here to the Capitol during the electoral vote count. Let's turn now to what happened in the president's vehicle when the Secret Service told him he would not be going to the Capitol after his speech. First, here is the president's motorcade leaving the ellipse after his speech on January 6th. Ms. Hutchinson, when you returned to the White House in the motorcade after the president's speech, where did you go?
When I returned to the White House, I walked upstairs towards the Chief of Staff's office, and I noticed Mr. Ornato lingering outside of the office. Once we had made eye contact, he quickly waved me to go into his office, which was just across the hall from mine. When I went in, he shut the door, and I noticed Bobby Engel, who is the head of Mr. Trump's security detail, sitting in a chair, just looking somewhat discombobulated and a little lost. And I looked at Tony, and he had said, "Did you effing hear what happened in the Beast?" I said, "No, Tony, I just got back. What happened?" Tony proceeded to tell me that when the president got in the Beast, he was under the impression from Mr. Meadows that the off-the-record movement to the Capitol was still possible.
The Beast is the name for, which is awesome. I mean, it is literally a beast, for the record. But for those of you who don't know, Mr. Beast, the Beast is the vehicle that the presidents are driven around in. It's like a fucking souped up. It's like a souped up limousine that can withstand like RPG, like rockets and shit. You know what I mean? It's basically like a tank that looks like a limo. It's fire. It is a Cadillac, yes. It's incredible. And there's obviously multiple. Obviously multiple beasts. Okay? But this is what it looks like. Look at this fucking... Ooh, look at this shit. The president's armored limousine, dude. It costs $1.5 million. It comes with a fridge full of his blood type. You can literally fucking, it can withstand bullets. I mean, look, oh God, oh my God, hold on. I gotta show you this shit. I love that he's throwing up the OK sign in this graphic, dude. What the fuck? Rear compartment seats president and up to 4 passengers with glass partition only. Trump has a switch to lower it. Car has panic button and its own oxygen supply. Doors are armor plated 8 inches thick and the weight of the cabin door of a Boeing 757 jet. When closed, they form a 100% seal to protect occupants in the event of a chemical attack. The chauffeur is a trained U.S. Secret Service person to cope with the most demanding of driving conditions, including escape and evasion, and a 180-degree J-turn. 5 layers of glass and polycarbonate. They can withstand armor-piercing bullets. Only windows that can open by just 3 inches is the driver's window. The driver's compartment dashboard contains a communication center and a GPS tracking system. It's got night vision cameras. Tear gas grenade launchers on it. In the front. It can launch tear gas grenades. The chassis is reinforced steel plate to protect against bombs. So, like, even the undercarriage is, like, protected, which armored personnel carriers didn't even used to have originally. The Kevlar reinforced tires are shred and puncture resistant with steel rims. Chassis. Whatever. Shut the fuck up. I don't know how to say it. With steel rims underneath, enabling the car to escape even if the tire is destroyed. Defense accessories, pump action shotguns and tear gas cannons, bags of the president's RH negative blood type kept on board in case he needs a transfusion. Bodywork is military grade armor, at least 5 inches thick. Combination of dual hardness steel, aluminum, titanium, and ceramic to break up projectiles. The fuel tank is armor plated and filled with a special foam that prevents it from exploding even after a direct hit. Trump's seat has a satellite phone with a direct line to the vice president and the Pentagon. There's a boot, firefighting system, and a tear gas and smoke screen dispenser. It's so sick. I love this fucking thing. Anyway, Donald Trump was in this, and he got up to some shenanigans. Let's hear what he did.
Likely to happen, but that Bobby had more information. So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, we're not, we don't have the assets to do it, it's not secure, we're going back to the West Wing. The president had very strong, a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going."
Bro, what the fuck? Dog, come on, we gotta run it again.
The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol."
That's kind of fucked up. Disobeying a direct order from the commander-in-chief. They should be fucking, that's mutiny, brother. They should be walking, Donald Trump should have made him walk the plank. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that guy, okay? Exclusively because I wish he was there, okay? Exclusively because I wish he actually steered the fucking vehicle down to Capitol Hill and actually took out and drove through the fucking lawn. Also, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say. Her body language is that of a total bull artist fantasy land. Will anybody ever be allowed to say that the election was rigged and stolen? Will the unselects ever discuss that our country is going to hell because of a fraudulent election? How about analyzing the election results? I never said Mike Pence deserves it to be hung. Another made-up statement by a third-rate social climber. A total phony. That's how you know he's right, okay? Also, Mr. President, it's not to be hung. It's to be hanged, actually.
Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Ornato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
And was Mr. Engel in the room as Mr. Ornato told you this story?
He was.
Did Mr. Engel correct or disagree with any part of the story from Mr. Ornato?
Mr. Engel did not correct or
The funniest thing is, like, Republicans will hear this testimony and go, "Oh my God, Donald Trump wanted to fucking come and fight alongside us, and the pussy-ass libtard Secret Service stopped him from doing that," and, like, literally love him more. Like, they're gonna run the story as, like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. Things are getting so spicy.
Disagree with any part of the story.
Did Mr. Engel or Mr. Ornato ever after that tell you that what Mr. Ornato had just said was untrue?
Neither Mr. Ornato nor Mr. Engel told me ever that it was untrue.
The they-them Secret Service, dude.
And despite this altercation, this physical altercation, during the ride back to the White House, President Trump still demanded to go to the Capitol. Here's what Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary at the time, wrote in her personal notes and told the committee about President Trump's desire to go to the Capitol after returning to the White House.
When you wrote POTUS wanted to walk to the Capitol, was that based solely on what the president said during his speech or anything that he or anybody else said afterwards?
So to the best of my recollection, I believe when we got back to the White House, he said he wanted to physically walk with the marchers, and according to my notes, he then said he'd be fine with just riding the beast. But
dude, what a wild fucking time we all lived through. Like, this person... Remember when this person was the White House press secretary and, like, tweeted about how I was a terrorist who loved 9/11 when I played video games with AOC? And she was like, AOC just played with a 9/11 sympathizer. AOC played a video game with a 9/11 sympathizer. Like, that happened. We totally forgot about a lot of this shit, but, like, that's how fucking wacky the White House was at the time. This is the Secret Service agent he attacked. I love that. And it's so funny because, like, Fox News said that the people in the car held Trump hostage. I knew it. I called it. I fucking called it. Dude, I told you. They're going to fucking look at this and go, this is good. Dude. Oh my God, dude. I know Hogalinas, dude. I swear to fucking God. I know hogs. I know hogs better than I know my own damn self, okay? Of course Fox fucking said that. Of course they said that.
Earlier, but also looking at your most recent observation that in...
Yeah, here, by the way, this is the White House press secretary, boys. Unacceptable. AOC and Ilhan Omar teamed up with activists who said America deserved 9/11. These radicals would run the show in Joe Biden's America. Like, this is a thing this is a real thing that happened. Anyway.
In that moment where the Secret Service would have been refusing to comply with a direct order.
Bro, what the fuck? Why aren't you running the show? Oh yeah, no, I am running the show. I'm going to say. Wait, what? Whoops, you already said that. What? What am I, not allowed to fucking retweet Kayleigh McEnany? I don't understand. Oh, it worked. Okay, never mind. It did actually tweet it. That's fucking weird. Oh. Hey, since you're running the show, can you please dismantle the Federalist Society? Yeah. Don't worry, I'll get to it. I've just been too bored. All right, let's keep going.
Of the president to proceed to the Capitol, you know, I'm not sure of the authority to do so by a subordinate, but you say if true, it made the president a virtual captive of the security team who simply refused to take a course that it believed would endanger him. To you first.
Yeah, that's a breathtaking moment, and I can't remember anything that would be its equivalent. The president is obviously the head of the executive branch. Everyone in that car was subject to his orders. I'm not too sure what the authority was. I understand the motivation, which was the best of motivations. You know, the security team did not believe they could protect the president under these circumstances. And I also understand that a person of integrity in that position would refuse to do so. What I'm surprised is that this altercation would have occurred and he did not prevail as the head of the executive branch. I mean, his authority seemed quite clear in that sense. I mean, these are accounts that are really quite stunning. I mean, there's this seems to be taking sort of a Johnny Depp turn in terms of the account.
What? A Johnny Depp turn? What the fuck? What does that even mean, dude? Dude, we are so fucking broken brain, dude. This country is not salvageable. I'm gonna be honest. We are so done. We're done. We are so fucking done.
But as Brett noted, you know, this is the question is what you're trying to achieve here. This isn't contributing to the building of a criminal case.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to security, ultimately the Secret Service does have the last say. Remember when they picked Dick Cheney up by the armpits and carried him off to the Peoc on September the 11th.
I love how you can pause and just see Fox News wants it to be old, white men or women old white men would find attractive. Yeah, I mean, for sure. America has fallen off 100%, dude.
He had no say in that. And
he said, damn. Someone said, damn, dude, you're not up to case law. Yeah. This is actually now in the lexicon. This is legal lexicon, brother. That's known as a classic Johnny Depp turn. Obviously, this is what they're teaching in law schools now.
Andy, let's talk about the legal aspect of this.
When was America ever even on? Trump believing that he was going to get arrested and locked up if he lost the election cast all the attempted election fraud and 1/6 stuff in a new, funnier light. He thought he was fighting for his life when he made those calls, asking people to find extra votes. Can't tell if he started smoking his own supply with all the crooked Hillary and Q stuff, or if he just believed what Maddow or whoever was saying on TV. Yeah, the idea that he actually thought he was going to go to jail if he lost the election is a pretty funny one, because for a second he forgot how do-nothing Democrats the do-nothing Democrats are. You know what I mean? Mick Mulvaney tweeted about the testimony. My guess is that before this is over, we'll be hearing testimony from Ornato, Engel, and Meadows. This is explosive stuff. If Cassidy is making this up, they need to say that. If she isn't, they will likely have to corroborate. I know her. I don't think she's lying. Dog, what do you mean? Like, you were there. You are the guy. You're in some of the testimony. You're the guy who also wrote this, dude. Remember this? Hey, remember when Mick Mulvaney said you can absolutely guarantee a peaceful transition of power if Trump loses? Hey, what's Mick Mulvaney doing nowadays? What happened after he was, what happened after he left the Trump team? He probably lost his job, right? I mean, no shot. No shot, dude, right? Hold on one moment. Oh, no, he didn't actually lose his job. Oh my God, he was hired by CBS News. Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy. So the guy who's like, oh wow, it's almost like the media and all of these fucking monsters in position of power are always a part of the turnstile, the revolving door, right? And that they are not there to fundamentally alter the established hierarchy, no matter how fucking weird it gets, no matter how crazy it gets. Sorry, it took a second per your request. I don't even know what the fuck that... What? I don't know what that is. Also, careful with what you're fucking sending me. What is that? This is a terrible shot. Anyway. You asked for Trump stepping over Ashley Babbitt's body? Oh, is that... Oh, okay. Well... Bro, you don't understand Imgur? Mid-tier 510 could be improved. Good effort. Nice base to start from. Chat, shut the fuck up. Chat, shut the fuck up. Chat, shut the fuck up. Chat, shut the fuck up. Chat, shut the fuck up. You can't see anything. You can't see anything. Shut the fuck up. You are going to be literally... You're going to make it worse, okay? Shut the fuck up. Moving on. But yes, that chatter was, being fucking ridiculous with that link. Don't send dumb shit like that ever again. Immediately, as soon as I say it, like more people are like, I didn't even see anything. Yeah, you couldn't see anything because I've scrolled past it, but it just doesn't matter. The French have spent 25 years building an exact replica castle by hand, and they still have another 10 years left. Okay, good one. All right, let's continue. As I was saying, okay, this is a good meme. There you go. This is exactly what I was looking for. If the them Secret Service didn't stop Trump from going to the Capitol. It was not a PP, no. Yeah. I love saying they them army to everything now. Trump would have probably testified tomorrow if Cheney had just said, Trump, feel free to come and tell us your story as you see it. We won't stop you. Just tell us how it happened. Anyway. Let's continue. So remember, these people that are, whether they're Republican, whether they're Democrat, doesn't fucking matter. Whether they're Republican or Democrat, doesn't fucking matter, right? These people are all in positions of fucking power. These people are all in positions of power, and when they're in positions of fucking power, they get to be a part of the media. They get to fucking... No leftovers this week. Wait, what the fuck? Ethan got COVID? I test positive for COVID. It finally happened on my motherfucking birthday. We may do the show remotely depending on how I feel right now. Just a moderate sore throat. We'll keep everyone updated. Peace and love. Holy shit. How the fuck did he get COVID? That's crazy. From you? Wait, how would it be from me? I would have to have COVID. Wait, Will Neff got COVID too? Wait, what? Wait, Will Neff got COVID too? Wait, what do you mean? Will did not get fucking COVID. What? Again? He thinks so? Carolina has COVID and Will has symptoms? Oh, what the fuck? He thinks he does. No positive test? Okay. No, dude. What the fuck? Damn, shit is fucking flying around, dude. You didn't know you made a season 4 cameo? Okay. Omicron doesn't give you immunity to reinfection like the previous strains did. I have had COVID 3 to 4 times already. Lamau, you can definitely get it again. You can get COVID as early as 2 weeks after recovering from a previous COVID infection. What the fuck? Omicron BA4 and BA5 are terrible. They can evade immunity easily and people get reinfected multiple times with Omicron. Yeah, remind us about how you're ever masks. What? Dude, this is the funniest thing. Motherfuckers are getting COVID over and over again, okay? People are getting COVID like crazy. And the first thing this guy has to say is like, remember how you were fucking wrong? I told you time and time again, if it gets to a point where like the reinfections are occurring and there are big waves happening, of course, I'm perfectly fine with masking. But you didn't hear that part of my fucking argument. You only heard whatever you wanted to fucking hear. And now you're not even, you don't even care about fucking, you don't even care about masking. You don't care about other people masking. You just care about like what I have said and what you heard I have said. What's wrong with you? It's been happening. We knew it was going to keep happening. Okay, well, it's happening. Damn, there are a lot of people getting infected with this virus. Sounds like a pandemic, in my opinion. No, one of the funniest markers of this pandemic has been Yankee Candle stock. And also, not just like Yankee Candle stock, but also like how there are TikToks of like thousands of people being like, I don't understand. Like, did you guys notice that like you can't smell gasoline anymore? Like the bad reviews on Yankee Candles and motherfuckers being like, you can't really smell gas anymore. And it's like, hey man, I wonder why there is just a mass influx of people who can't smell gasoline anymore. Perhaps, I mean, if only there was like a very famous worldwide pandemic happening that killed 6 million plus people, that spreads like a motherfucker and is most famous for eliminating your sense of taste and smell. Getting COVID only 3 to 4 times as low numbers. Those numbers are for pussies. You need to get into double digits to be a true American. Hell yeah, brother. I'm trying to get my numbers up too, bro. Let's go. I had a friend who said he got the flu, then talked about not being able to smell or taste. And I was like, that's one of the symptoms of COVID, bro. Yeah, I can't believe Ghislaine's going away. My mom just had it too. I didn't even mention it on stream, but my mom had COVID as well. But and I was at this stage. It's like, no, she's fine. She's perfectly fine. And like for people like my mom who are super careful, right? Like there's not really anything that she can do because she has to go to school, like she's teaching, you know what I mean? So what the fuck she's supposed to do? She just literally can't avoid people. Do you see what I mean? Like there's not, her school's like you have to fucking go in person. But yeah, no, she's doing great. It was not like, it was, thank God for like all the medication that's readily available nowadays. Here are your most recent Yankee Candle reviews. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in the 3rd week of May 2022, the 1-star candle reviews have returned. Bro, I swear to God, you can literally fucking track COVID by candle reviews. It's crazy. It would be better if the scent was stronger. No smell at all. I could barely smell the scent. No smell at all. Candle burns fine, but absolutely no scent. Very disappointing. Bought this candle on Amazon, burned for a couple hours, and no scent. I wonder where that's coming from. I wonder why you can't smell this incredibly fucking pungent, almost, candle. I got COVID last week and only had a scratchy throat and a minor headache for a few days. COVID is not a trucks full of dead bodies issue anymore. It's not 2020 anymore. I dodged it for almost 2.5 years, but what can you do? No, I mean, it is that if you're not... a lot of people are just not vaccinated, or a lot of people that just weren't vaccinated got fucking ripperonied, okay? And it is still pretty fucking bad. It's just the variants that are out and about are not as deadly, but it's still killing people. But even vaccinated people, as like vaccines and their efficacy diminishes over time, even people who are vaccinated, especially if they don't have their fucking their booster shots, if they're not boosted up shouties like I am, they're gonna get into trouble. It's still serious for disabled people, dumbass. Are you talking to me or are you talking to the other person? Because I agree, of course, if you are also immunocompromised. I have friends who are immunocompromised. They got fucking owned by COVID, like pretty hard. I got COVID a few weeks ago. My taste was dulled, which threw me off. I could taste, but not well. Yeah. The thing is, like, my sense of taste went away for a little bit. DC tasted like shit, dude. It was so sad. I was legitimately scared. Yours is waning by now, Hasan. I got boosted. I got boosted not that long ago, but then I also got I got boosted and I got fucking COVID recently too. So, but I will at this point, like at this point, I will probably fucking get another booster. I wasn't really thinking about getting. My girlfriend loves you. Aw, thank you. Shouts out to your girlfriend. I have not got my second booster, but I probably will get my second booster. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I originally wasn't planning on getting my second booster, especially because I got COVID too, but it seems like probably best to do that. Like when they open it up for second boosters. Didn't know people were getting second boosters. Yeah, not yet. Some people are. Older people are allowed. Anyway, Mick Mulvaney we talked about. Let's finish this fucking Trump thing.
So that's my recollection. He wanted to be a part of the march in some fashion.
Okay, and just for the record, the beast refers to the presidential limousine?
Yes.
President Trump did not go to the Capitol that day. We understand that he blamed Mark Meadows for that.
So prior to leaving the rally site, when he got off the stage and everybody was making the movement back to the motorcade, I had overheard Mr. Meadows say to him then, as I had prior to Mr. Trump taking the stage that morning, that he was still working on getting an off-the-record movement to the Capitol. So when Mr. Trump took the stage, he was under the impression via Mr. Meadows that it was still possible. So when he got off the stage, I had relayed to Mr. Meadows that I had another conversation with Tony. The movement was still not possible. Mr. Meadows said, okay. And then as they proceeded to go to the motorcade, and Mr. Meadows had reiterated, we're going to work on it, so I talked to Bobby. Bobby has more information. Mark got into his vehicle, to my understanding. Trump got into the Beast. And after we had all arrived back at the White House, later in the day, it had been relayed to me via Mark that the president wasn't happy that Bobby didn't pull it off for him and that Mark didn't work hard enough to get the movement on the books.
The FDA is dropping the ball, dude. The second booster shot hasn't even been approved for anyone but super old people. I just caught it, and I'm annoyed I couldn't just get boosted. I mean, the thing about the booster is that, like, I feel like the new variants spread and mutate so fucking quickly, and the reinfection rate for new variants is so goddamn high that I don't even know if the fucking... I don't even know if they can actually do this. Like, I don't even know if the second booster helps. I'm sure it helps, like, avoid the worst consequences. And, like, I'm super grateful for getting the booster because when I got COVID, it, like, definitely still fucked me up. But I was able to still, what do you call it? Like, I was still able to stream, you know what I mean? Like, think about that. I got the fucking booster. I got COVID. I was still able to fucking stream. Like, it sucked for the first couple of days. And the recovery process was not great. And, like, obviously, you know, working out was not great for the first, like, week or so, whatever. But I was still able to stream with COVID. Still has COVID brain, ... Dude, come on. That's, like, kind of fucked up. Like, you shouldn't be making a joke about that. Because, like, when you make a joke about that, you're literally stating, like, it's actually not serious. So you betray the actual seriousness of something like that, because it is actually serious. There's, like, I know people that have been super fucked up by long COVID. You know? You know the science. Don't do the whole, I don't know how effective X really is. No, it is still profoundly effective in minimizing the worst consequences of getting COVID, no matter what the variant looks like, no matter how healthy you are. Rapidly getting reinfected means we are not in an endemic phase yet. Second booster helps. I'm a healthcare provider and I got the booster a month before I finally got COVID last month. Booster made it so I didn't even know I had it. Really thought I just had my usual allergy symptoms. Yeah. The thing is, like, everyone has different symptoms, you know? Like, it's different for everybody. Like, not everyone's getting long COVID, even though long COVID is damaging and devastating, terrifying. Yeah, no, Trump has been live tweeting the hearing. We already covered it. Her fake story that I tried to grab the steering wheel of the White House limousine in order to steer to the Capitol building is sick and fraudulent, very much like the Unselect Committee itself. Wouldn't even have been possible to do such a ridiculous thing. Her story of me throwing food is also false. Why would she have to clean it up? I hardly knew who she was. Never complained about the crowd. It was massive. I love the things that he pays attention to. Notice how every single thing that I brought up in my coverage and found to be important is also the things that he pays attention to, because he only cares about the most like telegenic moments. He doesn't give a shit about any of the other stuff, like lawyers being like, sir, you know, you'll go to jail or whatever. He just only cares about like issues that pertain to him as a person. Okay? And that's exactly what I care about too. We all care about that. It's content brain, motherfucker. He's so sassy. No, he doesn't have a Twitter. This is Truth Social. Never complained about the crowd. It was massive. I didn't want or request that we make room for people with guns to watch my speed. Who would ever want that? Not me. Besides, there were no guns found or brought into the Capitol building. So where were all these guns? But sadly, a gun was used on Ashley Babbitt with no price to pay against the person who used it. I hardly know this person Cassidy Hutchinson is, other than I heard very negative things about her. A total phony and leaker. And when she requested to go with certain others of the team to Florida after my having served a full term in office, I personally turned her request down. Why did she want to go with us if she felt we were so terrible? I understand that she was very upset and angry. I did not want her to go or be a member of the team. She is bad news. She's a leaker. Okay, but if she's a leaker, that implies that what she's saying is true, Trump. I love that. He's so messy, dude. He's so messy. He is such a messy bitch who loves drama. Trump literally threw his lunch against the wall after Bill Barr told the Associated Press there was no evidence of election fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
Taylor, she told of the...
Even Brett Baier, this was Fox News' reaction, by the way, to all that information.
Had quite the reaction to the Taylor, she told of the president in the dining room following that speech.
Well, first the dining room, but then inside the beast, the car, the limo, saying he wanted to go up to Capitol Hill. And they said, you have to go back to the White House. And according to her testimony, he says, I'm the effing president.
And for the record, he wasn't even in the beast at the time, okay? Here is K-File, friend of the show, Andrew Kaczynski, K-File, clarifying for all the Marjorie Taylor Greene and former Pizzagate promoter Jack Posobiec are sharing this graphic that we just looked at to dispute the testimony from former Meadows aide Cassidy Hutchinson, saying in 23, every single one of them needed to be held accountable for what they're putting president in his admin, whatever. The beast driver is separated from the passengers for security. One, that image itself literally shows that Trump could actually lower the fucking partition. Okay. He could technically lower the partition himself. So that's number one. Number 2, it wasn't even that fucking car, dumbass. Seats president and 4 up the with a glass partition. Only Trump can lower it. But he was in this car instead on January 6th, which we know he can actually fucking reach the driver's seat on. So yeah, anyway.
Take me there and then goes to grab at him. Listen, this testimony is, first of all, stunning because we haven't heard this. 2, it's compelling because of her proximity to power. All of these people directly having conversations with her. I think, as we've seen before, it's methodical. Mm-hmm. We always point out the caveat. There's not a minority here that's pushing back or questioning the other way. But it leads up to January 6th, the concern that it might, quote, get real bad in the days before, the concern that the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers were going to be there, the concern that there would be weapons on the mall, and then radio transmission that they saw weapons, AR-15s and others. And then the testimony that the president was really concerned about the crowd, that they weren't allowed in through the magnetometer. He wanted the crowd to be bigger, more robust. And she quotes him as saying, and she was there in that back room behind the stage, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people.
Bro, he just like, he looks so good. He looks so good to the hogs after this. Like, the rhinos are attacking him. The pussy rhinos at Fox News are attacking him. He wanted more of his hogs to get in with guns and shit. Like, this just makes him look so fucking sexy to every fucking middle-aged Trump-supporting mommy out there. They are so fucking... If I was a fucking Trump mommy, if I was a MAGA mom right now, my fanny would be fluttering, okay? Yes, you will be hearing more terms like that from me in the upcoming days, weeks, considering that I will be going to the UK before I go to TwitchCon EU on July 10th. So, yes, fanny flutters and more Oi Bruv terminology will be embedded into my lexicon because I am becoming British. I've decided I'm becoming British.
And take the effing mags away. Listen, all of this is firsthand, so it's from her listening to it. That's why it's so compelling, and that's perhaps why we have this hearing that popped out of nowhere.
I was just going to add to.
Fanny means bottom, bum, ass, bunda in the UK, bruv. Fanny. Trump says that him throwing food was ridiculous. It was not a cheeseburger. It was a crispy chicken sandwich. Yeah. And this was the post-hearing moment of awkward silence on Fox.
We always point out that there's not a pushback, and it would have been great to hear Jim Jordan or some congressman say some other angle to this. But the testimony in and of itself is really, really powerful. Sandra? Are you still here?
Indeed, yes, I am here. No, Brett, to your point, I just wonder for the country watching this in this moment, how much this changes what people believed or did not believe.
We always point out that there's...
And speaking of which, I did actually ask Ludwig if he would come on the stream with Connor Dog VA. And he has not responded to my text message because he's a bad friend. And I think because I just don't look enough like Ludwig, like Connor Dog VA does. And I see them hanging out all the fucking time. And I get jealous. I'm like, can we hang out too? And he's like, he just doesn't respond to my text messages. So, see Dog VA. Ludwig is very unfair to Hasan. Believe me. Okay? Straight up, very, very unfair. Very unfair to me. I see them drinking raw milk on the timeline. I think I would like some raw milk as well. But no one wants to have raw milk with Hasan. They say, no, he's a leaker. He's a leaker. He's leaking raw milk. Ludwig says he will come if you give him a chair of dignified height. I have dignified chairs now. Many chairs. The best chairs. Look at this chair. It's the original chair. He could sit on this throne, but instead, he sits on a throne of lies. I texted Ludwig earlier this morning. He said, nothing. Nothing. He did not respond. It's a Herman Miller, folks. Anyway, why would you want to hang out with that swarthy? Yeah, Ludwig, he's very swarthy. Why did you change it? Because Herman, yeah. Many people are saying Ludwig is a third-rate social climber. I'm testing out the M body right now because there was like a Logitech Herman Miller M body collab, and they sent this over to me. So shouts out to Herman Miller for sending this to me for fucking free. But I'm looking at it. I'm like trying to figure out if I like the M body more because the Aeron or whatever, like the one I have is like custom. It's the largest one for my fucking fat dumper. You know what I'm saying? But I like it. You're inviting the wrong people on stream. Invite this one instead. I'll never leave you on red, Hasan. You are the one for me. Thank you. Since you're going to Anime Expo, maybe Ludwig will let you see him if you go to Connor's panel with him. Yeah. Just tell Lud you want to do an IRL stream, then forget your backpack. I fell off. I fell off. Ludwig doesn't want to hang out because I fell off. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Anyway, so that was all the January 6th stuff that I wanted to cover. You know, some fun stuff. Trump got physically confrontational, but other than Donald Trump, since we're going on the 2016 in the last yard, all the others complained that Lud didn't respond, but he did to Mr. Beast. Oh yeah, no, if I was Mr. Beast, Ludwig would fucking immediately respond. He would drop everything he's doing specifically and take the call if I was Mr. Beast. Of course. Yes. How's long-term sitting in the M body so far? I'm uncomfortableness on the back of the thighs. Not really. It's pretty good. But since it's 2016, once again, 2016 all over again, let's take a look at what Hillary Clinton has to say on the abortion ruling.
Secretary of State Hillary Clinton says the overturning of Roe v. Wade should be a wake-up call for Americans. We spoke with her yesterday in the studio. This was her first on-camera interview about the Supreme Court's monumental ruling. The decision triggered laws to prevent women in at least 7 states, 7 from getting legal abortions. Now, Clinton was here yesterday with her co-author to discuss their novel, State of Terror. It is co-published by Simon & Schuster, which is a division of our corporate owner, that's Paramount Global. She told us...
I love that, dude. It's like she's there to fucking promote her book, dude. Nice. Talking about the collapse of American democracy. Talking about the collapse of American democracy as she's there to fucking promote her book about the collapse of American democracy and the State of Terror, which she participated in personally. That's something that happens when you got vertical integration, okay? Another vertical integration consequence is running the top of the hour ad break 20 minutes into the top of the hour when you forget to run it originally at the top of the hour like you're supposed to. Which, by the way, of course, because Amazon also owns, Amazon Prime, you can, fear not, you can still avoid the top of the hour ad breaks that I'm having to serve to you by using your Amazon Prime account and connecting it to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay, that's one thing you can do. And use that Prime subscription on your favorite streamer, me, which will allow you to, you know, avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but if you're not lucky, you make your own luck. Here's a woman ad break now. Will you be able to meet some of us London Bruvs when you're here, my lord? Maybe. Yes, you get a free Twitch Prime that you can use a month. If you've not used it, you're wasting it. My lord, cast your eyes upon Trump's throne of missed opportunity. Oh, you did it. Donald Trump on a mobility scooter with a mob at the Capitol. That's a good one. So let's hear what Hillary Rodham Clinton had to say, and then we will, of course, talk about the pro-choice rally, or cover the pro-choice rally that Channel 5 that Channel 5 went to.
That this is a risky time for American democracy. Last week, the Roe v. Wade decision was made, and even though we had gotten a heads up, many people thought it was unthinkable. A lot of people are still processing, depending on your point of view. What did you think when you heard it?
Well, I was not surprised, because I think that was the goal of packing the court with justices who were on the record for many years of being against women's constitutional rights to make decisions about our own bodies. I was deeply sorry that it actually happened. But now that it has happened, I think everybody understands that this is not necessarily the only effort that we're going.
It's so funny that she's like more responsible than most people, and like her fucking idiotic stands don't recognize that. Like, she's literally more responsible for the destruction of medical freedom and abortion as an access, like reproductive health care being ripped away from millions of women. She literally is more responsible for this than like most other people. She's certainly more responsible for this than fucking Bernie Sanders. You know? She wanted Donald Trump to run. She wanted the media to pump up Donald Trump's numbers. The media was going to do it probably anyway, regardless, because he was super telegenic. And it's just like people will refuse to recognize this.
I was deeply sorry that it actually happened. But now that it has happened, I think everybody understands that this is not necessarily the only effort that we're going to see this court undertake to turn back the clock on civil rights and gay rights and women's rights beyond abortion. This is going to, I hope, wake up a lot of Americans. I don't care what political party or religion you are. The question is, who decides? Is the government going to be in your bedroom? Is the government going to be making these decisions? We are only at the beginning of this terrible travesty that this court has inflicted on us.
And what do you say to the supporters, though, who say, listen, we are protecting the rights of unborn children? They have rights, too. What do you say to that? You know, that seems to be the core argument.
I say that, you know, that is predominantly a belief rooted in religion, which I respect. And that's why, in a pluralistic democracy like ours, the court in Roe v. Wade said the government is not going to make this decision. If it is your personal belief, based on whatever, that there is no legitimate basis for abortion, even if you're in the hospital and you're bleeding out, even if you're told that you have cancer and chemotherapy is necessary and therefore an abortion is necessary, no matter what, you get to.
Academics is having Candace Owens on a show. Oh, dude, common academics L, dude. Straight up. Always. First of all, he 100% does not know how to deal with someone like Candace Owens. Oh my God, that is so fucking bad. That's so dumb. Typical. Typical, dude. Classic. Cockademics.
To make that decision, I might.
That's
not...
an L for Candace law. Whatever, dude. That's a platform for fucking dying. Like, that is literally a platform for a dying commentator. Like, Candace Owens hasn't been fucking relevant since Kanye West. She peaked. She peaked when she was taking advantage of Kanye West's delirious fucking state. And that's it. Since then, she's fallen the fuck off.
I agree with it, but you get to make that decision. But you and those who support your particular point of view cannot dictate that decision to every other woman. And, you know, for many years, the abortion rate was going down. We were seeing, I think, greater responsibility, especially with the use of contraception. So what is their ultimate goal here if they begin to chip away at all of these rights? It truly is to erase the progress that women have made from the last 150 years.
You know, a couple of the senators have said that they were misled by the justices. Does this say to you that we need to change the confirmation hearing process?
Well, I think they were misled in part because they wanted to be misled. They had...
Just say it, dude. I mean, just fucking say it. Yeah, of course. I mean, she is. This is the closest we will... This is surprising from Hillary Clinton. This is the closest we'll get to, like, someone being fucking honest about, like, these people just, like, straight up being charlatans. And there is truth to what she's saying. I mean, in this circumstance, one of the questions I would always ask, of course this would never happen because Hillary Clinton would never come on this broadcast, and of course this would never happen at CBS. But one of the questions I would ask is, like, there's a lot of people who are casting the blame everywhere. Okay, firing off on all cylinders. Times are tough and passions are high. Right? Everyone's heated. Do you feel like you have a sense of responsibility for this? Do you feel like Barack Obama had a sense of responsibility for this? Do you feel like there's any culpability? For not being able to push RBG to retire? Do you feel like you had a sense of responsibility for losing? What are lessons to be learned from the way that the Democratic Party routinely assumes that the blame is on the voters for not voting for the Democratic Party rather than the politicians for not running on a fucking platform that wins the attention of voters and will actually draw them out to vote?
I think they knew that this was going to happen.
They either knew or they were blind to what the history of the people before them. Anyone who is surprised by this is not paying attention.
I mean, I don't think she would. I don't think she would agree.
These people
anyway,
were selected for this purpose, and it was a 50-year campaign. And you've got to give the other side, you know, lots of points for their relentlessness, their total commitment to getting what they want done, regardless of who's hurt by it and regardless of who's stripped of rights.
Is this a time for the Democrats to take on the filibuster, do you think?
Well, I've been saying for quite some time, I think the filibuster should be eliminated at the very least for constitutional questions like voting rights, like a woman's constitutional rights to make decisions about her own body. So if you can't lift it completely, lift it for those two things that have huge consequences for our country.
And last question. You're a former First Lady, former Secretary of State, former Senator. Do you miss the day-to-day of politics? Is there any scenario in your brain that you would think...
So dumb, dude. I mean, I guess she's asking that to be like, are you going to run again, Queen?
I want to get back in.
No, but I
gotta
miss
pee,
it.
I'll be back.
I miss it.
There's no scenario in 2024 that you would even remotely consider?
I can't imagine it. I really can't. But what
not a no.
Well, but what I can imagine is staying as active and outspoken as I can, because I think our country is really on the precipice scale. I think that we are looking at not only the erosion of these rights, the throwing the door open to unfettered, unregulated gun access, but we're also looking at dismantling the federal government, how it protects our air and our water and everything else that goes along with it.
Do you think our democracy is at stake? We're looking at the January 6th hearings.
I do.
You think the democracy is at stake?
I do.
As we sit here today.
I do.
Will anything come of these hearings? People say, some say it's a waste of time.
I think these hearings have been incredibly powerful. I understand a lot of people pay no attention, but history pays attention. I hope the Justice Department is paying attention. I hope in these midterm elections, candidates and the Democratic Party pay attention, because you cannot let those who attacked our Capitol and those who urged them on to do so act with impunity. That's what happens in dictatorships and authoritarian regimes. So I think it's important that people recognize, if there were ever a time to vote, and to vote literally for your rights and
vote. If there was, it wasn't the Trump election. This is the time. I think one of the things that AOC actually nailed in the vote harder, just vote narrative is that you have to be directional, man. You have to be honest. You have to tell people exactly where to vote. You have to tell people to strategically be like, look, these are the seats that we need to overturn. These are the number of voters that we need to fucking hit. This is the likelihood that we will hit those numbers. Why isn't the Democratic Party, with all of its fucking endless millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, running the fucking numbers to be like, look, here are areas that we need to fucking vote, and vote extra fucking hard. Here's our strategy of outreach. Even if you're going to say just vote, you have to fucking literally tell exactly how and where and why people should vote. The Supreme Court just used the democratic process. Also the Supreme Court. Breaking. U.S. Supreme... I just swallowed my spit. Breaking. The U.S. Supreme Court reinstates Louisiana's congressional district map that a lower court had blocked over racial bias concerns. If only there were a constitutional amendment specifically forbidding racial discrimination in voting. Yeah. Because they are not strategic. They're grifters. Democrats are as filthy, as corrupt as any other politician. 13-month sub. Holy shit. Really love being a part of this community. Really changed me from my previous transphobia. Good shit. Let's just say I have friends that are data scientists that work for the CDC and their infrastructure is a mess and is slow and old. If you don't include a call to action, most would just ignore being told to go to vote. Yeah. And like the worst part is you have already started seeing articles for all the article heads out there that are saying, well, there was a 10-point swing in favor of the Democrats for midterms in general polls. And it really fucking sucks. Like, they're gonna start fucking pumping out like how successful, how much Democrats are winning. Wait. Hold on. I'm getting a text message from. I'm getting a really important message from one of the most important journalists of our time. Yeah, that's right. Wait, hold on. Is that the Lion of Syria calling? Grace Belden, aka PissPigGranddad. Will he be on the broadcast later, potentially, alongside esteemed journalist Liz Franzak to speak on matters of great importance? The gourmand, specifically on the Ghislaine Maxwell sentencing. That's crazy. That would be too much. That would be too much if that were to happen. Too much. No way. Not the lion of Syria, and not the don't play with our emotions. Stop, you're turning me on. No, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do that. Yeah, these guys are journalists. Make no mistake. Call Coindexter, he's on suicide watch. New York and Illinois are voting day. Can you please give a shout out? Yes. Come up with a nickname for Liz. The GOAT, the Queen. I don't know what kind of nickname I could give to Liz. America's sweetheart. Sure. That's a good one. All nicknames fall short of the esteemed Polish journalist. The person who single-handedly will take down Elon Musk. Liz Franzak. Okay. What flavor of Mountain Dew is that? It's Zero Baja Blast. Okay. They're going to be coming later, though. Okay.
Our future, it's this midterm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, she had a lot to say. She was really very candid and very open. And I like what she said, that history pays attention.
Right. Yeah.
Because, you know, people can say no one's paying attention to these hearings, but the first hearing, 20 million people watched. People are tuning in. People want to know exactly what happened. So we will see. Today's going to be a very big day.
I'm so glad she ended with reference to voting in this country,
Yes.
because when it comes to democracies, our participation rate is abysmal relative to other countries around the world.
Yet and still people complain, though.
People complain. 80 million people don't vote. And when you see Hillary Clinton on television, what I think about is all the what ifs from 2016. What could have been different.
I love that. Yeah, these dumbasses, bro. They don't vote. It's like, I don't know if it's like the quintessential American perspective, okay? I don't know if it's like just American brain rot of hyper-individualism, or just like these fucking dickheads doing this to shift the responsibility away from those people in positions of power. But it's ridiculous to claim that this issue and this problem single-handedly is the fault of the voters. Especially in a country where millions of people who are voting eligible, the plurality, unlike in 2020, but the plurality in 2016 did not fucking vote. At a certain fucking point, you have to realize, like, maybe we got to change some shit. I mean, goddamn, the voting turnout is like incredibly fucking depressive as a consequence of bringing really negative and really unpopular politicians to the forefront, but there needs to be more change on the way that Democrats operate. Did you know that the United States is a direct democracy? Apparently, everything is the voters' fault in America. Yeah, it's just so fucking stupid.
Mom, please turn away from here. You're an image bearer of God. You're beautifully and wonderfully made. Is that enough?
Dude, these people need to be institutionalized, straight up. Bring back asylums, which are horrible, and I completely understand it, exclusively for people who stand outside of abortion clinics. If you stand outside of an abortion clinic and fucking scream at like the teenagers that are looking to get an abortion, quietly. Okay, you need to be institutionalized. Bring back lobotomies and bring back fucking insane asylums specifically and exclusively for these fucking freaks. You are literally just a freak. There is no way to save you. There's no way to salvage you. I know I'm in favor of rehabilitation. I talk about it all the time. But holy fuck, dude. If you're doing that, you straight up have to be institutionalized. It is the most psychotic thing you can do. You know how they take fake bus stops at retirement homes so the elderly don't run away? We need fake Planned Parenthoods at the institutions. Yeah, straight up. Build a fucking Planned Parenthood. These guys can like stand outside of it. More jobs. More jobs for them. On the grounds of the fucking asylum, there should be like a fake Planned Parenthood they can go, and then you can like bring in some of the nurses and like act like the nurses are looking for abortions or whatever so they can fucking scream at them. Keep them fucking busy. The other thing is like half the time those people aren't even going in there for abortions. They're going in there because Planned Parenthoods also offer a wide range of free or incredibly affordable reproductive health care services. Like they could be going in there to get fucking contraceptives and shit. So even then it's like these fucking freaks are standing out there. I straight up I don't consider these fucking psychos as human beings. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Have you had enough? Is that enough of feeling really self-righteous this morning?
I don't think that most people have a realistic picture of what happens outside of abortion clinics.
Mom, you'll never forget the loss of your
child. Hey, Joe, come on.
Your beautiful baby.
It's so funny because like everyone also is like strapped up with body cams too now. Like this motherfucker has a body camera on, dude. You know, homie's a libertarian. This is real sovereign citizen hours, okay? Straight up. Nobody that has a fucking body camera like that is a normal person. Like even the other lady has a strapped on camera that she's like broadcasting directly to TikTok on. This homie, has that kind of fucking camera specifically so he could do like cop watch and like be sovereign citizen and be like, technically the God-given Admiralty Maritime Court has afforded me the right to stand here and protest and harass minors that are trying to get contraceptives, and you cannot tell me to move away. That's actually the 1748 decision from Colonial Williamsburg that dictates that I can actually stand outside of this facility and harass women, specifically minors. I am allowed to do that. It is my God-given, constitution-protected right.
It's a boy or a girl.
Joe, there's no reason to yell at anyone.
Someone said old cell. Yeah, this is an old cell.
Sometimes I just stop for a minute and I'm like, what is this?
I think abortion is so terribly wrong. I have a
like, there's no saving this motherfucker, dude. He's like retired, probably has like a nice little pension. Definitely has a house that he paid off many, many years ago. That shit's like accruing value as he sits there. And this fucking dickhead is out there just, harassing women, dude. That's what he's doing.
responsibility to be here.
Whatever happens on the sidewalk, really our focus is the women and the children and their right to choose life.
Absolutely not, please. No, nobody asked you.
Most clinic escorts do their job silently. That's the tradition of escorting, but I just couldn't anymore.
Almost every week for the past 3 years.
Thank you.
Shelly Mann makes a drive to this abortion clinic in Bellevue, Nebraska.
Good morning.
Her job? To protect the clinic's patients from the anti-abortion protesters.
Bro, they come in every morning and sit there, dude. Like, that is so crazy. They get in there every morning, early as fuck, at sunrise, at the crack of dawn, okay, at the ass crack, and just sit there. They have no lives. This is their entire lives. They're such fucking psychotic Christian zealots, bro. I swear to God. You are just, you literally just, you have been put on this earth to be a psycho at this point, okay? In a normal civilized society, we would have to deal with these people in a very different capacity, okay? Very, very different ways. Like, they need to be kept busy. They need to straight up be kept busy. Put them to fucking work in a prison camp, brother. Holy shit. Also, the irony itself is that, like, how are you going to be pro-life when your life is this fucking worthless? Like, you do this if you have nothing going on. You do this if your fucking relatives are no longer picking up your phone calls. You're so fucking bored. And you get a sense of shared perspective, a sense of community from, like, engaging in this kind of psychotic behavior, right? So, like, what's the argument? Like, you want other people to be, like, living in hell just like you are every fucking day? Your life is hell. You don't do that if your life is normal, okay? And for people who are saying, oh, just like Twitch chatters, motherfucker, at least Twitch chatters are entertaining themselves, okay? Half the time they can't go outside for a litany of different health complications or whatever the fuck. At least they're sitting here entertaining themselves. These fucking freaks are going out and, like, actually trying to bring people down. They are the IRL gray names, dude. Twitch chatters 98% of the time are just normal. They're not, like, fucking trying to hurt someone else's, trying to ruin someone else's fucking day.
Who line its perimeter.
Before the shift starts and before the other escorts get here, I usually just take like a little walk and look for things that might be suspicious, because if there's something here that looks like a bomb, even if it's not a bomb, it has to be investigated. So we'll have to cancel patients for the day. Let's do 2 in the top and 2 people walking, and then I'll float. There are protesters on either side of the driveway, so the patient is trying to turn in past the protesters. So the first thing that we're trying to do is get them to just pull in the driveway. So this gives you kind of an idea of where you are and aren't allowed to stand. I'm Shelly, I'm from the clinic. I'm gonna walk you in, okay? We helped the patients get out of the car and just make the walk. We'll get in here. You'll go to the top of the stairs.
Yeah, pro-life bombs people. I mean, dude, the state is protecting pro-lifers by literally fucking, quelling protests that are happening all around the country with a chemical agent that causes abortions, tear gas, okay? The idea that, like, any of this makes sense, if you're looking for sense, don't look to American politics. There is no consistency in any of this. These motherfuckers are like, oh, I'm pro-life, except they have no life. You can't be pro-life and then have no life, okay? It sucks. This is what you're doing with your life? That sucks, dude. You're better off fucking dead. Straight up, okay? If you're spending all of your goddamn free time now that you are, like, 75 years old, screaming at fucking teenagers outside of an abortion facility, you are better off dead. Like, you would be free of the fucking horrifying realities that you have to experience on a daily fucking basis.
The door to the right, that walk is the loneliest walk if you are by yourself.
I've been in this movement since '73. I think these unborn children are being violated and having their lives taken away from them.
Dan is a clinic protester.
Like, this guy, look at him. He modded his fucking car. I'm 9 weeks old and I sucked my thumb today. Please, mom, choose life, not my death. First of all, 9 weeks old, dude, get fucking owned, okay? That's like literally the size of a goddamn, jelly bean, okay? Get owned. Get absolutely owned. Why? Why is it? Also, the other part of this is, like, this is mental illness, okay? This is untreated, undiagnosed mental illness. Why the fuck are we, instead of going, hey, maybe if we're not even going to medicalize this, okay, if we're not going to give people this help, the least we could do is just not listen to them, okay? America is now a country where enough of the people that stand on top of soapbox outside of the fucking subway station, outside of, like, Union Square Park or whatever the fuck, that scream at you. If enough of them get together, they can lead policy now. It's sick. Whoever is the loudest person, who is the most insane loudest person, we will listen to them and we will actually make policy around it. That's great. Thank you, Mike7060, for the 25 gifted subs.
He says only recently, since he retired, has he found the time to come out to protest.
Thank God. Thank God.
When I meet my maker, I hope the good Lord has a lot of mercy because...
Dog, you are literally going to hell. Straight up. Bro, I swear to God, listen, I'm not exactly a believer myself, but I sometimes do wish there is a fucking heaven and hell, because every single one of these freaks is going to be burning, okay? For all the punishment, for all of the absolute fucking horrifying awfulness that they put so many people around them through, you're dying. You're going to hell permanently, dude. You are a demon here. You are making everyone's life a living hell currently as we're alive. What makes you think if there is a hell, you're not going to it, motherfucker? You're straight up going to it. No chill.
I carry a lot of guilt that I haven't been here enough.
Whatever help you need, we have. Choose life from a son or a daughter. A beautiful gift of life. We are always keeping them in our prayers as we're out here, and that's what you've seen a lot of. So, yes, we call out, we offer help. We'll help you. We're here to help you. We're praying for you right now.
What's up, guys? They are in full force today.
Shelly began to broadcast her confrontations and interactions with protesters on TikTok.
Mind your own business, please.
No, it's not a Tootsie Roll. It's actually a tiny rubber fetus. Being kind of funny and adding an element of humor certainly makes everybody lighten a little bit up. Hey guys, so today I'm gonna take a little break from escorting, and I'm gonna be a groundskeeper.
We gotta clean up the leaves and trash.
And it gives patients a chance to kind of take a step back and realize, like, that person who's screaming at them, they don't know their heart. They don't know their story. But I also don't want to be a meme. Like, it's really important to me that people understand that, like, this is literally, like, life-risking work.
United States abortion clinics have a long history of being targets for violence.
Deadly violence at an abortion clinic in Pensacola, Florida. This time, 2 men, a doctor and a clinic escort, were killed, and a woman who is a retired nurse was injured in a hail of gunfire.
Like, look at this, yo, pro-life, bro. Hey, nothing says pro-life like fucking taking an M16 out and just fucking killing doctors, dude. Nothing says pro-life like murdering motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, bro. That's how pro-life I am, dude. Imagine being yelled at through the window of your doctor's office. Imagine being shot through the window of your fucking doctor's office because some fucking psychotic freak thought that this is the way to do pro-life shit.
Since 1977.
But of course, the inherent irony there exists within the attitude. If you're pro-life, you have to factor in the life of the mother. And none of these motherfuckers do that. They don't care. If they were pro-life, at a certain point, they would sit down and be like, well, the carrier is a person, a fully established, fully developed person. Why the fuck are we forcing them to carry a pregnancy to term, which is torturous and violent, especially if the state is forcing them to? Clearly, the inherent contradiction exists at the fucking fundamental level. It is oxymoronic. You're not pro-life, you're just pro-birth. You're pro-forcibly making women carry pregnancies to term. That's it.
At least 11 people have been killed in anti-abortion
You're just pro-control.
This clinic is led by Dr. Leroy Carhart, one of the few doctors left in the country who performs 3rd trimester abortions.
And this is a little pre-op room here. I'm 80, I don't need to do abortions anymore. I'm looking for doctors to replace me right now, or to help me, but the biggest problem is finding somebody that's willing to take the target off my back and put it on theirs.
Dr. Carhart's best friend and mentor, Dr. George Tiller, was murdered by an anti-abortion extremist in 2009.
With the senseless murder of Dr. George Tiller, we have lost a champion of women's rights, a talented, caring physician, and one of my family's best friends.
In September 2020, Shelley was involved in an altercation with an anti-abortion protester who was found guilty of assault by mutual consent. The protester was sentenced to a $50 fine and unmonitored probation for 12 months.
It has been really hard. I get tons of messages from people, really graphic and upsetting and violent descriptions of my death.
The Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade.
We will aid and abet abortion.
They have eliminated.
By the way, if you want to know, like, you know how we sometimes talk about fucking, like Ben Shapiro and the role that Ben Shapiro played in that Quebec mosque shooting? And Ben, of course, says, like, no, I didn't do that. That's not, like, that has nothing to do with me, whatever. Well, there was a time and place when, before Ben Shapiro, when the abortion provider, Dr. Tiller, was murdered in 2009, there was another man who was also responsible because of his endless crusade against him. Bill motherfucking O'Reilly. Okay? He literally straight up unloaded into this dude. Okay? Roeder had been waiting patiently that morning in the pews of Tiller's church. Right after Tiller finished his job as an usher, Roeder walked into the church foyer and pressed a gun against Tiller's forehead and shot him. He died from the single gunshot wound. Roeder killed the doctor for one reason and one reason only. He was a prominent abortion provider, maybe even the most prominent in the country at the time, and Roeder wanted to stop abortion. Bill O'Reilly called him Tiller the baby killer. No one questions that Roeder's radical anti-abortion views were responsible for Tiller's death. But the day Bill O'Reilly was ousted from Fox News is a good time to remember O'Reilly's role in the Tiller tragedy, especially in the context of newly released statistics showing the harassment of abortion providers in various forms is on the increase. O'Reilly, between 2005 and 2009, talked about Tiller on 29 episodes of his show. He repeatedly referred to him as Tiller the baby killer and hurled all sorts of other epithets in Tiller's direction. He equated him with Nazis, Al-Qaeda, NAMBLA, said he was operating a death mill, claimed he was executing babies about to be born, and equated his profession with the actions of Mao, Hitler, and Stalin. In perhaps the most direct attack on Tiller, O'Reilly came close to saying that he personally would be violent towards Tiller if he could get away with it. And if I get my hands on Tiller, well, you know, can't be vigilantes, can't do that. It's just a figure of speech, but despicable. Oh my God. Oh, it doesn't get worse. Does it get worse? No. Think about that.
Information over to the authorities. Can you imagine? Because there's nothing going to happen to the girl. She's going to be interviewed, and if she's living in a home with a father or an uncle who would do that, you're going to keep her in that home?
Well, the woman said most of the times these are repeat offenders. Well, okay, even more of a reason.
But that's okay with her because it's all theory. It's all theory with her. You see? It doesn't matter. And I'll tell you what, even if you walked her through it, if you made her stay in the room while Tiller took the baby out and drilled a hole in its head, she wouldn't change. Wouldn't change. Would retreat back into the world.
What is it? In Denver, they have an escort who talks a lot to try to distract you from the screaming, and there's armed security behind bulletproof glass when you walk in. I was confident in my choice, but it still had me crying and overwhelmed. Not easy sharing my story randomly to 38,000 people. I hope you're able to read it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's easy to forget that these are like real human beings that are making this medical decision, and it is fucking psychotic that like the medical decision itself is already a difficult one to make, right? You're very brave for being able to do that, and then on top of that, like these guys are trying to harass you and stop you and do everything you can. What? Brother, please help. I pocket dialed those gifted subs. Is there any way to refund that? Who can I talk to, please? Please, mod, someone help me. I didn't mean to give subs. My fucking phone dialed those. Please help. Bro, I don't know how to I don't know how that works. You got to go to Twitch. But at least you allowed 25 people to no longer see the ad at the top of the hour. You know what I'm saying? So you can live with that in your heart, at least for a brief moment until Twitch refunds those gifted subs back to you. Yeah, because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. That's a lot of money, dude. I hope Twitch refunds it to you. Lizzie Gobbler, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also allowing another 5 to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, which are coming right now. You too can avoid the ads unless you get gifted a sub from someone butt dialing. Crying Shamoose, thank you for the 5 gifted. Socialist streamer steals viewers' money and refuses to give it back. Budley, Cypher01, thank you for the 5 gifted. Listen, all these motherfuckers are gifting now. Lust for Insanity Dojo. Lust for Loragano. Invictus with a 25. What the fuck? Bronco Lee with another 20. What is happening right now? Yarab, the Jin with another 25. Holy moly. So many pocket dials, dude. A lot of Oilers butt gifting. Is everybody sitting on their fucking phones or what, dude? What the fuck? Milk Waves, MK Romby, Windmill Puppies, Hasan Twitch, Kamana, Joseph Silva 13. Now, if you can't get gifted a sub after all that, you just got to fucking take the L and turn that L into a W by subscribing on your own. For the Twitch Prime, that is, for free. Here's the 1-minute ad break. Now, what the fuck, dude? I can't even keep up with this. This is the most insane fucking... This is the most insane sequence, dude. Sorting algorithms, Nelson Footy, Spider from Mars, Tenebrae 2001. Stop gifting. Stop gifting. Enough. Enough. Jilly Bean, Anonymous, Seaham, Hasan Sugar Daddy with a 10 gifted. DTRG, Dollop of Danny with the 50, Nerf Zol. Okay. Enough. Dude, so many butt dials, dude. What the fuck? Insane timing. Of course, I came across this while listening to Hasan the Hun talk about anti-abortion freaks. Choose John for life. Pray the rosary for the protection of unborn human. Yeah, this is, I mean, this guy is like not well. Like that person should not be driving. If you have that many stickers, specifically, Jesus Christ, fuck money, Diggy, Wiggles, Ace 41, Dylan is unbreakable, thank you for the 5, Legless Chair, thank you for the 5, Arabella Avery, Gamada, thank you for the 5, Ling Ling 2021, thank you for the 5, Expert 05, Smurfiton, for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you. Jaded Jago. What Gats Bylid with a 5 gifted. Holy fuck. I already ran the ad. I ran the ad already. I think I ran it. Did I run it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I ran it. Silkos, Too Much Mylan. Attar666, thank you for the 10. Okay. Lally Brock 82, thank you for the 10. All right. Lucky, thank you for the 10. Janie Jane Girl, thank you for the 5. Let's watch the Bill O'Reilly thing now.
Reproductive rights, need of funding, and that's where we are in America.
Yeah, reproductive rights need funding, like that's so insignificant for him. That's so fucking insignificant for him. You look so over the gifted subs, Lamau. I'm sorry for doing that. No, it's all good. Don't fucking worry about it. Listen, you're spreading the love around. Flocky with another 10 gifted. Thank you, Flocky. Thank you, PW Crim.
America. Not everybody is like that. Most people believe the way I believe. I know that. All the polls show that.
Not true. None of the polls show that. He's just straight lying. Straight fucking lying to his audience. Weasley little lying motherfucker, dude. What a piece of shit he is.
But the powers that be, the courts, the media, the media. I can't tell you how despicable I think the Kansas City Star and the Wichita Eagle, those are the two main ones. I can't tell you. Let me just read you one thing before we take a break. I'm going to take your phone calls. This is from the Associated Press. This is Kansas City Star. Kansas City Star. Quote, O'Reilly said on a program that a source told his show that abortion providers were performing late-term abortions because the women were depressed. A mental health risk he deemed insufficient. He deemed insufficient. This is David Klepper, Kansas City Star. You see? O'Reilly deemed it. Who's O'Reilly? He deemed. Oh. Okay. So I'm the fascist. I'm the bad guy. I'm the problem. Not Tiller. No, no. He's a good guy. Now Tiller's pumping all kinds of money into obviously the Attorney General race. He wants the guy that's going to let him off the hook to win. Those of you listening in Kansas, you ought to know that. You know, I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. You guys know these guys better than I do. But I'll tell you what, anything Tiller wants, I'm voting the other way. And if I could get my hands on Tiller, well, you know, can't be vigilantes. Can't do that. It's just a figure of speech. But despicable? Oh, my God. It doesn't get worse. Does it get worse? No. Back with your closing comments.
I feel like the can't be vigilantes is the can't be vigilantes, I feel like, is literally the fucking what do you call it? the in a video game. Oh, it's just a figure of speech. It's like the old school in a video game version of that. Autar666, thank you for the 10 gifted. Too Much Mylan, thank you for the 5 gifted. Fuck. Okay. Like, he knew what he was telegraphing to his fucking audience. You know what I'm saying? 100% knew exactly what the fuck was up, exactly what the fuck was gonna happen. Big Batman fan? Yeah. Yeah, totally. Anyway, that piece of shit. Fuck him.
The constitutional right to an abortion.
Now we're going to get into the pro-choice rally after this.
It's been shown in every country in the world. It doesn't change whether it's legal or not legal. It happens. And women will start dying, which is horrible. Or they'll be maimed for life, not being able to have children in the future. I just pray that that it wakes people up.
At the end of the day, we're a network of people who care very much about making sure that people have access to reproductive health care, and I don't plan to stop doing that even if Roe is overturned.
Here you go.
The patriarchy is your body, your choice. Ending abortion will never end abortion. It will.
Okay, here, I tweeted it. Yes, I'm watching the Channel 5 Roe v. Wade video now, okay, before everybody fucking freaks out. Here it is. Juice it. Juice it. Yes, new Channel 5. Juice it. On January 6th, mobility Trump. Every motherfucker goes crazy when a new Channel 5 video comes out. And it's all good, you know. I love that you guys keep me up to date. He's on Hot Ones tomorrow. Yeah. Please answer my earlier chats. What? Armenian Sausage says, I'm a student at George Washington University. There's been discourse at Clarence Thomas, a law professor here, and the university has said they won't do anything about it. Is it valid to protest the classes? It feels like shit that this fascist is teaching classes at my school. I mean, he's a tenured professor, bro. Those guys can, like, literally get away with, and oftentimes do get away with, like, rape and shit. So, good luck to you. Have the guy from Channel 5 come on your show? Pog. I never thought about that. I don't know. I don't know him like that, bro.
Will only end safe legal access to it. And I think if you ask any of the Republicans who are so loudly shouting pro-life, if they've ever forced a mistress to have an abortion, and I think it will be shockingly alarming how many they do. We are here to advocate for all uterus havers. There are many, many accesses for you to make sure that you are still capable to receive safe and legal abortion.
Tonight, history is unfolding across the United States.
The highest court in the land reversed course on 50 years of federal constitutional rights to an abortion, sending the issue to the states.
Hundreds, if not 1,000 protesters filled 2nd Avenue in downtown Seattle.
I actually was raised Catholic.
I went to a Catholic school. My whole family is Christian now, but also my Christian family is pro-choice. I don't think you can bash the entire religion based off of it. There are a lot of pro-choice Christians out there that understand that while they may not personally feel a certain way, they can't tell other people how they can and can't.
Exactly.
The thing is, if you're going to be debating with a Christian stance, that has to be separate from the government. You can't enforce or impose any sort of religious beliefs. It has to be separate from the state. I mean, that's how the Constitution was formed. Everybody can argue what they want, but that's the bottom line. You have 80% of the population on this side. That's a lot of opportunity for change and hope for the future. Unfortunately, it's just in the wrong hands right now. These justices were appointed so long ago and will stay in power until they die. They were appointed at a different time and a different era where different things were considered acceptable, where they no longer are now, and it's no longer the voice.
To be fair, like the last three weren't. The last three are in the last fucking 4 years, but
of the people either.
History does repeat itself, and it's just unfortunate that we're all here yet again.
What are your thoughts on the Supreme Court?
They can go fuck themselves.
We just talked to some Christians across the street, and they think that the moment conception occurs, a life form has germinated. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that you can believe whatever you believe, but the second it infringes on my body, I don't give a fuck. But if you read other religions and stuff, like in Jewish law, it is required to abort a baby or a fetus if it jeopardizes the life of the mother. So you need to understand that Christianity isn't the end-all, say-all. There are a multitude of different religions, and we need to respect them all. I think it's infuriating that a dead body has more bodily autonomy than me. You cannot force anybody to donate anything in their body, even though it can save somebody's life, and you're forcing me to potentially jeopardize my health and my safety for something that I don't even want. That's not even considered a life in my opinion, and the opinion of a multitude of people.
I think life begins whenever the baby is physically, pushed out of the womb. If I was in the position to where I was pregnant, I would get an abortion. I think this is extremely unfair and just backwards. It honestly just makes me feel so many emotions: sad, disgusted, angry, and just disappointed. Women need to protect our bodies, so fuck the Supreme Court. As the world changes and evolves, so do people, and we can't just have the same people in office their entire life. It's just gonna end up being backwards. I think that we should at least, have elections for it.
Dude, it's just fucking disappointing. We just have a bunch of old white men, trying to decide what to do with people's bodies, and, that's fucked up.
Are you surprised?
No, fuck no. Why are we surprised nowadays? Our legal system just doesn't seem like it works.
It should not be able to be in the Supreme Court for an unlimited amount of time, and we should be able to have more of a say in who's running our country.
Aren't all other levels elected? So why wouldn't these folks be elected as well, I guess, is what kind of where I'm thinking.
Some of these people are 70, 80 years old. Boomer mentality. It's time for a change.
Perhaps even beyond boomer.
Perhaps even beyond boomer.
I'm not sure what it's called to be 10 years above boomer. I think it might be called the greatest generation.
Fuck these old men.
Who's your least favorite old man?
Clarence Thomas. Or Kavanaugh. Fuck him.
It's my old friend Mads. I'm gonna put a picture on the screen here of me and Mads 10 years ago in the studio, recording some rap music. Mads doesn't really rap anymore. He plays guitar, but he fucking rips it.
Cause I got the coronavirus blues.
Mads, what do you think about what's going on right now?
It's horrendous. It's super sad. Feel terrible for my mom and all the women, and it's pretty scary what's happening to this country. And yeah, women should have complete control over their own bodies. The government should stay the fuck away. Yeah.
What do you think about the idea that immediately upon conception, an autonomous life exists inside of the womb?
I think it's ridiculous. It's to me, it's the same as saying maybe my semen or a sperm or an egg is a life. It is eventually, but not immediately.
What do you think about the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I think that they don't work to serve the common people. The majority of Americans are actually for women's rights over their own bodies. It's representing political interest of the rich and powerful. We need to abolish the Supreme Court and destroy them. Destroy the institution, destroy capitalism, this entire...
Bro, every fucking time I see these fucking protests, dude, no wonder Brandon is fucking losing so much popularity amongst the fucking youth, dude. No wonder, dude. No wonder he's losing popularity amongst the youth. The youth are fucking based. Holy shit. You can fuck people over for you can only fuck people over for a limited amount of time, okay? If you get fucked over 1,000,000 times, at a certain point, you're going to be like, okay, well, I don't want to fucking, I don't want to participate in this. This sucks. And if your immediate interaction, if your immediate inclination is like the only woman in his life he can name his mom, so he's definitely a HasanAbi head, brother, you're a HasanAbi head. You, Mango JPEG, 10-month subscriber, shut the fuck up. Why are you making fun of your own? Also, we don't know if he is, okay? I'm not saying that anymore. People get very mad at me and they say you're narcissistic when I hear people that are repeating takes that I've said in this community, in this broadcast verbatim on the Man on the Street interviews, okay? I'm no longer saying that. I don't think these guys are HasanAbi heads. I don't think a single person there knows who I am or cares about what I have to say. I think they arrived at these conclusions on their own because they are the right conclusions to arrive at, okay? How about that?
U.S. government is built on genocide and slavery and lies. They don't care about immigrants or helping poor people or orphans, so it's just a really convenient way to look like they care about people when they don't give a fuck about other people.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Anything else you want to say, my guy?
Actually, I am a rapper still.
You still rap?
I still rap, yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah. Yo, I believe that we gotta give the choice back to the women, cause they got a voice strapped. That's how we gotta be, armed, ready to fight the government and the capitalists. We could do it in one night, make a new system that overthrows, make a revolution, let the people all know, no foes. I do this for my bros. We do this for everybody from coast to coast. So put your fist up, I'm one of the illest to kill it, representing all of the children unborn. I represent for them, cause women, they're the ones who decide. Yeah, peace and love to everybody, let's ride.
Damn, Maz, you still rap, my guy. I thought you retired the hip-hop career.
No, I'm getting really into it.
All right. Yeah. You getting back into it?
Getting really into it.
Back in the day, me and Mads had a song called Crucial Polarity. I'm going to play it over this song because I believe nobody else.
Okay, I don't want anyone to fucking make fun of people that you see in Andrew videos, okay? Especially if they're saying a lot of things that resemble the ideas that you have, because you're shitting on yourself. There's a mirror, okay? Be nice to these people, okay? He was great. He was a wonderful, wonderful rapper. You're quite literally, personally shitting on yourself in that moment, okay?
He owns the rights to it. Crucial polarity, bringing the clarity. Solidarity, change coming through Seattle solidarity. My name is Maz, yeah, you probably heard of me. I wrote a song and my destiny occurred to me.
That's insane, you remember that.
I remember every one of your bars, man. So what brought you guys out here today specifically?
So we actually are invited to a church group in Kent area. We're going there to preach there tomorrow, and we wanted to come experience Seattle tonight.
But you guys are at the location of the Roe v. Wade protest right across the street. How do you guys feel about what happened?
I think it's good that they, outlawed it for sure.
We're glad for anything that would...
What the fuck? What are they wearing, bro? What are these guys? Also, are there homies got face tats? What's happening right now?
Sure.
We're glad for anything that would save lives.
I definitely think abortion is murder.
I just don't understand why you would dress up like you work at the Cheesecake Factory on your own. You know what I mean? Like if you're working at the Cheesecake Factory, that's one thing, right? Like, yeah, you got to wear it. It's what you have to wear to work. Why the fuck would you wake up and be like, yeah, no, I'm going to do this like God wants me to dress up like this? Are they Amish? Like, what the fuck are they doing?
Sure.
In what way?
Well, you're ending the life of a human. Once conception takes place, the Bible teaches us that, that God says, before I knew thee, I formed thee in the womb. And at that point, life begins. Biologically, it's true that life begins there. Yeah. I think
that dude with the face tats, Like, at a certain point in his life, he has faced that. At a certain point in his life, he wasn't a fucking gigantic loser. You know what I mean? How do you go from, like, fucking having face tats to being Amish, dude? How did that happen? My homie's just surviving. Let's stay out of black people's business on this one.
Bottom line is this, I think, is that people are trying to find a way
Thank
to
you,
get
Chico Tokit, for the 25 gifted sub.
around the consequences of their actions. And if you're having sexual intercourse, you should expect to potentially have a child. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican.
Can I ask you what you think about abortion?
I mean, there's no life. There's no life yet. There's no life. Like there's a beating little thing where it's a cell growing. It's not had a life. It doesn't have a life. It doesn't know what a life is. It has no clue what a life is. You think, oh, it moves around, or it blinks its eyes, or it sucks its thumb, something like that, right? That proves that. Okay, but are you going to give more rights to that baby? That's that fetus. You're going to give more rights to that fetus than you are to women, right? And then all the children that are born that end up in the orphanages, that end up with abusive parents, that end up on the streets, that end up all sorts of problems, dropping out of school. You're going to have like millions of these kids in the next 10 to
This is the most Seattle person you can find, I swear to God.
20 years, okay? What are they going to do about that?
They're right.
Nothing. They think that that's okay, but that's not okay, right? So I don't understand why they're just being so pig-headed and stupid. I think it's an agenda. It's just a coup.
Sure.
It's a
I feel
coup.
like everyone in
Supreme Court's
Seattle
in
is
the middle of a
like
coup.
this, for the record.
It shouldn't have the powers it has. You can't pass laws like that without asking the other two branches of government do you think this is cool? It's a balance of power that's not been used forever because it's been usurped. It's a coup. It's been going on since, well, I don't know, my boyfriend knows.
Yes.
It's
Am I
like
talking
it's
to you
like the
guys real
most
quick?
grunge fucking city.
So how do you guys feel about the whole Roe v. Wade thing being overturned?
Good. God created all humans, and I believe we should leave it up to Him and not take any rights away of the human to live.
So what would you...
Bro, she's not well. She's not well. Republicans only care about life until it's born, queer or brown or non-binary or poor. She is not well, bro. She is not fucking well.
What would you do if you got pregnant in an unwanted situation? Like,
What do you mean? Her entire life is an unwanted situation.
Roe v. Wade thing being overturned.
Oh, I gotta run it again.
God created.
Oh, they didn't speak. He fucking. That's what I missed. I was like trying to figure out, like, he asked a question to the other girls and like none of them spoke.
All
so
humans,
he flipped it over.
and I believe we should leave it up to Him and not take any rights away of the human to live.
What?
So what would you do if you got pregnant in an unwanted situation? Like,
Even if I would feel like this is not a good situation, I would like to make the situation as good as possible for the child.
Right.
That it can be good in the end.
so at what point after conception do you believe that a sperm cell becomes sentient?
Immediately. Right away. I believe the human is started at conception. I believe once it's conceived, the baby has.
America's so wonderful because, like, the 9 Supreme Court, like the 9 deities, 6 of them specifically, basically align with that person. How wonderful is it that we live in the wealthiest nation on earth in 2022, and like this person who can't even string along 3 sentences, who is literally a poster child for fucking systematic inbreeding, has the same take as like the main prevailing fucking body of religious deities that have decided millions, tens of millions of women will be denied medical care. That's crazy. She's like the oldest woman on the Oregon Trail, 29 years old, 3 grandkids. How wonderful that, like, we live in a country where, like, what she is fucking saying is basically like what the Supreme Court acted. Make no mistake, this conversation revolves around life beginning at conception, which is a falsehood. It is not scientific. It is completely made up. It makes no fucking sense. And yet, the entire religious reasoning behind it is exactly what this person is explaining. Holy shit, dude.
Started.
What? I think the word you're looking for is demagogue to refer to the 9 deities. I mean, it's not. No, deity is the right word. I think they literally operate like fucking deities. But is not allowed to stand 5 foot from a man not in her church without an elderman standing over her. Yeah, it's great.
For sure. But I mean, just imagine like something horrible happened to you. You got pregnant and like you knew you were pregnant as a result of a bad situation. Like, how would you feel about bringing a kid into the world knowing that you didn't want it to be there? I mean,
well, obviously.
I think Andrew doesn't realize that, like, probably every pregnancy she has had was not her choice.
I'm a Christian. I believe in God, and I believe that God designed it for the woman to have a baby. And in this circumstance, you're talking about a woman that wasn't ready for it or didn't want it. But I still firmly believe that we should not kill the baby.
even if it was you?
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Crucial polarities, bringing the clarity. Change coming through Seattle solidarity. You call me mad, yeah, you probably heard of me. I wrote a song and my destiny occurred to me.
We're going to begin with tragedy.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What an insane moment. Like, what an absolutely insane fucking moment. She's doing a bad job at explaining her position, thinking of getting an abortion now. These people are Amish Jehovah's Witnesses, Christian fascists. Like, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I actually don't know what's happening there. New Scottish independence referendum just dropped. Breaking. First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's independent referendum will be held on the 19th of October 2023. I'm doing an Irish one. I'm not doing Scottish. The campaign is on. Join over 500,000 people and pledge your support for Scottish independence. Sorry to see you guys go. Sorry to see you go, guys, but you'd be mad not to. Oi Bruv, the Welsh are fucking testing UBI. Wales basic income. Pilot will give care leavers 19,000 quid a year. What's going on then? It's like every other fucking part of the UK is doing better than England in every meaningful way. Free Wales, bruv. Free Scotland, free Wales. England dragged Scotland into Brexit. Of course, they wanted to leave. Do a Welsh accent. There you go. Shout out to my Scottish ancestors for being occupied for so long and never learning English. What? I did it. You said you wanted me to do a fucking Welsh accent. I did it. What? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Motherfuckers be like, you're spitting. I'm like, no, I'm Welsh. Sea Dog comes from Wales? Yeah, I know. I probably said some really fucked up shit in Welsh just now. Okay? She's going all out, pretty much throwing the gauntlet. What is this? She indicated she would try to whip up Scott's anger that they had been denied another separation vote, arguing that a Supreme Court defeat was signal that any notion of the UK as a voluntary union of nations is a fiction. Nicola Sturgeon is to take her battle to stage her own independence referendum to the UK Supreme Court. Your silence on Northern Ireland is deafening, King. What do you mean? Just Ireland? Ireland? Is that what you're talking about? Northern Ireland? What's that? The fuck is Northern Ireland? Just more Ireland? Northern Ireland? That just seems like more Ireland to me. I love the actually nerds in the chat being like, actually, Northern Ireland is a part of the UK and separate from Ireland. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know. I don't abide by those set of rules. I'm going to see how long I can keep quiet about this time around. I'll be voting yes to independence, but I just went about it far too much before. I think Scotland voted no just to spite me. My prediction is that it will be no by an even greater margin. I predict 58% no. The argument against independence will be simple and effective. The friction between the UK and the EU is a taster of the friction between Scotland will experience with England. Any pro-independence arguments regarding how bad things can be countered with it would be even worse. Chuck in some stuff about how now more than ever we need unity, not division, etc. Maybe put the spotlight on some bad people with the independence movement, magnify and stoke the divisions, get them arguing amongst themselves to drain the energy and positivity, and of course, what currency would we use? It'll be 58% no. Bet everything on it. Oh, no. Limit! You are saying the same thing. Ireland, North Ireland, South Ireland, West, East, etc. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. Do you think Europe sold the Kurds in Syria to convince them to sign the Swedish and Finland deal? Yes. I think Lemmy is understandably jaded. Anyone experiencing politics and recognizing the reality of like what Western liberal capitalist nations are doing or not doing really will recognize that all this is bullshit. Northern Ireland is British-occupied Irish counties. Time to learn, bro. It's where all the bombings in the 80s happened. I don't know what you're talking about. To me, there's only one Ireland. And then there's a northern part of Ireland that's still Ireland. Why do you think? What do you think? I don't know what the fucking troubles are, you idiot? What is this? What do you think you're correcting me on this matter, dude? Thanks, dude. I had no idea. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. You fucking dumbass. I know. Oh, thank you, dude. Actually, you didn't know that. God damn, dude. Anyway, 10 British slangs. Come to Oi Bruv land. You'll need to learn some slangs. What the fuck? 10 British slangs, verbs, and phrasal verbs. Lingota language marathon. 567 quid refund, bruv. Oi, bruv. I'm Irish. It triggers me, okay? BBC, I'm Irish. Lake Superior burning an anti-choice cuck. Wait, what do you mean burning? Oh, Tom Fitton in his fucking shirts. Water is wet and abortion kills a human being. Thomas, not even your first talking point is correct. Water is not wet. What water touches is wet. I'm confident I have a lot more experience in making things wet than you do. Okay, to be fair though, Tom Fitton is pretty hot. So I think Lake Superior actually was wrong on that. What is this? New chatters don't know how much you cover it. HasanAbi watches the Northern Ireland situation while mostly managing to not do the accent is the funniest fucking title, dude.
The driver's still on board.
Anyway, to be fair, I'm pretty sure Lake Superior has made more people wet than any other human being. As a part of your Bruvification, here's Jay Schlatt and Jack Manifold comparing the US to the UK. Dude, I want to do something similar to this, by the way. I want to have when I go to the UK, I want to you know, first of all, I want to learn about UK slang and even Welsh slang as well. So that would be tight. If there's any content creators out there, you know, hit me up, hit my line. I also want to go to, you know, UK Oi Bruv cuisine. I want to fucking go to like different places in one day and try out like all the Oi Bruv cuisines that they have to offer. You know what I mean? Collab with Bazinga from the Sidemen. He loves you. Yeah, I want to fucking hang out with the Sidemen. That's one. Wales is fake news. Just East Ireland. No need to learn Welsh slang. Collab with Nico. I DM'd him. He didn't respond, but I'm going to DM him again. Hit up Belle Delphine. Is Belle Delphine in the UK? Learn about UK slang from a chatter here. I sold this. Your posting license has expired. 100 Tesco Club card points have been deducted from your account. Your £3 meal deal is going to be a £5 from now on. You will also only be able to choose from a chicken or ham sandwich. Failure to renew your license is going to result in the loss of more club card points. It's fucking Tuesday! What the fuck? Oh no! What the fuck? Oh no! You're having a fucking laugh, mate. We got Big Ben times 2. 2 Big Bens. You're having a laugh? A second double-decker bus is headed towards the second Big Ben. You're taking a fucking piss, mate. Oh no, that's so good. Like, obviously, I disavow. Wouldn't be good if this happened. But also, it's pretty funny. The bell is called Big Ben, not the tower. Whatever, dude. Shut up, nerd. I don't care. Big Ben and slightly bigger Ben, mate. Your Majesty. Or second double-decker buses hit the Big Ben. A double-decker is heading towards the second Big Ben and you're laughing. You're about to have your second 21-8, lad. Tread carefully. Yeah. In Oi Bruv land, it's not even 821, boys. It's 21-8. You know what I mean? UK 821. They don't even have 821 out there. It's 21-8 in the UK. Absolutely mental, bro. Oh, man. Okay, that was pretty funny. Good shit, Bruvs. She said she would not allow Scotland to be a prisoner of Boris Johnson by allowing him to block another separation vote to be staged, and disclosed her preferred date for a rerun was October 19th next year. She published a referendum bill for a consultative vote to be held and disclosed Lord Advocate Dorothy Bain, her most senior law officer, had referred to the Britain's highest court. I mean, who can blame her, dude? You don't... Why the fuck? Even the British don't want Boris Johnson to fucking handle their affairs. Like, the people in England don't want Boris Johnson to handle their fucking affairs. So why would you expect Scottish people to also have Boris Johnson handle their fucking affairs? You know what I mean? His own party had a worse no confidence vote than prior Tory leaders that have been fucking ousted, okay? And the most senior UK government sources admitted they had not expected. She said Ms. Bain had asked for a ruling whether the legislation was within Holyrood's powers, despite constitutional affairs being reserved to Westminster. The irony, of course. The Supreme Court said the request had been referred to Lord Reid of Alamure, its president. The Scot will decide when the case will be heard, how many justices will consider it, and which will sit on the bench. He ruled last October that the SNP had overstepped its powers by attempting to enshrine treaties on child rights and local government into Scots law. In a decision that was seen as damaging to Miss Sturgeon's case, she could hold her own referendum. With most legal experts predicting the court will side with the UK government, Ms. Sturgeon said she would fight the next general election on the single issue of independence and use it as a de facto referendum. She indicated she would try to whip up Scots' anger that they had been denied another separation vote by arguing that a Supreme Court defeat would signal that any notion of the UK as a voluntary union of nations is a fiction. There it is.
Okay.
Welshmania says, balkanize the UK. I wonder why Welshmania has that opinion. Did you already talk about the Republican drawn maps of districts in Louisiana? Yes, I did. To anyone wondering if this, whether this map is reasonable or not, you tell me. I see no problem with this. Have you seen this? Please tell me you have, Hasan. Ate a Wigan kebab. Weirdest meal up in the north.
Wigan kebab. No, that's what you call a butty.
What the fuck is
I've been
this?
hearing about the Wigan kebab for years, and now I'm finally here in Wigan at the Trawler Man, one of the best chippies. I'm gonna go and try one.
What the fuck's a Wigan kebab? Mate, that looks like a fucking abomination.
I've been told to come in and order a Wigan kebab, but I don't actually know what it is.
You don't know what a Wigan kebab is?
No.
Butter, burn, meat and potato pie on. You're in heaven.
Carbs on carbs on carbs.
Absolutely.
That's what I like to see.
Oh, that's scran, mate. That's fucking... That's scran. That's proper scran.
40% of people come in. It's quick and ready.
And did he call it a Wigan kebab, or is it pie bomb, or what did he ask
Wigan
for?
kebab.
Wigan kebab.
Wigan kebab.
Class. Well then.
There you go, lad. So enjoy, lad.
Wigan kebab. That actually looks class. Right. That is sensational. That is actually spot on, mate. So I'm just looking at the menu here, mate. So I can get a smack for 40p.
Yeah.
So what is smack?
So he's a Scouse, right? That's a Scouser accent, right? Liverpool. Smack. With the fucking K, with a CK, with a... He's a Scouser, right? He's from Liverpool. He's not a Tory.
It's well known in Wigan. Smack, burn, pea wet.
Smack, burn, pea wet.
Yeah, it's a cheap treat for a kid. Some grown-ups get them, but you're generally looking at 80p. You've got some hot potato, batter on, salt vinegar.
What's pea wet, mate?
What's pea wet? In Wigan, it's as good as gravy. It's the water off the peas. You get a few
I have no idea what they're saying, bro. Like, literally no idea. He's a Scouser, and he's in Wigan, which is near Manchester. And I have absolutely no fucking clue what either of these motherfuckers are saying right now. Is pea wet? What is that, pea water? The water off the peas leaves the gravy.
A few bees in as well.
Yeah.
You don't, it's free. Just moisture chips up. Oh, you smack.
I think I've got room for a little bit more, mate. Can I get a smack bar and pay wet?
No problem at all. Get your pay wet. There you go, young man. Enjoy.
Cheers, mate. Smack bar and pea wet. Gotta be honest. The look of this pea wet is knocking me a bit sick. It looks fucking minging. Let's see what it's chatting.
It's fucking minging. Wait. Okay. So at least like British people are not fucking brain dead. Like they look at that and also see what we see, right? Like it looks kind of nasty. Like I'm sure it might taste good, right? But like I've always wondered, like, do British people also see what we see, like the rest of the world sees when they look at British food? I know minging is good. I don't really understand, like, this is the first time I've ever seen, like, a British person literally say, like, no, this looks, minging is bad? Wait, I thought minging was good. I thought minging was good. Like, oh, no, that's peng. Peng is good. Minging is not good. Peng is good. Fuck. Peng. Minging is munted. Or just had this calypso. It's fucking minging. Oh, all right. Peas on toast is not food. Peng is good, right? Peng ting. As someone in the Discord with Oi Bruv, they don't get why we say mashed peas look like shit. Suck ya dad. We'll say lang now, not peng, mate. Wait, why? Why are they eating like the Germans are still flying over? Yeah, this is where the mingin, I remember this one. I know exactly.
I've just started this calypso. It is fucking mingin. Paradise Punch Lemonade. It is fucking mingin. Suck your dad. It's mingin. It's fucking mingin.
This is one of my favorite fucking... This is one of my favorite... God, what a beautiful game that was, dude. It's such a good fucking game. Suck your dad! It's I just ate this fucking calypso. It's fucking mingin. By the way, you're mixing northern and southern slang. Bro, here's the problem. In that fucking island, okay, every zip code has its own fucking lexicon, its own rhetoric, its own fucking words, and its own accent. You go from one street to the next, and I can't even comprehend. I don't know how the fuck they communicate with each other. It's fucking insane. How do you expect me to know what the different dialects are from street to street? I don't even know how the fuck these dumbasses talk to one another. I swear to God. Suck your dad. We can understand pretty much all dialects. Yeah, bro. North and South are drastically different. There's a Northern Independence Party and all. Yeah, craziest shit we have in the US that we say soda differently, like pop. That's it. The best British restaurant is a place called Binley Mega Chippy. Unironically, I live in a town where 4K people say sen instead of you, and they're the only ones in the country. What? Wait, sen is literally you in Turkish, by the way. I don't know if you know that or not, but that is actually... 10 is you, the word you in Turkish. A tour guide of the UK.
Pronunciation is the great communicator. As soon as you deviate from that and you go into London speech, for example, then you lose a little bit of the communication. Cockney is based on East Anglian, Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridgeshire. This is often by actors confused with the West Country, where the R's come in, and then you get Dorset and Somerset, get into Cornwall. Devon's slightly different. It goes into the nose a bit more like that. Then you go up north to Yorkshire. It's nice if you get a word that's got one of the predominant sounds in it, like Yorkshire. Then you cross the Pennines into Lancashire, where it gets much more flexible and fluid in the mouth. Liverpool is there too, you know. It's Scouse. It's a mixture of all kinds of sounds. One of those is Northern Irish with the raising inflections, but you don't get the raising inflections down in Dublin, where it has that poetic quality, which is sometimes thought of as being not different from Highland speech, which is also quite poetic and almost Scandinavian. And then you come down to Glasgow and into the lowlands of Scotland, where you get little stops and things like that. And then you come down the west coast and you're in Wales, North Wales, where it's breathy like that, and down into South Wales, where you get much heavier, and Welsh people who sometimes even sound a bit drunk.
That was incredible. This was the best, most concise fucking video I've ever seen. Just read Paddy's tweets in his voice. Yeah. Why are you getting Connor to send you pictures of his money, you silly sausage? Stop embarrassing. I can't even do it. Stop embarrassing yourself. Why would I grapple with you? No, I'm not doing it. It's Irish. It's too much. It's too Irish. I'm not a Tory. Why are you getting Connor to send you pictures of his money, you silly sausage? Stop embarrassing yourself. Also, be careful with how you pour your pint in the UK. If there's too much head, instantly escorted from the pub.
Today, I'm going to give you a whirlwind tour of the United Kingdom in show you a clip of them speaking. I'm going to show you how you can study English from your own home and get where, as you move, start with received pronunciation, or RP, as it's.
This is too nerdy. You're doing what Chet Hanks did with the Jamaican accent, but you're just doing it with random British accents? Yes. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. You got a problem with that? Take it up with your fucking dad. Fuck your dad. Suck your dad.
Got a hefty dollop of pea wet there, and it's actually quite nice. There's no pea, it's just wet, but you can taste the pea. A wig and a kimbo with the smack barn pea wet and the wing kebab. And I don't know which one I prefer, if I'm honest. So that's a wing kebab. Obviously a lot more meaty and no peas. See, the smack barn pea wet, it's got more of a crunch. I'm gonna have to go to the smack barn pea wet. I'm sorry to all the wig and kebab lovers, but it's gotta be the smack barn pea wet. I think I've got room for a little bit more, mate.
Baby's head. Oh, wow.
What's a baby's head?
Steak pudding.
Steak pudding?
Steak pudding. Well, we're in around here. Puddings at best.
And why is it called a baby's head?
They favour them. They've got very similar to look at.
So, yeah. So when you crack open a baby's head, that's what it looks like inside?
Yeah, but don't do it.
Still got this baby's head to go.
Yeah,
what?
I'll tell you something about that. The baby's head actually comes with chips and gravy and stuff as well.
Are you messing that? 3-course Wigan meal. Oh.
There you go.
Cheers, fella. Baby's head. Because it looks like a baby's head. And if you crack. Now we're talking. That's a serious pie, that. That is a serious pudding. So I've had a Wigan kebab, a smack barm, and a baby's head. I'm officially a Wiganer now. John Paywet's on that, mate?
Here we go, lads. Belfast pasty. Let's go.
What?
I'm an Englishman in Belfast, and everywhere I've gone, I've been told one thing. I've got to try a pasty from BT's. Let's go check it out.
Is that fucking raw?
Can we get a pasty, please?
All right, okay.
The Belfast pasty. Noun. Deep-fried potatoes. So pink and so...
There was an update about the Wigan chip shop. The owner was cheating on his wife with a young lass who worked there. That's crazy. Giving her a proper shagging. Giving her a proper shagging in the back. That's what made the pea taste so good. That's what made the pea taste ping. It wasn't minging, it was ping. Buggered her. Oh, I love that, dude. Okay.
So yummy.
No additives or nothing like
It's
that.
a classic
really
way.
light batter, which is our own secret mix. We'll pop it in there, let it fry away. Make sure it doesn't hit the bottom of the pan. Sometimes it hits the bottom of the pan, it can go hard.
How do people normally have their pasties then?
Some people taking the pasty bap again, that's the argument, is a pasty bap or a bap pasty. Here in Belfast you get a couple of chips with it. Up the country you don't get chips, do you know what I mean? It's a Belfast thing.
Absolutely buzzing to try this.
Ollie, salt and vinegar in the pasty, bud? How's that, bud?
Perfect.
Enjoy.
Cheers,
All right,
thank
mate. Thank you. All the best.
Here we go, lads. Belfast pasty. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Hot. Spicy.
Bro. You say turn on the subtitles, please. Like, the subtitles don't fucking understand what is being processed. It's also weird. It's also weird to consider because, like, these guys invented the language. I just want to remind everyone that these motherfuckers who you can't understand literally invented the language that we speak, okay? So just remind yourself of that weird reality for a brief moment.
See? That's exactly.
Also, yes, he did say salt is spicy. He said spicy. The man only put salt and vinegar.
What I was looking for. The texture's fantastic. The batter really adds something. You get the sort of the softness, the tastiness of the potato in the middle, and the batter really elevates it, adds something else to it. I understand why these are so popular in Belfast. It's absolutely delicious. I've always said, what's better than one potato? Two potatoes. You should add that.
Guy looks dramatically different now than he once did. Wait, what is this? Least threatening Northern Irish accent?
Warning. This is security. Your presence has been detected. The owner and police have been informed.
What the fuck is going on in Northern Ireland? What are they trying to turn it into South Africa? What the fuck? I'm begging to watch a video that goes along with the story. Motion detector with Northern Irish accent shouts as passers-by. The strongest Irish accent you'll ever hear.
And we're here in Killarney because we've been invited by a very special character. I hear he's a local legend, and his name is Sham.
Okay, bro. You motherfuckers would be like, hey, listen to this drunk guy slur his speech, and then be like, oh, I bet you can't even understand what he's saying. It's like, bro, what the fuck? I mean, yeah, of course you can't understand what the fuck he's saying, because he's not saying anything. He's just,
Sham, how are you?
Good, my dear.
We're here in Killarney today.
Nice to meet you.
Are you from Killarney?
I'm on Muga. I'm 5 miles away.
Born and bred?
Born and bred in Killarney.
And come here, Sham, we're trying to figure out what makes Killarney so special. What do you think makes it a great town?
All right, kid. There's plenty of money in Killarney. All the tourists will money there. Not holiday the door.
Yeah. Lots of tourists around.
The tourists don't Killarney.
It's great, isn't it?
Great, give me a talk away.
And what's your favourite thing about Killarney?
To me, Conor, my best singer, Shetland. To me, Conor from Shetland. He played my better to me, Connor.
Yeah?
Glen. Good player.
And I tell you what we're going to do today. Tell me if you think this is a good idea or not. We're going to go with the jar.
You know he's faking it, right? Like, there's no shot he understands what this dude is saying. I think he's just like, yeah, old man. That's great. Thank you. Today we're going to go and look at some cool stuff today, right? He's just making stuff up as he goes along.
Jarvis?
Yeah? Good idea?
Quite a know. I'm old Jarvis. I'm a farmer.
You're a farmer?
I'm a child farmer.
And is this your regular spot? We're in O'Connor's bar.
I got Jack's zone, I said. Jack, Thomas, Shane, John, and Jack said.
Okay.
I moved around.
You moved around a lot?
I made like this statue.
But come here, is this your favourite pub in town?
No, and I enjoyed them there. They're good to me.
They're good to you?
The girl in the bar, very good to me.
Linda?
Linda's good to me.
Linda's good to you. She's back there somewhere. She's hiding from the camera.
Hiding the camera.
And what's the pint of Guinness like here, Sham?
Good. But I don't just in my life.
So you recommend Killarney anyway? Best town in Ireland?
Best town in Ireland.
Yeah.
TrueAnon.
And what age are you now, Sham? Do you mind?
71 gone. My birthday is in December. 71 gone.
Well, you're doing great for 71, aren't you?
Great.
Thank God.
Maybe 78.
Oh, of course you will, yeah. Absolutely. And what's the crack like with all the lads here in the bar?
Great night, lad. They're really I'm enjoying it, right?
Yeah?
I've never seen actual anti-white racism before this. They're Irish, brother. They're not white. What do you mean? BBC, I'm Irish. Never forget Donnie O'Sullivan's parents' wild difference in accents. Wait, what? Donnie O'Sullivan's parents were...
Donnie last night.
Yes, we were, yeah.
How was it?
All evening. Oh, we were very proud, but frightening at the same time to be watching it, to be witnessing it.
Wait, this is Donnie O'Sullivan's parents? Oh my God. This is the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen. Jacksepticeye.
There is a video on, like, oh my God, this one. Irish farmers lose their sheep.
Yeah, I remember
Mad
this one.
accent.
Oh, I remember this one. Wait. Is he going to translate? Let's see.
That's right, then you own them in, and you want to say it, find that.
But this is different. This is like a language, isn't it? I thought this was like a separate language.
Saturday, Mikey Joe O'Shea brought his flock of Scotch sheep down from the mountain commonage ahead of lambing. He discovered over 50 were missing. Allowing for a number of deaths and strays, Mikey is convinced over 45 sheep have been stolen.
45? That's a mad load of sheep.
Possibly a night, there'd be a full moon there about night, and it should be bright out, and there could anyone go up in the mountains about night, sure.
Yeah! Oh my God, that's a heavy accent. Jesus! That's what I'm saying, down in County Kerry, down in the south of Ireland, is some of the maddest accents you'll hear.
Well, there was 45 sheep missing, like, and the lambs and everything, and the sheep just count out a nice bit of money, like. To be done about it, nothing.
That's Gaelic, isn't it? Like, I feel like someone is just like casting spells. Motherfucker's casting spells. Look out! Look out! He's casting. No, wait. He didn't even actually translate it. You guys debated me.
Oh God, this
is how my family speaks. Wait, hold on. I want to watch Donnie. Friend of the show, Donnie's parents were interviewed. I didn't know that.
Terrible altogether, yeah.
A lot of activity around him.
Too much bad activity, yeah. But he kept the head going, so he was good. Kept himself sound anyway, yeah.
He kept very cool because he was in Georgia a couple of days before that. So like he goes around to all he's followed this Trump he's maybe gone to all the Trump rallies the whole year, like.
He's well used to a bit of aggro.
Oh, aggro, yeah, and then of course they have the security is with him as well a bit, yeah.
He always had an interest in journalism, did he?
Always, from day one. Always.
Obviously.
Years ago he'd kill me for saying it, but he was always interested in wrestling, and he'd love to have been a wrestling.
Dude, Donnie is just like me for real. He was like fascinated with American culture. Nothing more Irish than a sweater over a button down and a beanie. I was about to say I understand them easily, and then the dad talked. Yeah, what the fuck is the dad saying, bro? You and I both know there is no captions on this guy, straight up.
Presenter in his younger days when he was age 5.
Oh, that's right.
But he was always writing stories. He was always presenting things. He'd come home from play school and he'd sit in front of the coffee table and he'd be presenting programs just to himself and the walls. And he loved that. Always interested. Yeah. Always interested in a good story, Donny was. Yeah.
And Donald, you were watching it yourself last night.
I was, yeah. I'm very, very impressed, yeah.
Very impressed, yeah.
Were you worried at all?
I wasn't, no, I don't know, I wasn't, because those things, I suppose I wasn't, I know that, of course, I suppose it got to be, I thought at one stage it might get a bit out of hand, but but.
What the? What is he? Oh my God. I can't say anything. How do they understand each other? I understand everything you're saying. Okay, bro. Yeah, me when I lie in the chat. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, no, I understand everything you're saying. Totally, bro. Sure. I'm going to cry. This is how my granddaddy spoke. I thought it might get a bit out of hand, but you know. What you're feeling right now is what the Romans felt 2,000 years ago when they came to Britain. It's not that hard. Just listen. I straight up don't understand what the fuck he's saying. It makes it worse that you can understand like a word or two, so you know it's English, but the rest is gibberish. Yeah, it straight up fucking sounds like, you know, he's saying, you know, and then the rest are, and you're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? You know what? No, I don't know. Accent, but also he's repeating words a lot and running words together.
Yes, I suppose it gets very dramatic for a bit, like. But he was well able to handle it, well able to cope with him, like.
A pile of people talking about him on social media.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, we never thought there'd be so much media about it.
He said this morning he's feeling the love from home, so he's really enjoying it.
Wait, is she translating for him? She just gave up? Give Glasgow
The Scottish
a chance.
accent is famous for being difficult to understand, but the Glaswegian accent can be even more difficult. There are words and phrases in Glasgow that sound a bit like a foreign language even.
It's not Glasgow.
So I'm on a mission to find some people to help me translate.
No, he said he didn't think there'd be so much media about it. I have a strong Scottish accent and I'm coming to Twitch. You be ready? Dude, I can't wait to see you motherfuckers at TwitchCon EU. But I'm also going to be in your backyard. I will be going to the UK. I will be going to the fucking kingdom, bruv. Before I go to Amsterdam, I'm planning on going and doing a little bit of fucking little tiffy, yeah, in the fucking United Kingdom. That's right. That's right, bruv. I'm gonna be having a laugh, yeah. Gonna be having a fucking wee laugh in your backyard, yeah.
Okay, so I love the Glaswegian accent, and I was wondering if you could teach me some local phrases.
Well, it's very hard to bring them to mind. This is the thing. It's all right when your eyes are not going there.
Oh, come on, bro. He's just fucking... Okay, brother. I know when someone is just hamming it up. Like, this is made up. He's just, like, making shit up. There's no shot. No fucking shot this is real. No fucking shot that even if it is real, he's just, like, he's hamming it up. He's trolling, right?
Happy as us. You understand?
He ended it with, yeah, understand. Glaswegian accent.
You've got to go see how long it happened, and then she's got to be able to explain. Do you know what that is? Yeah, I don't even know what you're pointing at the words. See if you just drive straight along up there. Yeah. Like then, see.
Look at Zoil translating this.
I'll try.
Right, yeah, keep making that JJ.
This is my dinner today.
Hash browns and beans.
Hash brown and beans.
I zoom in on your burger.
I'll zoom in on the burger.
My little sausage there.
My little sausage there.
Have a bit of nice strawberry sauce, brown sauce.
Nice topped with brown sauce.
Scran. That's no scran. Lot of you will say scran. It's no scran. Bro, what is happening right now? I just don't even fucking understand any of the things that people are saying. Dude, why? Why is it like this?
Yeah, you little fucking daft cunts. Who's all these people who keep fucking MSN and all that to me? They keep sending us these fucking messages on my tube or something like that, saying, yeah, Buzzcocks, when's these new videos coming out and all that? Yeah, man, you little fucking daft, irritating cunts. I'll bring them out when I feel like it, man. Yeah, man, do you think I know how to use a computer, you daft spacker? And I know how to load a Mega Drive and all that, and I finished Echo the Dolphin 4, but do I fuck know how...
Bro, what happened to this guy? What happened to this fucking... Okay, give me the Hot Fuzz scene. Okay, here, I'll play it. I'll play it, daft cunt. Where's the Hot Fuzz clip, dude? Here. Timestamp of the Jack translating the sheep video. I'm sorry, I thought the full clip was the one you want.
There'd be a full moon there about night, and it would be bright out, and there could anyone go up in the mountains about night, sure.
There was a full moon out, and it was real bright. So anybody could have come up and taken them.
Well, there was 45 sheep missing, like, in the lamb.
We said there's 45 sheep missing, like.
So now it's in the sheep just count out a nice bit of money, like.
Okay, I have no idea.
There's lambs and everything missing, and the sheep, you know, like, it'll count out to a nice bit of money. What can be done about it? Nothing.
Can be done about it? Nothing.
I feel like that scene in Hot Fuzz, where it's like,
Well, here. I love Hot Fuzz. Incredible.
Why do we need the dog? It's not the dog we need.
I couldn't see the view anymore. Was he Mombo?
Right. What did he say?
Said as his edge, huh? He only chopped him down because he couldn't see the view no more. Was he Mombo?
What did he say?
He said an edge is an edge. He only chopped it down because it spoiled his view. What's Reaper moaning about?
Right. Look, I appreciate your position, Mr. Webley, but you can't go around chopping down other people's hedges without permission.
I suppose.
Yes, I suppose.
Thank you.
All
All
right.
Mr. Webley, I trust you have a license for that firearm.
I does for this one.
Does for this one. He does for this one.
What do you mean by this one?
It's the most American Oi Bruv, dude. Spoiler alert! He's about to get Oi Bruv ready.
By the power of Grayskull.
Where on earth did you get these?
Found him.
You found them? And what is this?
Sea mine.
Sea mine.
Well, Mr. Webley, this is an extremely dangerous collection. It's a wonder nobody's been hurt before.
Nah, just a lot of junk.
No, apparently it's been deactivated, over.
By the way, you guys joke, but like, this is, when I was staying in Chelsea, they were literally deactivating a mine down the street from me. I'm not even kidding. In Chelsea, bruv. Yeah, that's right. When I was staying in fucking Chelsea when I went to London, they were deactivating a fucking mine down the street from me. They always find fucking mines from the old wars. It's a normal thing that happens, bruv. Yeah, they still find the unexploded ordnance from the fucking Blitz, bruv. It's pretty funny that the Anglo-West speaks the same language, but we can't understand each other. I traveled to Central America years back and traveled a bit with some Canadians, and they could hardly understand my country Australian accent. Pretty funny times. I don't think it was an IRA mine, bruv. I think it was from fucking the Nazi times.
Also an Irish chatter struggle. It's top of the hour, no bait. I'm tired of baiting. Oh. Oh, it's 17 minutes into the top of the fucking hour. Oh, it's 17 minutes into the top of the fucking hour. It's actually been longer than top of the hour. It's 17 minutes in. And guess what? In honor of the Irish chatters, in honor of the United Kingdom, at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. Now, if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But you can subscribe for $5, for £5, which is about around 6 fucking quid. Or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime as long as you've got an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Or you can get gifted a sub. But there were like hundreds of fucking subs that were gifted earlier. If you never got one, that means you're probably not going to get one, if we're being honest. So you make your own fucking luck. In the words of the wonderful people who sang this fucking song. The top of the hour has to be lucky every time. But you, my friends, only have to be lucky once. Here's the fucking ad break now. You only have to be lucky once a month for the gifted subs. It's £4, bruv. My bad. My bad. I was wrong. Rex Saucy, thank you for the 4 gifted subs. Alright. Anyway. Scottish Roof Lad. Everybody always wants me to fucking always watch the here. Everyone's been trying to get me to watch this.
Yep, I think you've got a bit of all wrong. No, because if you take a tumble, you're taking a heater, you're taking a heater doing it. Try and get both your feet into the flashing and tiptoe down the flashing. If you can stand up on the flashing and hold on to the gutter till you turn, and then you're...
Bro, what's wrong with his face? It looks like he's a zombie, dude.
As you turn, your foot will hit the metal pin. You what, Andrew? It was going to D there, Andrew. It was going to D.
He's just Scottish.
Right,
My bad.
Don't put too
My
much
bad.
weight on
He's
it,
just
right?
Scottish.
Where the fuck am I meant to put my weight? Mate, I can't put my weight in the roof. It's dead fun. I can't hold on to it. What am I meant to do with that? Oh, you're not doing it for 5 minutes. You fucking wank stain. Don't put...
You fucking wank stain.
What the fuck are you talking about? I can't put my weight on the fucking roof. I can't put my weight in the gutter. Where's it meant to go? No, man, I can't just fucking move it. Oh. You fucking want. That's how agitated I'm getting now. You really fucking agitated me.
It was you that wanted to go up, Dick.
I'm just going to let myself drop right. I'm going to hold on to this side bit. And hopefully I'm far enough down that I can just...
New Zealand accent versus Bruv accent is different. What?
Lift my scooter outside the theory. Nick minute.
What?
I lift my scooter outside the theory. Nick minute.
What does Nick Minute mean?
Nick minute.
Okay, that was insane. All right, we saw all of these accents. But yeah, I'm looking at things to fucking do. I'm looking at things to do. Wait, oh, British slang.
It's an amazing opportunity
Lovely slang include lots of extra bonus. I was gobsmacked when I found out that he fancied me too.
Fancy.
Gobsmacked means shocked, speechless. Now, the other way that we use this verb is to express that we want or we feel like something. I could say, I really fancy fish and chips tonight. And that means I really feel like.
I like that she said gobsmacked in a fucking video where she's teaching British slang and verbs. She said gobsmacked. Like you're supposed to know what the fuck that means when she's describing the first word, which is to fancy. It's to fucking fancy. No, but I don't like this. This is like the fancy. Everybody knows to dub somebody in, to report someone's wrongdoing to a person of authority.
Ellie dobbed me into the teacher for skipping class yesterday.
Okay, that's like, for fucking snitches. To chat somebody up.
And the second one is slightly less common.
Flirting.
It's kind of used in a more sarcastic way. The first meaning is to talk to somebody in a flirtatious way.
Woo! I fucking got it, mate.
Flirtatiously. So if somebody's paying me lots
got that one. Easy.
To do something.
To be up for something. What? That's not even slang. Come on.
Better, but pop is the one that I struggle with because I just use it all the time. Pop, the meaning is very simple. Once you understand it, you will be fine.
Bro, there's so much wonderful language to learn about the UK, and these fucking weirdos decided to cover the least, like, significant shit. I don't know about street slang.
Hello, my name.
Okay, that seems insane. All right, good video of British slang.
Dadgum. Yeah, it's very funny when you see it written.
Dadgum.
Damn, they were doing promo for The Gentleman or whatever, which is like such a fucking mid-ass in comparison to the other Guy Ritchie movies. It was so mid. Or
Hello,
what is it, The Gentleman?
Charlie
What
Hunnam.
was it?
He would be the Geordie. This is...
I'm Hugh Grant. I will be instructing you on British slang.
And I'm Matthew McConaughey. I will be giving you the howdies from Texas. So, what do we got first? Oh, speaking of howdies.
That's one of the British ones.
Whoop. Would you say that, please?
Yeah. Howdy.
Howdy. That's it. It is one of the British ones. The Texans stole that, or did you steal that from us?
You stole pretty much everything.
We probably did.
War.
Oh.
War?
Is that Geordie?
I think so. I don't know if that's the right spelling, but war, like war kid.
What?
What?
Like you say war kid, like you would say my friend or my son or my little...
You know what's crazy? I thought Charlie Hunnam was American and his accent was fucking fake in The Gentleman. Straight up. I literally thought his accent was just fucking like just made up. Because it was so... It's so weird. His accent is so fucking broken, dude.
Little brother would be war kid.
It means our kid.
Yeah, it means yeah. War.
It's very interesting. A lot of it comes from Scandinavian because the Vikings came over to that part of the world.
Hence my blonde.
Yeah, and look how Scandinavian he looks. It's like Bjorn Borg with a
great hairline.
With a man bun.
Yeah. Clarts.
Clarts. As in clarty, as in dirty. Didn't bring them clarty boots in here.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Ha! Jack the Lad.
Jack the Lad.
Well, everyone in this movie is a Jack the Lad, really. It's a villain.
Do you know that Jack O'Connell has Jack the Lad tattooed on his arm? And he is a Jack the Lad. So it works.
Someone who, bit of wheeler dealing.
Yeah.
Someone might say, can we trust
He's a wise guy.
Roger? I don't know, he's a bit of a Jack the Lad.
So he might pick your pocket.
The upper class perspective.
What? I like that one. Y'all, that's just an easy one. It's a bit of... Whoa.
Dude, oh God, we're so whack. We are so whack, dude. We literally don't have culture. I'm realizing this right now. I mean, I've always known it, but like in America, we just have nothing, dude. They got like insane shit, and then what we got? We got y'all. Oh wow. Such good fucking slang, dude.
For
everyone.
Everyone.
But you sprinkle it everywhere.
Thank God for AAVE, honestly. Really fucking black people carrying American culture once again. Literally, straight the fuck up. The only different like dialects that you can pick apart other than like, you know, the obvious basic shit is like AAVE in like different areas. You know what I mean? Baltimore. You really don't know American slang? You're fucking a marabou. You got hog culture, Daytona Bike Week, prove that. No. There's different slang in America. Y'all is just so basic.
Very sprinkleable.
Dadgum.
It's a nice way to say, instead of saying, you teach a kid to say, instead of saying, damn it.
Oh, dadgum.
Oh, dadgum.
That darn it.
Yeah, it's very funny when you see it written.
Dadgum. Fixin' to. So, I'm about to.
Yeah.
Fixin'. So, where are y'all going? Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm fixing to have my lunch.
Balmy.
Balmy.
Well, he's balmy, isn't he? He's balmy.
Bit mental.
Yeah?
Mental, yeah.
Bit of a mental case.
So all the cricket supporters who go around the world supporting the England team are known as the Balmy Army. They dress up in silly costumes. They are balmy.
Bit of a lunatic, a bit of a what?
It was some Jack the Lads in there. Bonce.
Bonce.
So a footballer, soccer player might say, "Hey, on the bonce, mate." That's your head.
Bless your heart.
That's everything. That's universal.
Yeah,
That's
bless
just
your
English language.
Bless your heart. Women in Texas and the South. Oh, bless your heart.
What the fuck?
Tough moment. Dad,
We're learning things. Collywobbles. That's some old English.
If you're nervous, first day on the set.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Collywobbles.
Oh, is it? The butterflies.
Yeah, butterflies in your stomach.
This video is mid, sorry to say.
Hi, my name's Idris Elba, and I have been set up, completely set up. I know nothing about British slang, but I'm here to teach you British slang.
Wait, what? Why? Why does he not know?
Ting. It just means thing. You can say ting in so many ways. You can say it like, you know, what are you doing later? I've got this ting to do. What you got in your pockets? Let me see. You say, just my tings. You know, it's that kind of thing. And it, it's a useful word. Next, fit.
Proper fit, bro.
Means you look good.
Proper fit, bro.
You're buff. Buff is another word for good.
What?
Now, this is a fun one, you know, because I was named Sexiest Man of the Year. And what you could say is, Idris Elba is fit. See what I did there? Chirpsing. To chirp someone is like if you go into a pub and you see a girl and you're like, oh, she's nice, you want to go and talk to her. Talking to her is called chirpsing. In English rhyming slang, we say bird for women. It's not cool at all, but that's what it is, bird. And when you talk to a bird, you chirp. And so you're chirpsing a girl. My chirpsing days are over. Benning. What it actually means is that when I'm benning, I'm laughing so hard that I'm
fucking benning, bruv. What?
Bending over. That man, that you could say it like this. Yo, I saw my guy the other day. Yo, he had me benning. Adam. So, a little quick history lesson here. So, Cockney, the word Cockney is, I would say it's a people that come from an area in East London. That area in East London is defined by the Bow Bells. The Bow Bells are church bells that are in Bow, and when they ring, they have like a 3-mile radius of their sound. And if you are within that 3-mile radius, then you are technically a Cockney. And now the Cockneys would use slang, and they would rhyme words with other words, and that's what Cockney rhyming slang is. Adam and Eve. Believe. You could say, I guess, mate, I saw this purple dragon the other day. I don't Adam believe. Yeah. I don't Adam, yeah. I think that's it.
What?
Barney. Barney is Cockney rhyming slang for Barney is for trouble. So you'll say like, you know, mate, there's gonna be some Barney when he comes, you know, if you don't clean this place up. It comes from Barney Rubble, the Flintstone character. Rubble rhymes with trouble. Shepang. Bait. This is a bit more modern. It's kind of like saying putting yourself out there.
Barney, bro.
It's like you're going to be embarrassed. That's going to be bait. Like you're going into a restaurant and you know you haven't got your wallet. You could say that is bait. Innit? It's kind of like getting affirmation. And it comes from ain't it. Also, isn't it. So it's become innit. It's obvious. Innit?
Yeah, we know what fucking innit is, bruv. Idris, we know you got a license for that fucking innit. Tommy innit, bruv.
Tear. I think rare tear means
Rare
and blah,
tear?
blah, blah. You know, it's kind of like saying, and then rare tear. It's like saying there was a lot of jabber. Rank. Something is disgusting. It's like...
I mean, we use that. We use rank. I mean, we should use rank. Rank is good.
Rank in here, you might say.
It's
like,
fucking minging, bruv. It's rank. It's fucking rank, bruv. It's fucking minging. It's minging.
His shoes in the fucking room, it was rank. Apples and pears. Everyone knows this one. Even the Americans know.
Not minging. Minge is pussy, right? Is it minge pussy? Minge is vagina, bruv. Minge means cunt, you fool. Okay, minging is fucking minging. That's rank. It's not a fucking gosh. They love to say minge cunny. Yeah. And fanny, nasty ass island. I know, I love those words, dude. Minge is a fucking fanny.
Going up the apples and pears means, it basically means apples and pears, stairs. So I'm gonna go up the apples, meet me up the apples.
What?
Apples and pears. Okay, big up.
Why did they do that? Why did they do what? I'll go up the apple. Go up the old apple then. Why would they fucking do that? What a weird fucking thing to say, dude. What? It's fucking mental, innit? Simple as.
Big up is just like, yep, nice to see you, man. Big up. It's like hail, like they would do in Roman times. But instead of saying hail, sounds cooler to say
what?
Big ups. 11 OS. If you've got some 11 OSs, you've got trainers, or for my American friends, sneakers that are worth over £110. Oh, Alan Wickers. This is funny. Alan Wickers rhymes with knickers, okay? Knickers. And, well, you know what knickers are, so, you know, don't get your Alan in a twist. It's quite funny. She was lovely, but she had no Allens. I did enjoy...
What? What? That is the most insane. That is the most insane fucking rhyme convention to say underwear. What the fuck? Chat, what do you think like the New York Knicks is long for? It's not the N-word, you fucking weirdos. It's panties. It's underwear. Pants. Chat's out here getting their fucking Allens in a bunch, yeah? Chat's out here getting their fucking Allens in a twist, yeah? You see that? Popper bro me, bruv. What is it, bro me? What was the crazy thing? Northern Irish slang.
For basically me.
Northern.
And Liam Neeson.
Jamie Dornan.
Jamie Dornan. I am today doing Northern Irish slang with Jamie Dornan. That's me. Well, that's the most famous expression we have in all of Ireland.
Crack.
When you say what's a crack, like that's the first thing you say to someone from home. Like, what's a crack? How's it going? What are you up to? It basically, it's sort of all encompassing. If it's like, oh, we had great crack last night, that means that the crack was good. Boys of dear, I say this all the time when you've been jarred by something or you've received some news, you go, boys of dear. And then I have my own spin on it. I always say boys of dear, dear's a boy, which really annoys people. I once tried to do a whole conversation with these builders who were working at my dad's house by only saying boys of dear to them, and I talked to them for 20 minutes. Kecks is your underwear. Like, oh, I can't wear these dirty kecks again, I've worn them 4 days in a row. I've never said that, but my friends have. We If there's any phrase that's used more than crack, it's we. We'll be like, oh, I'm gonna have a wee cup of tea. Even though you're having a totally normal sized cup of tea, we'll say a wee cup of tea. Or if you're like in a shop, the man or woman will be like, do you want a wee bag with that? But you're just getting a normal sized bag.
I thought we meant like small. Why are people using we inappropriately? Unacceptable. Fucking unacceptable.
Very, very strange. Steaming means drunk. Absolutely steaming last night. The crack was 90. Had far too many wee pints. Any more of this and there'll be less of it. I mean, that's so stupid. That's as Irish as a statement as you're ever likely to read. Like putting an end to it, like stop it, or you know, you'll get what's coming to you. It could only be uttered in Ireland, but that's why I love it.
Any more of this and there'll be less of it. Dude, that's such an awesome fucking term of phrase. It's just, you're gonna fight someone. That's like fighting words, isn't it? Isn't that literally what you say before you beat someone's ass? It's simple if you're not trying to waste your day on it.
Bite you is if you don't greet someone with what's the crack, you'll say bite you, which is just like how about you, like how you doing, like how are you?
No, it's like settle down or you're luring a good thing, turn a phrase. Dare you to say that to the alien tonight? Any more of this and there'll be less of it.
Basically, I found that the longer I've not lived in Northern Ireland, the less I say about you, and I'm quite pleased with that.
About you?
Is that my name? God, I didn't even think that was a Northern Irish term. Jammy means lucky, you jammy bastard, which means you're lucky bastard. Yarn, like a tale, like a story. Like, oh, we had a good yarn last night in the pub. Dead on means, oh God, I can't stop saying Northern Irishisms. I was going to say dead on means that you're sound. You call someone who's cool, like who's like legit, like we either say they're sound. Yeah, no, they're really sound. Or
Hello,
say they're dead on. I met your man last night, he's dead on. It means you're cool, basically. Faffing, oh, I use this a lot. You're wasting time if you're trying to leave the house and someone's like...
Oi, you're trying to leave the house and you're faffing.
Sunglasses. Probably say it more to my wife. Yeah, faffing, stop faffing about. Pool means to gore with someone, to kiss someone. You go out on the pool, like I was out in the pool last night. Failed. That's definitely heavily used. Buck Egypt is a term that I love. It basically means someone stupid. I mean, Egypt is like the Irish word for idiot, or someone who's just always annoying. Well, your man, he's a Buck Egypt. Yeah, good term. Yoke, that's an all of Ireland term really. You can apply that to anything. I'm holding this yoke here, like the iPad could be a yoke. It's often used when you're trying to describe something that you maybe don't know the word for it, the thing, whatever, but we would say yoke. Thank you so much for watching Northern Irish.
It's great.
Tom Hardy.
And I'm Riz Ahmed.
And we're going to teach you some English slang. See, if someone's crazy, they're a nutter. So it does a nut in. Doing my nut in.
Literally,
doing
the
something in
skull
means damaging.
Feels like it is caving in.
Doing someone's nut in is the same as doing someone's head in. Means it just annoys you.
Bro, Tom Hardy is the most British person alive. Like, look at this fit, bro. Like, you're an international superstar. First of all, look at his teeth. Number one, the most British.
Caving in.
And then look at this fucking fit. Like, straight. I mean, I love him. I love Tom Hardy. I love Tom Hardy. Makes every fucking movie great, okay? Sprinkle a little Tom Hardy on it. I haven't seen Venom, so can't speak on that one. But, like, I'm a huge Tom Hardy fan, okay? And I know that's a Peaky fucking Blinders Shelby Company t-shirt, right? It's Tom Hardy's a proper bird. He's fit. He's proper fit, bruv. And he's in fucking Peaky Blinders. Don't see Venom, Lolo. I will not. Don't get your Allens in a twist, bruv. Makes you look like an absolute Jeremy. Cockney slang is a bubble as long as you don't listen to the books of toys coming from the dustbins in chat. Have you seen him with and without a beard? Beards really make the man's makeup.
Someone's nutting is the same as doing someone's head in. Means it just annoys you.
I'm just saying, like, this fucking fit, like with the 7 million fucking
wrist accessories that he's got going on, this hair, every part of this is so British.
Numpty. Numpty means kind of what it sounds like, someone who's a bit stupid, but in a generally harmless way, but pretty annoying way.
Numpty can also up the ante in a violent predicament, because if you call a very big person a numpty, you are really pushing the remit.
To be fair, if you call a very big person any of the words on this list, we can't be held responsible for the outcome. Next one is chief. Now, maybe we should describe what a chief is by naming people who we think are chiefs. And then people will understand what a chief is. I would say Ricky Gervais's character in The Office is a template of a chief. Who else is a chief?
There were so many, but they also fall into the numpty bracket as well.
They do. Numpty and chief is like the Venn diagram overlaps quite a lot.
Somewhat.
I just don't understand how someone can be attractive while looking like this. I don't know how this happens in the universe that we all exist in. It is an enigma. You know what I mean? Like, he just dresses like this, looks like this, but is also hot. How the fuck does that happen?
It's like a lance corporal and a corporal. Do you know what I mean? I think the chief
like,
is...
this doesn't work. It doesn't make sense, but it weirdly does. You know what I mean? Says you. You're describing yourself? What do you mean? I'm dressed in a pretty normal way right now. You know what I mean? You're literally describing yourself. What am I wearing that is so fucking odd, dude? He literally is balding and has a faux hawk, and he gelled it to a degree where, like, you can see his fucking, you can literally see his skull. He got a haircut from 2007 that should have ended in 2007. Okay? What part of this fucking works? My shirt doesn't say cum, it said scum.
Is a step up from a numpty.
Absolutely. So chief is someone who thinks they're funny, but they're not.
My nails are literally black. Are they? That's really interesting that you said that, because they're fucking not. Shut up, bitch.
That's bait.
Yes,
Tom, don't smoke that right now. The police are coming. It's bait.
Rog.
Oh, did you see that guy walked in with a bright yellow jacket? That was bait.
Bait move.
Bait is someone who is shamelessly unsubtle in what they're doing or how they're behaving.
Like my acting.
The next one is peng. Now, peng is, a lot of the words on this are kind of ye olde slang.
I'm a bit old for this one.
Yeah, I'll explain this one to you, Tom.
Thank you.
So, if a girl walks down the street,
yeah, she's peng.
Wow, she's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Then you might go, oh, she's peng. If something is desirable in any way, then you would use the word peng to describe it, like a painting. Allow it. Now, allow it, you actually pronounce it without the A, so you just say allow it. When you say allow it, what you're basically saying
let
is...
it go, man.
Just let it go, allow it.
Yeah, man, allow
so
that.
let's say, you know...
Allow that as well.
He heard me. He heard me and he covered it up. Why'd you get that fucking faux hawk if you're gonna put a fucking trucker hat on it, dude?
And you just be like, what'd you say? What'd you say? And your friend will come up to you and go, allow it, man, allow it.
Allow it, man. Let it go. Let's move on. Let's move on.
So if you just want to kind of... Tom, are you going to be doing the rest of this interview? Or you're going to allow it?
that, man.
You're just going to allow it. Legless. Legless was played by Orlando Bloom.
Oh, yeah. In Lord of the Rings. He's got pointy ears and long blonde hair.
Yes, legless means you're very, very, very, very drunk. Taking a Richard. I've got no idea what
I know this one.
What is that? What's
Richard
going on?
III turd. And Richard III was obviously an evil king who killed the boys in the tower. So he did, right? So he was somewhat of a turd. And that's Richard III turd. If I was going to the restroom to take a Richard, then I was going to do my ablutions.
What is Cockney rhyming slang as you understand it to be?
Well, you know, it's a sentence of words and then the rhyming word is one that is missing. So let's say apples and pears.
Stairs.
Wow, who'd have known it? So sometimes you have to work out what's going on even as a Londoner. Do you know what I mean?
Dog
Myself.
and bone.
Phone.
I swear, our country has the best slang. I just want to take a minute to say that. Yeah. Skint.
Brassic.
Brassic, lint, skint. Brassic lint because there's just lint in your pockets because you're skint, and skint means you are broke. You don't have any money.
No money. Take the mickey.
Taking the mickey, you just abbreviate it to take the mick.
Affectionate term for being derogatory about someone and getting away with it. Take the
Taking
piss,
the mick.
really.
It's the same as taking the piss.
You're having a laugh, you're having a bubble.
Rosa.
Cop.
The Rosa, the cops, the feds.
The police.
Next one is plonker.
Which is there with Numpty and Plum.
Yeah.
It's a daft cunt, right? Proper daft cunt. A plonker. A Rosa. I love that.
and plank. You know, it's an affectionate term to call somebody a noddy or a wally or a plum or a pill. There's affectionate terminology whereby you don't get yourself struck immediately or can raise the game of a fight very quickly with a professional fighter.
It's like a
Wait, what? I thought it just meant stupid. Why is his accent, why is his explanations harder to understand than the actual fucking word? I thought plunker just meant like dumb.
You know, slap on the cheek.
Not if it's a professional fighter, it's actually deeply.
Don't slap them on the cheek.
Because you didn't call him a big name, you just called him a wally or a cheese puff.
Oh, plunker is like, you can say it in an affectionate way, so it won't. You can say someone's stupid, but in a nice way, so it won't actually. Hasan has attacked the Big Ben Towers. Okay, bro, chill.
At Her Majesty's pleasure. Majesty's prisons, HMP. So, you know, you're detained at Her Majesty's pleasure. That means that
indefinitely.
You've been jailed.
So you never get a parole date.
Hey, this is a nice and innocent one. Chuffed, which means you're happy.
We are right now.
Right now, chuffed.
We're chuffed. We're well chuffed to be here with you.
In Venom, be here with you. So.
It does mean dumb, but it's like an affectionate way. Like if you made a silly mistake, you're dafty. Okay, we're done. I have a headache, dude. I literally have a headache from trying to comprehend these fucking words, dude. Okay, we had some fun, but we got to get back to the real world where there's not so much fun things happening. You must watch that video? Which video? I was going to... Japanese IT consultants goes on a huge bender, falls asleep in the street, loses a flash drive containing personal data of the 465,000 residents of the city of Amagasaki, including the dates of birth, addresses, bank account numbers, and tax details. What? That's awesome. Before we get back to the real world, can we take a second to appreciate how amazing Tom Hardy's forearms look right there? Dude, he's hot as fuck. He is. Okay. We're gonna quickly go through this, okay? Dozens of suspected migrants were found dead in a tractor trailer in Texas. I'm sorry.
In Texas, a city worker hearing a call for help found a tractor trailer with at least 46
back
people
to the real
dead
world for a little bit,
inside of it.
and then we'll get back to the fun stuff, okay?
I believe they were migrants seeking a better life here in the U.S. Another 16 people were taken to hospitals, including 4 children, all with heat-related injuries. Authorities describe some as hot to the touch. It happened in San Antonio, Texas, which is no stranger to tragedies like this one, and it's where we find our Omar Villafranca. Omar, good morning. 3 people in custody this morning. We know that. What else do we know at this hour?
52 dead now.
Well, good morning. We don't know the names or the ages of those who are dead, but we do know that of the 16 people taken to the hospital, 12 adults, 4 children. San Antonio is not new to these mass migrant deaths, but the sheer number here has officials stunned.
Tonight we are dealing with a horrific human tragedy.
San Antonio Mayor Ron Nirenberg urged compassion and prayers as local officials described the grisly scene that awaited first responders yesterday evening. The first 911 calls came in just before 6 in the afternoon local time after a city worker in the area heard a cry for help coming from a nearby tractor trailer. That witness then found the doors partially open with a number of deceased individuals inside. When officials arrived on the scene, the enormity of the tragedy became clear.
We're not supposed to open up a truck and see stacks of bodies in there.
Temperatures in the area yesterday ranged from the high 90s to the low 100s.
No.
You're saying fuck the coyotes and like fuck them for being inhumane and pieces of shit. But also, you have to understand that this only happens as a consequence of America's 2-tier immigration system. That's it. That's the only reason why this happens. No one is going to fucking, no one, and I mean no one, is going to slam themselves into the back of a fucking tractor trailer like this, okay, or an 18-wheeler like this, unless they are desperate, okay? Unless they're desperate to come into the United States of America. That's how it works. Now, if you don't like the fucking coyotes, which obviously I don't, right? You have to destroy their business. And the only way to destroy their business is by having a non-cruel, non-white nativist, normal immigration process for economic migrants and people who are seeking asylum. So when Greg Abbott says, you know, fuck Joe Brandon for this, he says at least 42 people found dead inside of a truck carrying migrants in Texas. These deaths are on Biden. He's not wrong. These deaths are on Biden. But he's wrong on this account when he says they're a result of his deadly open border policies. That's fucking bullshit. They show the deadly consequences of his refusal to enforce the law. That shit is fucking disgusting. Why is that disgusting? Because Joe Biden and his administration has been utilizing the same exact tactics, including Title 42, to deny asylum seekers safe harbor and their legal right to be able to seek asylum in the United States of America. Okay? The same exact provision that was utilized, called Title 42 under the fucking Trump administration, is being used in this circumstance as well. So yes, these deaths are on Biden, but this fucking disgusting piece of shit who unfortunately survived an attack from an oak tree, okay? And if there was truly karmic justice, he would not have. Will use this opportunity to fucking mention something like this, his deadly open border policies. And it's like, how do you say that? If it was a fucking open border, these people would not be crammed in there like fucking sardines, dude. Some people I know lie in their asylum paperwork and are accepted just because they have dollars. They aren't even in danger. They just have the dollars to move to the U.S. Those in danger, since they can't afford, can't leave the legal way. Yeah. And yes, the U.S. judge blocked Biden's plan to end Title 42 border expulsions, and the federal judge's ruling will extend indefinite suffering of asylum seekers at the U.S.-Mexico border, rights groups say. This happened earlier this year. I just don't understand, like, how you can be a fucking... I don't understand how you can be a Republican and behave like this. It has me... I mean, this is all kinds of fucked up. You just have to straight up be a demon and find absolutely the worst fucking position you can in order to look at this horrifying tragedy of 42 people that were found dead, and the number has now risen to 52 as a matter of fact, and immediately say, wow, this is fucking open border policies.
Signs of water in the vehicle. It was a refrigerated tractor trailer.
Yes, my name's...
But there was no visible working AC unit on that rig.
This is not the first migrant-related tragedy to strike San Antonio in recent years. Back in 2017, 10 migrants died after they were found in a sweltering semi-trailer near a local Walmart. But the sheer number of dead in this latest incident is once again shedding light on a migrant crisis along the southern border and the human smugglers who get them there and beyond. Already this fiscal year, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has recorded more than 1.5 million encounters in the Southwest, nearly the same amount as all of 2021.
We don't know where that trailer was headed, but we're just a few hundred yards from I-35 interstate highway, which starts at the Texas-Mexico border and goes all the way up to Minnesota. It is a known smuggler's route. Investigators with Department of Homeland Security are here on the scene, and they are now leading this investigation. Nate?
Republicans hate immigration. Democrats take advantage of immigrants. No, that's not fucking true at all. That's literally not true. Taking advantage of immigration and immigrants in general for labor is a bipartisan project. If you think that the Democrats and Republicans are somehow different on this matter, you're out of your fucking mind. There's a reason why. There is a reason why corporations don't get punished severely enough for hiring undocumented workers. They can quite literally use the small slap on the wrist that they get from the federal government and budget that in when they are calling ICE on their own workers. This country would not run. Our agricultural production would not happen. Our poultry production would not happen without undocumented migrants being abused inside of factories and in the fucking fields. And what happens is even worse than what you probably know about. They will sometimes endure treacherous conditions. They will have their wages stolen from them. They will have to endure sexual assault at the factory line. And when they try to speak out against such matters, they get ICE called on them. And if you truly wanted to end undocumented immigration, you wouldn't try to desperately enforce, a more draconian border control measure, because you're never going to stop people from trying to come in. They can go under the border. They'll go over the border. The majority of people that actually come into the United States are actually coming by plane and overstaying their visas. The majority of undocumented immigrants in this country are now, and have been for the past decade, coming in legally and overstaying their visas. The main reason, the main way to stop this, if you truly wanted to, is by punishing businesses severely. Punishing businesses severely for hiring undocumented immigrants. Now, you want to know why they don't do that? Because this economy would not run. Especially at a time of inflation. You really think that like undocumented migrants would be completely fucking pushed aside? Another thing they won't do, which is what they should do, which is the humane thing to do, is legalizing all of these undocumented immigrants that have been living here. More than 11 million undocumented migrants currently live on U.S. soil. Amnesty for all of them is actually quite a popular idea. The way to legitimately make this situation right is by documenting all of the undocumented workers that live in this country, that have been living in these borders, that have been fundamental in the American economy running, and allow them to unionize alongside the rest of the documented labor force so they can get a bigger percentage of the profits that they generate. But we don't do that. And the reality is that those undocumented migrants, that pool of ever-growing and sometimes shrinking, but usually growing pool that cycles in and out of the border by way of our white supremacist Customs and Border Patrol and our immigrations authorities, are also used as a cudgel against the documented labor force. All of these pieces of shit that claim to care, that claim to care about the border, that claim to care about like undocumented immigrants taking our jobs, they don't actually give a fuck. They are the ones, you are being duped into believing that they are at fault by rich business owners personally take advantage of the two-tier immigration system in this country that has created a two-tier working labor force in this country. Undocumented immigrants are easy to manipulate. They are easy to abuse and exploit. And because at the first sign of pushback, you can always call ICE on them. And corporations often do. If you don't believe me, look no further than Purdue. not the pharmaceutical manufacturer Purdue for the opiate crisis, but Purdue chicken factories. This happened under the Trump administration, where the Koch Foods chicken processing plant in Morton, Mississippi was targeted by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Some Hispanic employees who were rounded up, a colleague said, wanted to work so badly that they tried to return the next day. Juan Grant strode into the Koch Foods chicken processing plant for his new job on a Wednesday morning, joining many other African Americans in the procession of rubber boots, hairnets, and last cigarettes before the grind. At 20, Mr. Grant was too young to remember the days of nearly all white workforce in Mississippi's poultry industry or the civil rights boycotts and the protests that followed. He did not know the time before Hispanic workers began arriving in the heart of the chicken country by the thousands, recruited by plant managers looking to fill low-paying jobs in an expanding industry. Mr. Grant clearly remembered August 7th, the day the Trump administration performed sweeping immigration raids on 7 chicken plants in central Mississippi. He remembered the news flashing on his phone. 680 Hispanic workers arrested. The raids were believed to be the largest statewide immigration crackdown in recent history and a partial fulfillment of President Trump's vow to remove millions of undocumented workers from the country. The impact of Mississippi's immigrant community has been devastating. For non-immigrant workers, the aftermath has forced them into personal reckoning with questions of morality and economic self-interest. The raids brought suffering, but they also created job openings. Now, the New York Times is very much a foundational part of running and normalizing this kind of brutality, which is why they're pinning black low-wage workers against the even lower wage, even further exploited undocumented immigrant workers. Notice how the framing of this argument is not about the inhumanity of Purdue and of the Mississippi poultry industry, but rather an opportunity and a sense of conflict, a moral conflict internally amongst the black working class in Mississippi that now finally have an opportunity to get a job. This is the liberal, civil, polite way of saying they took our fucking jobs. Okay? Liberals do this exact same shit that the Republicans do as well. Because like I already said, both parties and people from both ideological backgrounds benefit from the severe exploitation of undocumented migrant workers. Okay? The poultry industry recruited them, and now ICE raids are devastating their communities. Take a look at this one, which is a much better perspective on this matter. Now, this ICE raid suspiciously came at a time when the Latinos in the communities, in the factories, were actually complaining about back pay. Were actually complaining about the sexual assaults that were happening inside of the factories. So remember that. It was calculated, strategic, and immediately related to the deeply rooted structures of labor exploitation in the region. Latin American immigrants all the way back in the 90s were recruited to the state by the poultry industry, where they arrived to work in some of the lowest paid and most dangerous jobs in the country. This week's raids target deeply rooted workers and families and leave behind a devastated community while also terrorizing many others in the country. As poultry production expanded, workers' pay and opportunities remained stagnant, and as a result, labor organizing among the plant's predominantly black workforce began to gain traction. Facing the prospect of its first union contract negotiations and in search of a more flexible, read exploitatable, and expendable workers in 1994, chicken plant in Morton, Mississippi headed to Miami in search of immigrant labor. There you go. Advertising in Cuban stores and local papers, it took the poultry processor just 1 week to fill a Greyhound bus of immigrants eager for work. The experiment marked the beginning of the plant's formal Hispanic project, which included not just recruitment and transportation from Florida, but also the provision of housing, mostly in dilapidated and overcrowded trailers, as well as a local transportation and leisure activities, all for fees deducted from workers' paychecks that often reduced their meager earnings to below minimum wage. This, my friends, is
feudalism. This is a company town. This should have been outlawed, and it was outlawed, except for people who have no right to restitution. For people who have no rights whatsoever, the undocumented labor force. Okay? This is just modern day slavery, but you're offering pennies on the dollar. In its roughly 4 years of operation, the Hispanic Project recruited nearly 5,000 workers to 2 Mississippi towns with a combined population of less than 10,000. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with our disgusting, gross history, okay, I urge you to read the writings of Aviva Chomsky, Noam Chomsky's daughter, who very clearly explains that America's immigration policy has always been tied to capitalism, just like anything else, of course. Going all the way back to the Bracero program, where during World War I and World War II, we took Hispanic migrant workers to make up for the productive capabilities that we're losing in the fucking wars. Okay? And boost American corporate profits. Only to offer them gas baths and kick them out of the country once we were done, using these Hispanic workers. My grandfather was a bracero. Yeah. The bracero program was so gross and so dehumanizing. They would shave the heads of all the Mexican, Hispanic, Latino migrant workers. They would also give them gas baths. They would use chemical baths to clean them up. My great-grandparents had to get deloused every time they crossed over to work. Yes. Famously, once, because they were seen as expendable, once their use was done for our capital owners, you had basically the same exact fucking ICE-style slave patrols roaming the lands, looking for them in a similar capacity to deport them. This was called, and I'm going to use a term here that you probably are familiar with, Operation Wetback. That was the term that they posted in the front page of the New York Times. So when I tell you this country and its history is founded on white supremacist exploitation of black and brown bodies, of Asian workers as well, this is what I'm talking about. And a lot of those braceros were people who lived in Texas and were deported. Also, the bracero program was founded by the guy who made the NRA into what it is today. The delousing process regularly involved literally gassing people with Zyklon B. Now, things have not changed since then. Obviously, this is still something that we are doing. Here's the perfect example of this. The Hispanic Project is a great example of this. Not everyone stayed, but this scheme caught on in the towns where 2 towns in Mississippi brought it with a combined population of less than 10,000, recruited nearly 5,000 workers into those 2 towns, and other plants began recruiting Latino immigrant workers from Florida, Texas, and even farther afield. Getting creative, one poultry processor offered its workers $600 for each new employee they recruited who stayed at least 3 months. Entrepreneurial individuals took full advantage of this incentive to recruit family, friends, and others in their social networks in the United States and their home countries. Yes, Zyklon B is the gas that Nazis used in their camps. Kill Jews and other people. Once these connections were made, the plants no longer had to leave the state to recruit foreign workers. In the words of the architect of the Hispanic Project, They were right here. By the time I arrived at work in Mississippi's poultry communities alongside the Mississippi Poultry Workers Center in 2002, over half of the country's 250,000 poultry workers were immigrants, most of them in the South. A mapping of poultry production and Latino population growth shows that the poultry has been a major driving force of a demographic transformation in the region. In Mississippi, bro, Cesar Chavez hated the immigrants. It's not just white people. Dog, I know. I will talk about that as well, which is why I always include what I just said. Undocumented migrants have always been used as a cudgel, as a never-ending, fresh pool of labor against the documented working class anytime they've tried to unionize. But the fucking solution is not to beat the shit out of the undocumented laborers and kick them out of the country, but is instead to unite in solidarity, considering that they are simply just the same as Cesar Chavez and others recognizing that the plight is always the same, regardless of what the fucking border dictates. Doesn't matter. If you're working class, if you're a worker, if you are a member of the proletariat, you are exploited by capital owners, regardless of your background, color, creed. The divide between the white working class and black working class is very effective. Just like the divide between the undocumented working class and the documented working class is. Very effective means of destabilizing the population and destroying any semblance of class solidarity, because if class solidarity exists, organizing can happen. And when organizing happens, profit margins will decrease for shareholders, while the actual conditions for the working class will increase and become better. That's how this works. So I don't give a fuck about Chavez, or I don't give a fuck about the unionization efforts in the black community that were working at these poultry factories that ended up being used against the undocumented laborers in this circumstance. I know that, I recognize that, and that's precisely why I mention this every fucking time. Thank you, It's Krang, for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you, J-Dubs Howling, for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the top of the hour ad break, which is coming right now. I'm going to continue with the story right now in a second. Thank you, J-Dubs Howlin'. Okay? Here, you can unite against the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Anyway. By the time I arrived at work in Mississippi, and this transformation of the poultry workforce has only continued over time, today's Mississippi poultry workers are from nearly every part of the continent, hailing from Argentina, Peru, Guatemala, Mexico, Uruguay, Nicaragua, Cuba, Honduras, Venezuela, and other Latin American and Caribbean countries. They are doing work that is hazardous, painful, and often degrading. They work long hours for low pay, scratching out a living so that the rest of us can buy cheap chicken. And they do so because they were literally invited, recruited, and incentivized to come. For ICE to be conducting raids in Mississippi ignores this history and ignores that the poultry workers were recruited to these towns a quarter of a century ago, have laid down roots. They have made Mississippi home. They've raised families. To understand the inhumanity of white nativist immigration policy this is a fundamental part of understanding how fucking horrifying our immigration policy is. These people were invited to be exploited. They said, sure, the circumstances are dire outside of working at this poultry factory, so I will degrade myself to work in these conditions because that's how desperate I am. But I'll make a living and I will have a family here, only to be stripped away from everything you know and your family, to be kicked, cast aside, and
purged out of the country with no due fucking process. Though industry leaders didn't predict it at the time, the Hispanic Project changed the landscape of Mississippi and the rural South. In poultry towns across the region, you can find authentic Mexican food, pick up soccer games, and an abundance of Spanish-language churches and schools brimming with bright and eager young Latino Americans, U.S. citizens who are growing up as Southern as their peers. Another great example of this happened in Hazletown in Pennsylvania, a town that was slated for complete decommission. Okay? A town that was at the precipice of complete fucking bankruptcy. A town that industry had cast aside. Then the Latino population came in. Tucker Carlson loves using the white people that remained in the town and their anger towards the incoming Hispanic population as an example. Except the real example of Hazletown is the Latino immigration population completely turning it around and breathing life back into the town with industry. Hazleton is a great example of immigration creating a robust infrastructure and creating job opportunities for everyone. But if you're a white supremacist piece of shit, you would rather die and starve on your own as your white masters decided to cast you aside for profit-seeking behavior as they move manufacturing overseas. You would rather spit on the hand that feeds you. That's how fucking damaging white supremacy is. And that's often how white supremacy hurts white people too. So if today, when you hear a story like this with 52 now, dead children and adults trapped inside of a fucking incredibly hot trailer behind an 18-wheeler, if you understand, or if you want to understand why they're in that predicament, recognize that they had to literally sell everything they had. Some fucking coyotes whose entire business is funded by our lack of sane drug laws, by the way, outside of the ridiculous border policies that we have, who decide, you know what, I would rather go with these gangsters. I would rather take a shot with these gangsters in the hopes that I can survive and make a living in the United States of America, a country that is just outright hostile towards me. That's how desperate these people are. And the only thing they're guilty of is trying to have a peaceful and better future for themselves and their children. It's completely unjustifiable. It is so inhumane. It is so evil. Fuck. Rooted members of the community, regardless of immigration status, deserve better than be ripped away from their jobs and loved ones. Although neighbors and community organizations like Mississippi Immigrants' Rights Alliance are working to support affected children and their families, these raids ripple through communities, devastating individuals and families, and the most vulnerable people pay the highest price. As the alt-right celebrates this wreckage as another win for white nationalists, let us keep in view that these immigrants are here because 25 years ago, one Mississippi poultry executive conceived an inventive idea to flood the processing lines with eager and compliant immigrant workers. And while they come at an enormous cost to thriving, vibrant communities, these raids do little to affect the immigration trends. People continue to migrate to the United States to survive. Worse than murder, Mexican farmers feed you. You kill them with your voting. This is worse than murder. Yeah. What they do affect is the working conditions for what they do affects is the working condition of everyone. With the threat of family separation, detention, and deportation hanging over people's heads, immigrant workers are less likely to organize and less likely to speak out against poor conditions. That is by design. This is American industry utilizing the American federal government and our horrifying immigration policies keep the immigrant working class subjugated. The threat of systemic violence is how they keep these individuals complacent with the structural violence of poverty that they are subjected to. And employers are more likely to take advantage of them. This ripples through the economy, depressing wages for U.S.-born workers as well. Exactly. If unions have a likelihood of increasing your wages, even if you are not a part of a union, this does have a way of depressing wages for the rest of the U.S. working class. So when Republicans say that, there is some truth to that. But the solution is not to purge these Latino workers. The solution is to legalize them. The solution is to allow them the proper paperwork and documentation. The solution is to give them amnesty. The solution is to then allow them to unionize alongside the rest of the documented working class. But in this country, we don't want the documented working class of laborers to unionize either. It is no accident that only 10% of our labor force is unionized, and that number is shrinking. The mounting threat of deportation and rising xenophobia helps keep workers compliant, serving owners' interests and consumers' pocketbooks, but harming the people who prepare our food. Yep. This is how it works. Did we talk about the Bracero program that they covered?
What came first, illegal immigration or the wall? The U.S.-Mexico border is the most militarized border in the world, with the exception of the Korean DMZ. There are over 700 miles of fencing, patrolled by 20,000 Border Patrol agents. Each year, American taxpayers spend over $4.8 billion on Border Patrol and another $8.4 billion on immigrations and custom enforcement. Is our southern border really worth all the money and taxes we're pouring into it? Hello, I'm Dr. Douglas Massey. I'm a professor of sociology and public affairs at Princeton University. I've been the director of the Mexican Migration Project since 1982. I've been collecting real-time data on what's going on at the border, and none of the conclusions I've reached, to my knowledge, have ever been challenged by anyone. What many Americans might not realize is just how new all of this border security is. In the early years of our republic, there was no firm borderline, only a fuzzy western frontier. As the frontier pushed westward, the border between America and its neighbors continued to be blurred. When the southern border was finalized in the mid-1800s, it was still soft and porous, an invisible line on a map that ran through the middle of towns and even houses. In the early 1900s, labor shortages led many American farmers to begin recruiting field workers from Mexico. The work was seasonal, though, with workers coming from Mexico for the planting and harvest, and then returning to Mexico for the off-seasons. Because they only stayed for the harvest, Mexican workers were not considered immigrants and weren't included in early immigration laws that put quotas on other nations. The U.S. Border Patrol was established in 1924 not to prevent the entry of Mexicans, but to catch Europeans who were trying to get around the quotas at Ellis Island. During the Second World War, the U.S. government actually encouraged migration through a temporary worker program. The Bracero program was created in 1942 and steadily expanded after the war ended. By the late 1950s, it was recruiting around 450,000 Mexicans per year for temporary labor in the United States. Everything changed in 1965 when the Bracero program was ended and numerical limits were put on Mexican immigration for the first time. Almost overnight, Mexico went from having access to around 500,000 legal visas to less than 20,000 permanent resident visas and no work visas. But the demand for agricultural labor didn't go away, and what was now unauthorized or illegal migration rose to fill the gap left by the end of the Bracero program. Border apprehensions went from 40,000 a year in 1965 to over 1.6 million in 1986.
Originally, the main people that were against the Bracero program, by the way, or rather the border apprehension, was ironically the fucking Yee Texas boys who would literally fucking make it as difficult as possible for cops and the Border Patrol to find Mexican people and arrest them. Part of the reason for why they were actually anti-Border Patrol was because they recognized that these were people that were working in the fucking farms. They would literally kill cops. There was a time and place when Texan motherfuckers would literally kill cops. Straight up.
However, these were still seasonal workers, and the flow was still circular, with 86% of undocumented workers returning home at the end of the season. In practical terms, little had changed in the Mexican-American migration system, but in symbolic terms, much had changed. For now, the majority of migrants were illegal, and thus, by definition, considered to be criminals and lawbreakers, while the demand for seasonal agricultural work stayed the same.
By the way, anyone who tells you that this has nothing to do with the tendency of profit rate to fall is completely a fucking liar. The reason why these migrant workers that were the fucking backbone of American agriculture all of a sudden found themselves illegal and no longer seen as like seasonal workers that could come and go as they please was because we recognized that you could squeeze out more profits and depress their wages further by using white supremacy as a justification for their additional subjugation. When you are a migrant worker, you can actually advocate for your rights a little bit better than a undocumented worker, which now has no legal restitution.
What the government did was criminalize its workers. Reacting to this perceived change, the U.S. government began pouring more and more resources into the Border Patrol. From 1986 to 2010, the number of uniformed Border Patrol officers increased 5.6 times. The agency's budget grew by a factor of 17, and hundreds of miles of walls and fencing were constructed around ports of entry. None of the extra border security did anything to stop border crossings. During the 1970s and 80s, the odds of a migrant being apprehended while crossing the
How do we know how much of that was grassroots white hate and how much was that top-down channeling of that hate? Man, people don't learn people aren't born with white supremacist bones, dude. It's all learned behavior. Of course it was fucking top-down. You think these dumbasses are just born racist? No, they learn it from their fucking dumbass parents, who learn it from their dumbass parents, who also, at a certain point, learned it from whatever the fucking newspapers were saying, whatever the radio was telling them, whatever the fucking government was designing as an immigration policy and justifying. I hate people that say tribalism is a thing, though. It doesn't matter. There is no naturalistic phenomena, okay? If you're a human being and not a fucking animal, which I think most of you are, I hope, you recognize that there's a reason why it's called a fallacy. Because the entire project of humanity is designed around overcoming natural phenomena. Do you live inside of a house? Do you think that that is natural? This notion that like, oh, tribalism is a natural thing. It's like, you're such a fucking idiot, dude. The entire point of being a human being is overcoming things that you see in nature, things that you experience in fucking nature. I cannot believe that someone literally fucking typing out on twitch.tv would have such a pathetic, idiotic, Luddite attitude on a perhaps the weakest justification for racism. You're on Twitch. The fuck do you mean? Oh, it's natural tribalism. You're on Twitch. I wasn't talking about you, dubbers. There's someone else said it was a natural thing. Tribalism is natural. I feel bad using Luddite as a pejorative, considering how much more they have actually fought alongside, unions and oftentimes are on the right side of history when it comes down to, being pro-social justice.
The border was about 1 in 3. As more resources were poured into the Border Patrol, migrants began crossing in more and more remote parts of the border, and the odds of a migrant being apprehended actually went down for a while. The diversion of border crossings into remote areas lowered the odds of apprehension, but it also increased the risk of injury and even death. For in addition to being less populated and less patrolled, these desolate areas were also more dangerous. Between 1993 and 2010, the number of deaths along the border skyrocketed. Coyotes and other smugglers moved in to capitalize on the new black market. And border crossing became much more expensive. In the 2 decades after 1993, the cost of hiring a coyote to cross the border increased by a factor of 4.6 in real terms. But the biggest impact of increased border security was that for the first time in the history of Mexican-American migration, the movement of migrants stopped being circular, finding it increasingly difficult and dangerous and expensive to move back and forth across the border for seasonal work. Migrants began staying in America during the off-seasons. As men stayed longer north of the border, they were increasingly joined by wives and children, transitioning from a seasonal migrant flow to a permanently settled population. In other words, the effect of restrictive immigration and border policies was the creation of an undocumented population. Removing the Bracero program made a traditional migratory system illegal. Building walls on the southern border didn't keep people out, but rather trapped them in. Since 2007, the number of undocumented migrants in the United States has actually declined, not because of the efforts of Border Patrol, but rather because of an unrelated shift in Mexican migration patterns. In the last 15 years, more people have moved from the U.S. to Mexico than from Mexico to the United States. This shift was started by the 2008 recession, but has been continued by a change in Mexico's age demographics. People tend to migrate when they're younger. If they do not move before the age of 30, they're very unlikely to move at all. In the last 50 years, Mexico's fertility rate has dropped from 7.2 children per woman to 2.1 children per woman, and the median age of the Mexican population has gone from 16.7 to 29.3, turning Mexico into an aging country. New undocumented immigrants in recent years have come not from Mexico, but from other countries. Today, most undocumented immigrants enter the United States legally. They enter as tourists and overstay their visas. Border security doesn't affect them. And yet still, to this day, there are calls to increase Border Patrol staffing and to build more barriers and to strengthen our borders. Why? No matter which way you stand on the issue, there are better ways to address undocumented migration than a largely symbolic, totally ineffective, and extremely expensive border wall.
All right. From the Bracero program, we are going to move on to friend of the show, Ghislaine Maxwell. That's a really abrupt transition, but what?
A deadly Amtrak derailment in Missouri.
What the fuck was that? I feel like I got fucking shot in the face for a second and didn't realize I was shot. No, unfortunately, the queen, the GOAT, Liz Franzik, is not going to be joining us. However, we were able to get at least one half of the TrueAnon podcast with Brace Belden on board. I thought originally that I was going to bring Brace into the house, the studio. Okay. Let me see if I can find his account. Okay, let's get started. I'm calling now. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Said he was in the Discord.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you. You're looking quite handsome. What is that box back there? Don't show that if there's an address on it or something.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah.
This? Just a little bit of heroin.
Oh,
All
okay.
good.
No,
it's a power strip.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There might be like compromising addresses or whatever on there. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I know I originally promised that I was going to bring wonderful Liz Franzik and Brace Belden together in studio, but I was wrong. Turns out, they're too good. The TrueAnon podcast is too poppin'. It's one of the top podcasts on Patreon. They're too good. They're too good to come over to our little corner of the internet. Even though Brace, you did give me a shout out one time on one of the last episodes I was listening to, where you said I was the only Twitch streamer you know when you were trying to come up with other names.
You are the only Twitch streamer I know.
Yeah, you're
both
trying to come up with names.
The only one I've heard of and the only one I've met.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Trust. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna tweet that you're here on the show.
Be clear here too. First of all, I didn't know that you wanted us to come over.
Of course, dude. What do you mean? Always.
Well, I don't know. It's
so much better in person.
I know, and your room looks so comfortable.
It is very comfy. You can pull up literally any time. Like, if you want to fucking chill at the pool or whatever, if you're bored, just pull up. I don't give a shit. Like, that's what I did with Stavros too. Like, he literally straight up while I was streaming was just hanging out in the pool by himself.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
You should just give me a key.
I mean, yeah, just pull up, dude. Don't worry about it. Hold on, folks. Brace from TrueAnon Pod is here with me to discuss the. So today is an interesting day. Obviously, there's a lot of news going on. Stavros left Cumtown. We're all devastated. Nothing else has happened in the country that is important.
They banned. Can I jewel on here?
Yeah, I was about to say, dude, you're a criminal. You got a fucking jewel in your hand too.
I went around the day that they announced it. I went around and tried to buy as much as possible. And there was rationing. Like the day of, there was rationing. People were like, no, you can only buy like 2 packs here. So it took me like, I don't have a car, so I had to walk all these different places. It took me like an hour to get like 6 packs of them.
Hey, listen, you're an industrious guy. There's now going to be a black market for jewels. You should just learn how to make them. Obviously, that never led to like any problems at all, right? Black market jewels has not famously killed teenagers or anything like that.
No, I want to make jewel. I want to put a little something special in them too. Something that keeps people coming back. More 6% nicotine.
Oh, you're going to increase the nicotine? Aren't they also taking nicotine? They're taking nicotine out of cigarettes. What happened in this country?
If they take nicotine out of cigarettes at the same time, forcing every single cool person in America to quit doing one of the coolest things that they can do at the same time, this country is going to turn into a war zone. That will be, people are like, oh, civil war is going to happen because of this and that. No, there's going to be civil war, but like purge style, where there's no like, it's not like along lines. It's just everyone going crazy. And then all the people who never smoked to begin with are like, because everyone keeps smoking in their back pocket. It's like, if I ever reach critical like levels of not being cool, I can always take up Marb Lights, and then I get bumped up a point. Now no one can take up Marb Lights, and that's gonna.
How is that gonna work? It's gonna be extra light, too light,
yeah, ultra lights.
The pussification of the American male is upon us. Finally,
it's insane,
and of course it's happening under a democratic establishment, a democratic leadership.
And Obama smoked. And so this was a huge betrayal. From Biden's so-called FDA.
Yeah, Dark Brandon.
Yeah.
Brace is starting a protracted people's war against the FDA for taking the cool things away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, jewels are definitely not cool. At least we agree on that, right?
They're not cool. And that's the trade-off. That's how you know a real smokehead when you see one. Because I understand that smoking jewels is fucking lame. But I love smoking so much that I want to be able to do it compulsively all the time, even when I don't want a cigarette, which is what Juul provides me.
Okay, there's a lot of young people in my audience, so I just want to point out something. I'm going to be boring right now and say it.
What Brace is saying right now is his own opinions. Smoking is terrible. Don't do it. I was deeply addicted. That's the reason why I'm fucking constantly chewing on this nicotine gum. And you guys always say like, oh my God, what are you chewing? What are you chewing? It's nicotine gum. And this is the only reason why I was able to stop smoking and looking really fucking cool while I did it. But also don't smoke. It's really fucking bad. You will never be able to quit.
So good. Yeah, they yanked one of my teeth out the other day, way back here. Awful procedure. And they're like, not only are we going to take something precious that you've had your whole life from you. Well, I guess it kind of just grew a wisdom tooth. It just grew in like a year ago. But they're like, we're not only going to take this from you, you also can't smoke for 2 days.
That's fucked up, man.
It's just, yeah.
Wait, why not?
I mean, I guess you can get something called dry socket, which is, I looked that up. It doesn't look like something you really want to get.
Okay. All right. Well, speaking of wisdom, okay, I brought you on here today. Yeah, that's a segue, baby.
Segue God. A segue God.
Exactly. Speaking of wisdom, I brought you on here to share your endless wisdom. Everyone knows you in this community, at the very least, as a journalist, court reporter, specifically covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trials in your like 700-part series that you guys did, which was awesome. I watched it. It was in a weird way. It was like our Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. You know what I mean? Like we were really invested in that. If you were like a fucking nerd or a weirdo, you were more invested in that. And then everyone else saw that and we're like, oh, we want to have like something for cool kids. We're gonna have our own Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing.
No, I attended every single day of the trial.
Yeah. And you learned a lot. And now the final culmination of your efforts and the efforts of the federal criminal justice system has come to finally throw Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for 20 years. How do you feel about this?
Well, it's a complicated thing, right? I mean, I think everyone expected that she'd get. This is. I gotta be honest. About 20 years is what I expected. I didn't expect them to give her like 50 years or something, like some insane number. You know, she's a 60-year-old woman. 20 years. It's probably about as good as you're gonna get with that. But it's. I think it's interesting because, you know, if we kind of like step back and take stock of like who actually faced consequences for this stuff, who's actually like, you know, gotten busted, gotten in trouble, there's really 3 people.
Wait.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, go on.
Jeffrey Epstein, who died in jail. Jean-Luc Brunel, who died in jail. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who was 20 years. And all of these people were sex traffickers. I mean, obviously also participating in the abuse themselves, but sex traffickers. But nobody that they actually trafficked girls to has even really been, I mean, aside from stuff in the media, not touched whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think Ghislaine Maxwell first of all, we all know that's not going to happen because those people are in, you know, positions of power. And maybe part of that also comes with the whole like participating in this kind of thing as a entry point into high society. Who knows? But the other thing I wanted to ask is, do you think Ghislaine Maxwell is going to be Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, is she going to talk about names? Is she going to name names? Is that ever a consideration?
I mean, there was some talk of that, and I think a lot of people kind of hoping that she would sort of, accept that she's really been cut loose, and kind of just like, you know, obviously the cavalry is not coming to rescue her. And just like start ratting people out left and right. But the thing about Ghislaine is that she's a pretty blooded up member of like, you know, of the upper classes. So like this is her social circle. It's not like she snuck in there. I mean, you know, Jeffrey Epstein used
her.
Yeah. But like as rich a life he led, I mean, he wasn't exactly from this sort of like rarefied class. You know, he sort of entered that. Ghislaine was born and raised, you know, in the highest echelons of power. And so, you know, I never really expected her to fully turn and tattle on these people. And now that she is going to prison, I mean, my thing is, I was like, well, I don't think they'd kill her in jail. I think they might make her, you know how Harvey Weinstein sort of like became a zombie? Like he started the trial upright and then ended his trial just like in a wheelchair, like with wheezing.
I thought he was faking it. I thought he was faking that. Am I victim blaming?
No, he was definitely faking.
Oh,
that
okay.
shit.
So they what? They dealt with him like, Democratic People's Republic of Korea style? Is that what you're saying? Suggesting?
No. I'm not saying. Yeah. Well, no. I mean, he did get a fair trial, but no. He. I thought that they might do that to Ghislaine, but mentally, like they might just make her basically like a raving idiot or something like that. They did not do that, as evidenced by her giving a very let's say mealy mouth kind of mea culpa today. But I think when she actually gets to prison, and mind you, this is the Orange is the New Black prison, she's already said that there's threats in her life from fellow inmates. She's been on suicide watch for about the past week in jail. And now she's going to get sent to prison. Generally, pedophiles do not do well in prison.
What about women's prisons, though? We don't know.
I don't know, because lady pedophiles kind of rare, and so they don't. I mean, who knows? Who knows exactly what they're going to be doing in there? It's a minimum security prison. I imagine if it functions at all like men's prisons, she might get sent to like sort of like a protective wing or like a wing with like basically made up of prisoners that other prisoners don't like and like would beat up, like cops and shit like that. I don't know, but I have a feeling she will probably be fine at least until the public forgets about her. But I mean, really, if she's not going to talk, then what's the point of killing her? You know what I mean? Epstein was so desperate to get out that I believe that they thought he was either willing to talk or at least had so much dirt on other people. Ghislaine also has a lot of dirt on people, but I think that there's some reason that she wouldn't say a word.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Boris Johnson's sister wrote that article, right? To be like, listen, remember, we can get to you. God, that image from that article of Ghislaine Maxwell's heel digging into Boris Johnson, his just rock hard 3 foot long, or excuse me, wide thigh sitting at like a fucking cafeteria. Disgusting. Boris has like a remarkable number of children from many women. So
he does?
Did you not know this? So, okay.
No.
Fun facts about Boris Johnson. First of all, he's Ottoman. So I'm just going to point that out.
Well, say I have watched videos of him in Turkey. Being like, oh, this is wow.
Yeah, we are doing the plan. Trust the plan. The fifth column style Ottoman Caliphate will start off by 1, destroying the EU, the European Union, and then 2, turning London into Londonistan, ultimately changing the dynamic, the demographic makeup of Europe, so that we can have a one world caliphate government. Boris Johnson is our most loyal soldier, but other than that, yeah, he has what does he have? I think he has like 8 children that we know of, like an insane amount of children.
8 children?
How many children does Boris Johnson have? Boris Johnson has had multiple wives. He has 7 children. Sorry, he has 7. Not 8.
That means there's 8 or 9 because there's always 1 or 2 that either.
No. He has 7 that we know of, but and these are all the affairs that we know have happened. Most of them, like a lot of them, are out of wedlock, of course, which is the British way. And and I think Musk has 8, but I think he might have more. This is just that like I said, that we know of. But anyway, so 100% they fucked.
Yeah. Oh, if there is one thing that I truly believe more than anything I've ever believed before in my life, is that Boris Johnson and Ghislaine Maxwell almost certainly had sex. His own sister implied that she didn't have to do that. That was a brag.
Well, she didn't have to write that article at all, to be fair.
No,
not a single part of that article needed to be written.
Nobody was clamoring for it, and no one would have even known.
Yeah. Also, unrelated but kind of related, we should move to the UK, because if Boris Johnson is fucking that much in the UK, like their standards are remarkably low.
Oh my God, dude. Well, here's the thing. We do great there because I think the statistic is 75 to 100% of British men are pedophiles. And so if the thing is the women there are just like, it's really like Children of Men is like an allegory because none of these adult women could find a guy that would be willing to have a kid with them.
Yeah. No, actually, those are real facts. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So speaking of pedophilia, though, going back to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, so she's getting 20 years in federal prison in the Orange is the New Black prison. Will the Jeffrey Epstein tapes ever come? Will they ever be unearthed? Will we ever know what's on those tapes?
Almost beyond a shadow of a doubt, those tapes, unless there is some like extraordinary, like, you know how people found about COINTELPRO, like a break-in or something, and someone accidentally steals the tape, hoping, trying to steal something else or whatever. There's beyond a shadow of a doubt, like, I don't think that there's no reason to bring those tapes out there, right? Like, there is absolutely no reason to reveal those tapes to the public. Then there's every reason to say that those tapes don't exist. I mean, even if you take the least conspiratorial, or not even conspiratorial, but like the most benign explanation, right? Which is that Jeffrey Epstein was afforded the opportunity to kill himself because the guards were looking at motorcycles and boats on their computers. And even if you take that, why would they ever release the tape, right? I mean, it would just make the Bureau of Prisons look bad. And if you take not even a maximalist angle, maybe another
I wasn't
prisoner.
even talking about the prison tapes. I was talking about his blackmail tapes.
Oh, his
From
blackmail
his
Oh,
house.
yes. No. Those things are good. The FBI took those from his fucking from his townhouse straight to the Hudson. Threw them in. They burned them and threw them in. I don't think there is a chance in hell. There were some at the trial. I think we talked about this when we were on back in December. At the trial, they showed us all of these CD binders upon binders upon binders of CDs, DVDs that were in Jeffrey Epstein's safes and hidden in other parts. They also showed us an entire box of hard drives. The contents of that, totally unknown to us. We do know that there were some pictures of the victims on there, so we do know that there was essentially child porn on some of these tapes.
I mean, FBI now has a new treasure trove of child porn, aside from the one that they're sitting on top of.
I know, maybe it's, because, yeah, exactly, because, the FBI at one point was ran the largest child pornography website. Maybe this is really where they get their material.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think that there is, it's in everybody's interest, except the public's, of course, and the victims, for all this stuff to be suppressed, right? And for this, what I kind of predict is going to happen in about 10, 15 years, people are going to look back on the Epstein stuff, and they're going to be like, well, I think a lot of people were just like a little too, got lost in the sauce there. It was just this like rich pedophile that happened discreetly. And by that, I mean didn't happen discreetly because he was showing it everywhere. But it was like a singular thing that just happened with him, that all of these other rich people were just friends with him because he knew how to have a good time and had a private island. When actually, the truth is there was what appears to be a giant sex trafficking ring that involved a lot of prominent people throughout the world, and most of the loose ends were either tied up or literally by hanging, or imprisoned in the Orange is the New Black prison.
Yeah. Well, there's still plenty of evidence. I don't know. Maybe they'll do like one of those things where they declassify to flex on someone. Like maybe in 20 to 30 years we'll find out about it when they end up being like, hey, by the way, like these guys were pedophiles because they got mad at like someone involved in the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking. That's the whole point of blackmail, right? Like someone steps out of line and then you leak the footage.
That's always sort of been the the part about the Epstein stuff that's really been opaque in some ways is that obviously, I would say obviously, although we don't know 100% for sure, but what it looks like is that Jeffrey Epstein was collecting these tapes and making these connections for the purposes of blackmail. The question is, who, on behalf of whom, and in service of what? Right?
CIA and Mossad.
That's the most obvious suspects. I would say.
There's no other reason why Ehud Barak would be in Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion, which famously housed Kimball Musk's girlfriend at the time, like you like to point out regularly. why would he be there hanging out with a known international sex trafficker, pedophile?
Exactly. I mean, maybe just Epstein's just such a good friend of Israel, but it really doesn't seem to be that way, right? I mean, Barack said that he went there between 10 and 100 times, which, you know, call me crazy, but I'm leaning more closer to 100 there probably. And he obviously knew that he was doing something wrong because every photograph of him leaving Epstein's mansion, he is dressed in like he's a mufti. He's like, you know, he's wearing like basically, you know, he's dressed like a member of the PFLP. He's hanging out, he fucking shit wrapped around him. You can only see his eyes.
Yeah.
You know, he knew that he was doing something that he probably shouldn't be doing. Or at least be caught doing, rather. So yeah, no, I'm in full agreement there. I mean, it really looks like you know, he could have been collecting some tapes or maybe making deals or something. Probably also partaking in the pleasures of the flesh that Epstein provided him as well.
Who do you think is the next Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein combo? And what industry will it come out of? Still Hollywood.
That's a good question. You're saying no Hollywood?
No, I think definitely Hollywood or tech.
Gotta be Hollywood. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that there's small scale shit happening like this in tech constantly. I mean, if you read between the lines on a lot of these sort of Silicon Valley sex stories, you know, these guys are getting girls from somewhere. Elon Musk obviously has. I've heard from so many different people about Elon Musk's poly lifestyle, let's say. And that, you know, there's a lot more of these guys out there too. I would say the fashion world is basically everybody who's a Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm talking specifically about high fashion. I don't know about, you know, like Zara or whatever, but you know, there was that Canadian fella. I would say basically everybody in Hollywood. But I don't know. It's hard to say because really the thing that made Epstein so unique was not just that he was a rich pedophile, because there is no shortage of those, but it was the degree and the scale of his operation and all of the people that really, like, I mean, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, you know, like these are not small names. This isn't like fucking, I'm trying to think of like Chris Hemsworth.
What?
Hanging around. I don't know. I was trying to think of like a mid-grade Hollywood actor, but I don't really know who that is.
Is that the third Hemsworth brother? Did you name drop the third Hemsworth?
Are there other Hemsworth?
Is
he Thor?
No, that's Chris, I think. There's Chris. What is it? There's like 3 Hemsworths. None of them are named Bill. They're Australian. I don't think Australians name their children
No,
Bill.
it's Billy Hemsworth, the third Hemsworth brother. But
Luke.
No, Luke. Yeah. But you know, like the difference is between like Epstein and a lot of these other fucking perverts is it's not like just Epstein's like hanging around with like Fatty Arbuckle and fucking Ezra Miller, you know, at a Los Feliz bungalow. He's like out there with Bill Gates on the island. You know, he's making deals. You know, he's at the UN. He's got his own, you know, he's in the Atlantic Council, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And
it almost
he really,
seems like there's an itch that needed to be scratched. And like, you know, someone has to facilitate the children for these elite millionaires and billionaires and people in positions of power.
Yeah, exactly. And there's always been a certain type of person, you know, usually not as rich as Epstein, but like Lawrence King in the Franklin scandal, like these kind of people who really are surround themselves with people who are more powerful than them, and facilitate those people's appetites, right? I mean, I gotta say, if anybody is, I mean, this is maybe a little bit of a off topic, but Clarence Thomas, I think that one day there will be a true reckoning with that man's sexual appetites, and it will not be pretty. The man's a dog fucker.
Yeah, he is into bestiality, as far as we know. At least like into showing bestiality porn. And I feel like if you have bestiality porn readily available to show your staffers or whatever, then your clerks, you definitely have a lot of bestiality pornography out there. Like you're showing your favorites. If you have a favorite bestiality porn, that means you watch a lot of fucking bestiality porn.
Agreed, absolutely. And I got to be real with you. It's one step away from. I mean, let me tell you, there's dogs everywhere.
True.
Everywhere.
That makes sense.
It's all these fucking people. I'm taking my shoes and socks off.
I see you giving fucking. I see you freeing the puppies for free. This is not even paywalled content right now. You're just showcasing.
Oh, you little Clarence Thomases out there, you'll never see these dogs in the nude.
You just gave him a glimpse.
No. I got stockings on underneath. I have cream colored stockings to match my silky skin. No, I think here's the thing, that if there's really anything to take away from the Jeffrey Epstein Ghislaine stuff, is that, like, it seems like all rich people and politicians are either pedophiles or willing to just hang out with pedophiles as much as possible and facilitate that and overlook it. If someone's even so much as can hint that they can give them anything in return. And B, that there is probably an incredible amount of blackmail out there on basically every rich person in America.
Yeah. I mean, we know Brett Kavanaugh's a degenerate gambler, and that certainly wasn't a problem for the Senate committee that took a look at that $200,000 worth of gambling debt that was paid off.
What about Kavanaugh's gambling debt?
Yeah. All of these guys are very much compromised to a certain point where it's like, it almost feels like you have to be in order to be a part of these circles.
Absolutely you do. I mean, my God. I struggle to think of anybody who's been prominent in politics or the arts or industry in my lifetime, or really the past couple hundred years, that is anything like a normal human being that you would ever want to spend a second with. And not only because of their overt, bizarre natures and freakish mentalities, but also just because of their weird, perverse, and perverted personal habits. They're strange folks.
Yeah. For those of you in the chat who are wondering, for the record, there was not one but two people actually came out and talked about Clarence Thomas's proclivity and his porn predilection, which included talks of bestiality and rape scenes, as well as an actor who went by the name of Long Dawn Silver. This was Anita Hill's famous testimony and allegations. The conversations were very vivid. Hill told the committee, which was led by a Joe Brandon, actually, for those of you who don't know. He also, I guess a second woman had come out with similar accusations, which kind of got buried. Another woman penned a Facebook post accusing Thomas of groping her twice in 1999. The story was buried under the seamlessly breathless coverage of then candidates Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. But, yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's also, I implore those of the reading types out there to check out Nick Bryant's book, the Franklin Scandal, because Clarence Thomas is mentioned in there as well. I'm looking for it. I read the book a while ago. In fact, I'm rereading it right now for an upcoming episode. But as King, this is Larry King, who's not the actual Larry King that you know and love, the old man in suspenders, but a banker from Nebraska. As King became a fixture of Republican politics at the national level, he rented a swanky Washington, D.C. townhouse on California Street Northwest near Embassy Row and started to throw fabulous parties. The 1987 guest list from one of his D.C. parties boasted such luminaries as Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Surprisingly, Clarence Thomas was one Republican big shot who didn't disavow knowing King. Instead, he called King's legal travails unfortunate. Though Thomas's name appears in the invitation list of an 87 D.C. party hosted by King, Thomas said he said he first met him in 88 at the New Orleans convention. I mean, also...
come on. Okay.
Yeah. It's these people are fucking, I mean, talk about Epstein's.
The only pure person on that Supreme Court is my beloved Amy Coney Barrett.
She is a fox. And shout out to Twitter user Marina Oswald for digging those excerpts up. But yeah, I gotta say, Coney Barrett, usually I'm like, I don't like it when someone's got three names. I prefer one name, or better yet, one initial, then a last name. That's the kind of coolest way you can be named something. But yeah, ACB, you gotta give it up to her. It's a fucking weird freak who'd ever want to be a Supreme Court justice in the first place.
Yeah, 100%. There's something broken in your brain if you want to be a Supreme Court justice. Straight
So,
up.
do you know that house near Silver Lake, or the Silver Lake Reservoir, that had our Ruth Bader Ginsburg painted on the side of it?
I have never seen. I do not travel beyond the borders of West Hollywood. I live a life of. I live in the lap of luxury and bourgeois decadence, and I rarely ever go east.
I've heard you're a real West Hollywood type.
Yeah, I am a real West. Wait, what does that mean?
I've heard you're a real West Hollywood type.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I've just heard you're a real West Hollywood type.
I rarely travel east and go to Silver Lake. I mean, sometimes.
Well, let me tell you, it is a great place to get rid of pennies. I just fucking throw them in that goddamn reservoir. But there was a house next to it that had a giant, I think it was like, can't remember the other ladies on it, but it was like AOC, maybe some other lady, and then Ruth Bader Ginsburg painted big, like on the side of this person's house, like right next to the reservoir. And I went there the other day and they had painted over it, which is...
Oh, they did? Nice.
Yeah. Now they just painted their house normal. I think they were probably sick of people like...
coming up and saying Ruth Gonda forever and like doing the pilgrimage to the doing the pilgrimage to the RBG mural, which is what I did. The only time I left West Hollywood was to do that.
I always would do, you know, that like that shit that people do with the fucking Leaning Tower of Pisa where they're like holding it up.
Oh yeah,
you know, like I would do that, but it would look like I was giving her a wet willy.
Well, there's still one in the East Village in New York, luckily. I hope that never gets taken down.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God. I'm on the next flight to the Big Apple, baby. I gotta fucking see that thing. If I don't see Ruth Bader Ginsburg face every 6 to 8 hours, then I'd go crazy and I might hurt somebody.
Now that they're taking away your cigarettes and jewels, I mean, who knows? You're liable to snap.
She would never do that to me. I got to tell you, if you're a judge, here's what should happen. You get to be a Supreme Court judge for 4 years. After your 4 years is up, no one can even get mad at you during those 4 years. You can do whatever you want. After those 4 years are up,
you get executed.
You face a trial.
I cannot hear anything you just said. It literally went, no. I think chat can hear, but I can't hear. I don't know why. It just like sometimes cuts in and out. What did you say? After your 4 years are up?
You don't have ears to hear me with. After your 4 years are up, you face a trial from a kangaroo court. And because you're a judge and the court is so, follows no legal dictates and is basically a foregone conclusion, you get so mad at the lack of legal processes that it actually is a fate worse than death.
Oh, okay, yeah. For all the jurisprudence fetishists, this is a fate worse than death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're right. For all the institutionalists, a fate worse than death. It's like torture. Yeah, mine was different. I was just going to say you get executed.
Well, you know me, Hasan. I'm a troika guy. So I think that basically all court cases can be solved by 3 people. A soldier or a sailor, some type of factory worker, and then a peasant.
Agreed.
And that's judge, jury, executioner right there. And
Absolutely
they can pick which one they are. But everybody gets that one role. And you just gotta go with it, you know?
No, I completely agree with what you're saying. Wait, hold on. You might be the first guest that I've ever had on that will probably agree with my suggestion. I think in an effort to make, the American KKK government run in a more democratic capacity, I think we should have a process what I call the gauntlet, where if your approval rating dips below a certain percentage, and usually it's like, let's say 35%, right? And yeah, that's pretty fucking low. And that's like about like what the Congress approval rating usually is around, right? As a whole, I believe that you should trigger a process called the gauntlet, where states can bring forward a champion to beat the shit out of you in the floor of the Senate or the House of Representatives. It will be like a champion, just like you said. It can be a sailor, a soldier, a peasant, a coal miner or whatever. We hop them up. We just like put them through this crazy process where they just take a lot of steroids. They learn hand-to-hand combat. And then this way they get to experience the threat of proletarian violence will keep them, beholden to their constituents, the true constituents' interests.
But also create a sort of, you got to think about blowback here, because you could also get a Congress full of super soldiers, really, because, if I'm trying to, which would also be sick. Yeah. Because a lot of people think steroids make you really angry and like, you're crazy and you're bald and your dick doesn't work. I'm living proof that none of that's true. All steroids do is they make you smarter, more cunning, and honestly, more empathetic. To me, when I cycle, Hasan, when I go through a cycle, I honestly feel like I'm God. Not like I'm God, like I get to choose what everyone's doing. I feel like I'm God because I love everybody and I would sacrifice my own son for them.
Yeah, no, steroids are very good. I agree. We definitely agree on this.
I'm putting that in the Juul too.
Yeah. Oh, steroids? Way easier way to consume.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of it.
Okay, I agree. You have so many good ideas, dude. It's crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's the steroids.
Yeah, no, totally. I get that. Okay, so let's talk about the Juul ban then for a brief moment here before I let you go, because we covered the Ghislaine Maxwell thing. I just wanted to hear what your opinions were as someone who was in the court, saying, free Ghislaine, justice for Ghislaine, like every day as they tried to kick you out, but
dragged out by my heels.
Yeah. Because of your many disguises, which fooled all the marshals.
You know that they actually have shepherds crooks in there, so that if you do start talking, no, they don't. No,
what?
No,
my God! I mean, that's believable.
Yeah, it could be like an antiquated federal court thing.
Yeah, like they have like the fascies and behind the fucking in the Senate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like why not? Why not that?
Yeah.
I could see that. Yeah, we talked about that already. So we talked about all that. So let me ask you what your opinions are on the Juul ban. Why is it happening?
I mean, just
take a deep breath. I know this is dramatic.
Wait. Let me. There we go. That's what a deep breath sounds like.
Didn't sound too deep. Maybe from years of smoking cigarettes and inhaling Juuls, but
Hasan, I've been smoking since I was 12 years old.
That's why you're so cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, first time I ever smoked was salvia out of an apple. My friend Gordon Jacobs gave it to me on a hill. Didn't get me high, but the smoke. I don't know if you've seen Heat, but in that film they say, character says the action for me the action is the juice. And for me, the smoke is the nicotine. I love to smoke. Doesn't matter what it is, but to me, marijuana makes me crazy.
Wait, doesn't that mean that it's better if it's just there's no nicotine, so you still seem cool when you're smoking the tobacco without any nicotine?
Didn't think that far ahead, and I'm finding some holes in my own logic here.
Sorry.
But it's a lifestyle for me. I smoked for a long time. I'm very addicted to cigarettes. I don't drink no more. I don't fucking shoot dope no more. I don't do any kind of things no more. I just smoke, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the one thing I have left. And obviously big tobacco, bad. They're awful, predatory. Cigarettes are terrible for you. I've tried to quit. I have quit before. Wished I could quit many times. But I do think that this is going to, regardless of what the FDA intends, and obviously I do not trust any government agency is doing exactly what they say that they're doing. That's I don't know if that sentence made sense, but I don't exactly trust their intentions here. But I do think that this is frankly not going to work very well. I mean, I understand Juul has led to an increase in youth smoking. It's not smoking. It's a sacrifice that you make to not smoke by looking stupid by fucking putting a USB stick in your goddamn mouth. But I understand that it has led to an increase in youth smoking. However, survival of the fittest. If you start smoking when you were 12 like me, you end up being, Hasan, I'm 16 right now, and look at me. Look at how disgusting
You started
my
smoking
body
4 years ago.
I was smoking 4 years ago. No, but honestly, I get it. I'm not saying I'm right here. I'm not saying I'm morally in the right whatsoever. I'm not saying I'm politically in the right. I don't care. I'm going to go insane if they ban Juul. And I'm not, if they ban Juul, okay, I can live with that. If they ban nicotine, I mean, come on. That's going to make a lot of people go really crazy all at once.
That's why you gotta get on the nicotine gum train, which is super whack. I mean, it's way worse than a Juul. At least it's discreet, so you don't have to like run around.
Yeah,
with
people could just think you're a sassy little valley girl.
Yeah, I mean, I chew nonstop, so I was chewing gum regardless. I have an oral fixation, but
West Hollywood.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing, one last thing I was going to talk about, like I routinely reference you guys' gambling podcast that you've done.
Yeah.
And it's just gambling in general. You're a big gambler. You love gambling. You're always urging people to go gamble. Have you looked into the crypto casinos at all?
I have. Yes. I feel like I reached out to you about this, right? Or am I crazy?
Yeah.
Yes. I was like, when we were talking, we did an episode about online sports gambling. I ended up watching a bunch of Twitch streamer gamblers, crypto casino gamblers.
They're all over Twitch. They've completely overtaken Twitch.
That's insane. So it's like it looks like they're given a bunch of funny money by the casino or by the online casino, basically a bunch of money to play with. And then obviously it's not like there's regulation on this shit. The odds are fixed.
There's no regulation. Ordinary Gamers and Coffeezilla did a really good video on this too, like way back in the day. But yeah.
It's also, I actually, I like those two YouTube channels. It's a damn shame they're named what they are because those are rough names. But it's just, it's
good for the target audience.
Yeah, true. That's true. That's true. It's sort of astounding to me that my main thing about gambling is that I like to do it. I don't want to watch anyone gamble. In fact, watching someone else gamble makes me ashamed of my own gambling. And I don't gamble very often. And the crypto casino stuff, like that stuff, I will be real, that stuff should be totally banned from Twitch. Like, you should not be able to gamble whatsoever on here. Because it's going to be like some 16-year-old fucking kid who thinks like, oh my God, I could fucking... Dude, if I get my hands on 50 ApeCoin and I put it on like crazycasinos.Nepal and like, I mean, look, this guy just like won like $36 million. I remember I watched some stream of some guy who had moved to Canada in order to legally stream. This was one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever seen in my life.
There are many such cases, not one individual.
There's multiple people.
There's multiple. So Stake will either move streamers to Canada, or not move them, but like they will move on their own volition to either Canada or Mexico, where there are no such horrible restrictions, supposedly in the land of the free. You know what I mean? It's fucking bullshit that America has such disgusting restrictions on, online gambling. But yeah, no, they do that all the time. Like Aiden Roz, another popular streamer who does it, he literally would fly out to Mexico and like they put him in a fucking fat compound and he would just have like a week's worth of just, gambling streams and shit for like a $4 million a month deal. That's how much money they have, by the way. And those numbers are actually much higher.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely are, because they're getting paid a ton on the fucking back end from those companies.
Yeah, another thing that you love, by the way, is Drake is all over it, too. Drake's entire... Come on, Brace, you gotta be... I mean, you gotta be on this. I'm surprised you didn't know about this. Drake has his entire Instagram functionally dedicated to steak promotions. Now, if you go to his Instagram right now, there's like... I would go so far as to say... I mean, there is definitely an obviously large amount, like a comically large amount of steak crypto sponsorships on Drake's Instagram.
it's kind of surprising that no one has like really paid attention to this or considered it at all. And because I rarely ever see any coverage of this. There was like one viral tweet that I saw where it was like 2 albums in a span of 8 months. Like, I know a degenerate gambler when I see one. Like, that was the only thing I've ever seen reference to like Drake's gambling addiction.
Literally at stake. I'm gonna bust your head up. Wait, I'm gonna bust your head, run up the racks, and bless my people. Sorry, ahead of the time. Drake versus Steak.
Yeah, he did a stream. He did a live stream on Twitch where he did like a steak live stream basically. And I think because of the way Twitch is, it was like originally blacklisted as soon as it came up because they probably thought it was like a botted stream or something because there's a lot of fake streams. Like there's a lot of like Elon Musk crypto scam streams out there. I think they blacklisted the stream, but it got like around 43,000 average viewers. You know what I mean? He like promoted it on his Instagram.
That's insane. The only two like the comments that I see, like you know how Instagram shows you a couple comments, sample comments in case you want to click more. From something called card porn, this is something that I also looked at during the gambling episode, which is you know how people got really into like Magic and cards and Pokemon.
Yeah.
Before Bored Apes really hit. They did 3 fire emojis and then someone from FaZe Clan. So that's actually another streamer I know, FaZe Banks.
Oh, shouts out to FaZe Brother Banks. King.
Shout out to Brother Banks.
King. I'm phasing
Honestly,
up.
I had a really good time with you and him last week.
Yeah.
And that was, I gotta tell you.
Everything Brace is saying is a lie, by the way. Please don't.
I gotta tell you.
I have hung out with Brother Banks many, many times. I know him.
I know, but I gotta tell you, I don't know where you got that fentanyl from, Hasan, but you had us zooted, man. I thought I was a Bored Ape.
I'm never having you on this broadcast ever again.
No, I brought it up, man. Let me come in the house. No, it's dude. One thing before you kick me off of here. Did you see the preview for Seth Green's Ape Show?
Oh my God. Wait, the one that was like stolen from him, right?
I think he got it back, but like they showed a preview of it at VCon, Gary V's convention.
Is this you getting back at me because I said you're a journalist?
No. What are you talking about? No. This video is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my fucking life because it's like Seth Green, who is Dr. Evil's kid, a classic role. I mean, you're set for life after that. Was like, I'm going to make the most dumbass, boring looking sitcom in the world, except half the characters are NFTs.
Do they fuck? Because I remember, okay, this is a serious question. Do you think the NFT, like, do you think the Bored Ape fucks like human beings or do they fuck like other NFTs?
Oh, that's a good. Honestly, I think if you're existing in like an NFT extended universe where they're all like hanging out, I think that there's cross-species pollination if the species is anthropomorphic enough.
Gary V makes a cameo in that trailer as well.
It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. It reads like a parody. Awesome. And I honestly watched it to the end thinking it was like a joke, like a kind of a meta joke about NFTs. And the fact that it was real, I think shook me in a way that nothing else really has.
Well, you can see here in one of the scenes on the trailer from Gary VCon. I'm showing this on my stream right now. There is an NFT looking cat on what it seems like is a very boring date with a human being. A lovely lady who's drinking an alcoholic beverage, and the cat is on his phone. And then also, more importantly, I mean, I'm diving deeper into this, but there's also another sequence here. Who is this actress, chat? There's this, like, I think she's like a famous actress, like an older famous actress. Basically, picking up and carrying one of the female NFTs.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think from what I can gather, I think that it's like acceptable within like NFT land if like a cat NFT and an ape NFT fuck, because they're both kind of like people animal NFTs. I don't know if you're allowed to, like, if I'm a human, I don't know if I'm allowed to hook up with like a cat that looks like a woman.
Yeah. Wait,
Or
I think it's
boy.
like Carmela Soprano, maybe? That's who is in the trailer. There's a lot of famous people in this trailer.
I honestly had no idea there was anybody famous in that trailer.
Yeah, except
I've
Gary
like
Vee.
never seen anything. So Gary Vee, of course, I mean he is. I have an app on Chrome that when Gary Vee appears on screen for me, whether it's in a video or a still picture, it highlights him in gold.
What?
And replaces his eye. I'm just kidding. No.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it probably does exist.
But yeah, there's I'm surprised that like this is still going. I wonder if this project will ever happen now that, you know, NFTs are worth nothing, which is what they were always worth technically.
You ever think, like Hasan, like do you ever like in like your dark moments think you're like, you know, if I wanted to, like if I was like evil version of me, like I could probably do like an insane rug pull.
Oh my God, yes. 100%. I see so much of it, and a lot of it goes completely unpunished. That
Totally.
like, it would be so easy to do. It would be the easiest fucking thing to do on the planet.
Like I get why like all those like insane like streamer people do it. That's actually how I know which streamers are which now, because I watched a bunch of those CoffeeZilla videos about like insane scams. I feel really bad for people who fall for them, but I'm like, seems like it would be so easy to do. Like if you have any modicum of internet notoriety, you could do it. Like even the Ice Poseidon guy, that guy's famous for being a bad guy, and he was still able to do a rug pull.
Yeah, and he was like, and this was way after his like prominence, because at its peak, he was famous for being a bad guy, but like he was like incredibly popular back then. And way after his fall from grace, he was still able to do something like that, which is crazy. So like any kind of, as long as you have even a little bit, even like a fraction of clout, you can so easily do things like this.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Fuck. So I just wanted to announce here, you know, on your show that I'm doing a series of NFTs with really cool original art. It's the Gary B collection. For Belden, and we're kind of doing like it's versions of me, except I'm wearing different glasses and sometimes a funny little hat. They will be drawn by people I met on Fiverr, which is cool. It's a diverse group of artists, mostly on the subcontinent, people call it, you know, various parts of it, from the east to the west, baby.
You're uplifting the working class of the third world.
Exactly. And like, no, I'm not paying them a Fiverr. That's just what the app is called. I'm paying them significantly less than that.
Yeah, that would be too much. They would not know what to do with all that kind of money.
Exactly. I don't want to like, I don't want to cause any inflation over there. So, there will be approximately 20,000 different versions of myself. I did start a Discord. I know I'm banned from Discord and like public schools, etc. I guess private ones too. But I know for similar reasons. I get it. But I do use a cheap Discord knockoff. It's Discord with a K and 2 Ds.
I heard you're using what they were using in Cuba the CIA Cuban Twitter.
I use CIA Cuban Twitter. Unfortunately, it does have no voice chat. It does have a video that it makes you use while you type. So everyone's just typing silently to each other on video. And it's a really great community. You know, everyone's kind of there to celebrate me. And it's just like, honestly, we're going to the moon.
That's it. You've activated the trigger word. Everyone's going in now.
We're all in. So things haven't been like minted or made or drawn yet or whatever, but we are doing a pre-minting deposit type process. I will be, Hasan told me, I paid him several thousand B-coins earlier, and he said he will be putting up a QR code for the last 4 hours of his stream for the next 2 weeks. Yeah. Which has been really, I mean,
I'm heavily invested. I'm so in. I love this.
Dude, also, how are you wearing a long sleeve shirt right now? I'm roasting.
Oh, I always crank the AC in my house because I hate the environment.
You know what I'm working with? I'm working with a ceiling fan that's not even on.
What is that behind you? Is that like a grill? Oh, that's a heater to the other side. Do you not see it next to the door, Brace?
Oh,
I guess
dude,
that's
I
a
don't know
heater,
what that.
though.
I
That's
don't
a
know what
heater.
that thing. Yeah, it's every house in LA has a heater, and none have air conditioning.
Yeah, because it gets really, because it does get really fucking. It can get really cold at night in the winter.
Yeah, well, that's because.
But the heaters don't work either. So.
Exactly. Yeah, this heater also doesn't work.
Yeah, none of that works. That's just, they painted over it so many times.
I just get a couple of buxom bored apes to crawl into bed with me. Keep me warm with their fur.
Gary B.
Gary B.
apes. Yeah. All right.
Shout out to the community.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Brace, for coming on and promoting your next crypto initiative. This was wonderful. Wonderful to have you.
Thank you for having me.
And hopefully we can have Liz next time as well. I don't know why she was like, "Oh, I can't make it." You know, she's too cool. It's fine. I get it.
I will. In her defense, she did get up at like 5, which I know you get up at 5 every day, but not everyone's you. She got up at 5 to go to the courthouse. So, you know, I got up at 11 to not do that.
I feel you. All right. Well, once again,
All right,
thanks.
brother.
Thank you so much for coming on, Brace.
Thank you. I had a blast.
All right. Well, you can, like I said, open invite anytime you want to pull up.
Would love to. All right.
Peace.
See ya.
All right, folks. That was Brace Belden of the Belden program. Shouts out to Brace of the TrueAnon pod. He certainly does not run the TrueAnon pod Twitter account that was run by Mehmet. Constance Shulman was that actor. Brandon is pro drunk driving. What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Please go shooting with him, bro. It'll be a total blast. Yeah, I mean, literally, it would be a total blast. You know, the conservatives in that universe really oppose NFT human relationships. Yeah, not Clarence Thomas, though, as we found out. You know? Dark Brandon is the only one who has my back. What is this?
You only arrest for the purpose of dealing with a felony that's committed, and I don't count drunk driving as a felony. You only arrest for the purpose of dealing with a felony that's committed, and I don't count drunk driving as a felony.
Hell yeah. The plan, do nothing to protect Roe in order to fundraise for the next election. Booze cruises are back, baby. Shooting range with Brace will be 2x the length of your FOIA request. Yeah, every time I have Brace on, I should have asked him about that actually, but every time I have Brace on, my Freedom of Information Act request it triples in fucking size. As a person with 4 OWI, Brandon is now my hero. Thank you, sir. I don't remember this. I don't remember this fucking clip. Your first 3 DUIs are misdemeanors in the great state of MT. Consider playing Raft, non-scary game. Promise will be fun with friends too, but still great alone. Maybe. Biden just announced it's releasing 1.6 million monkeypox vaccine doses over the rest of the year for high-risk populations. Over the 50 dead migrants? Yes, I did. I once saw Brace in PHL and said, hey, but he pointed his finger at me and loudly laughed with his friends. Makes sense. The people will fuck NFTs in that show just like how people fuck animals in BoJack Horseman. Oh yeah, that's right. I never really thought about it like that. When we have Cawthorn on the show, unfortunately, Madison Cawthorn has stopped responding to my DMs. I don't know why. I asked him to respond to my DMs, and it seemed like he was down to come on the show, but now it seems like he's no longer down to come on the show. On radio silence so the heat can fall off. Typical shit. Yeah. I think he thought he would win the election. I think that's why he was like, oh, come on the election. No matter what happens, like after the election, I'll come on. And I really thought that he was going to come on and we were going to be able to do these things, you know? Yeah. Like fun to watch. The Cult of Fresh and Fit. What the fuck? The Cult of Fresh and Fit. This is a very unpopular opinion, but I'm going to say it anyway.
This is Myron, about to say the dumbest thing of all time.
I think if you're in a serious relationship with a girl, she should not have an Instagram. That's cheating. In my opinion, I think a woman having an Instagram is 100% cheating, especially if she has scantily clad photos of.
Scantily clad? My dude just said scantily clad?
Why art thou maiden this, Myron? My maiden?
Greetings!
Who are the
from
worst
tour.
guys ever?
Yep, I'm on tour, and that's why I'm in a hotel room right now, and that light is flickering behind me. I hope that's not distracting.
Okay, there's a bunch of shit that we can watch here. That's cool. Cringe impersonating cringe. Chill, let's watch this for a
Scantily
second.
clad photos of herself on her Instagram. That's cheating. Let me guess. She decided to venture without you outside.
Brother, if you're asking for the Naomi Klein documentary, okay, which is not surprising, you're a 36-month subscriber. If you're asking for the Naomi Klein documentary 6 hours and 25 minutes into the broadcast, let me tell you something. It's not happening, okay? Like, you know, you've been in here for 36 months. You know that, like, after 6.5 fucking hours of, like, nonstop, literally nonstop news coverage, I'm not going to give you a fucking documentary shot in, like, 2007 about workers' councils and worker cooperatives, okay? I know you want it because you're a freak and you're like, nah, it's just like I've been in this community for 3 years. I clearly have like incredibly, incredibly high stages of fucking brain rot. But no, let me tell you, it's not happening. We're not doing that. We're going to do some fun reacts, okay? Like this.
She did indeed.
Bro, you did the British accent for 3 hours? Okay, so what, motherfucker? Sometimes I like to dilute.
This take is from the Fresh and Fit podcast, hosted by Myron and Walter, the new emerging leaders of the Red Pill Order. Now, it doesn't take a genius to conclude that this is a soup brain take. Unfortunately for us, this happens to be one of the many dense talking points that leaves this boiler room of alpha.
You live in the United States?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have running water?
Yes.
You have electricity?
Mm-hmm.
You have food in the fridge?
Yeah.
Okay, you got nothing to be depressed about. There's children right now that don't even have clothes.
If I'm in my prime, right, why would I want a woman that's on her decline?
Decline?
Yes. Once a woman passes 30 years old, she is steadily declining. As men age, we get better with time. You guys are no longer going to go into this gender war with a fucking butter knife. With us, we're going to arm you guys with bazookas.
They call this special blend of delusionally confident misogyny a podcast. The Fresh and Fit podcast happens to be surging in popularity in the Red Pill Alpha Chad manosphere, and despite multiple creators dogpiling
Love
them
these guys.
relentlessly, they are still finding extreme success. Between their Patreon, YouTube revenue, as well as various other ways they monetize their loyal fan base. They're even selling the High Value Academy course, which of course is
100% a HasanAbi head.
complete and utter garbage that they're peddling for $700. Hi, sorry, I just needed to interrupt and say they're grifters, guys. Come on, they're grifting. This is one massive fucking grift, okay? And oh my God, I apologize for this lighting. I don't know what this guy was thinking. God damn it, we'll fix it in post, I promise. Back to the show. Alright, let me clarify some things before we start analyzing this alpha podcast. I will try my best to refrain from using what they call shaming language, like
stupid or egotistical
or homophobic or misogynistic or transphobic.
And to be clear, I think that...
By the way, I'm going to skip the what is the manosphere and Red Pill Explain part and get back to and probably skip it over to they can't be reasoned with, because if you've been in this community for a long enough time, you already know that you already know what the fucking manosphere is, and you already know what red pilling is, and you've heard it many, many times. So we're going to skip that
They are all those
part.
things and more.
But you can watch this video if you want. It's called The Cult of Fresh and Fit from Frank Laundrie.
How Myron reacted to being called mean.
I say you mean. It is what it is. What the fuck you want me to say?
That's
You
not the truth,
mean,
though.
You mad about I saying mean? You grown as hell.
What?
Yeah, well.
I also don't have an interest in exposing their hypocrisy, like them simping.
Simp guy, simply put, is a guy who gives free attention to a woman or women / validation and or money or resources without getting anything in return sexually.
It's all yours.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's see the
bill.
God damn, somebody's rent money.
Walter getting finessed by a white girl from a sugar baby site.
Honestly, she didn't want to do this live stream. She's doing this for me, so I appreciate her for that.
Do I know you?
Do I know you?
This P-word is wet. Come take a dive.
Or Myron having close relations with random white guys. These are all amazing! God's gift to humanity right here. Look how happy Myron is here, smiling from ear to ear with a full head of hair. Who would have ever thought that he would grow into the woman-hating bald man he is today from these beautiful pictures? Also, any take using this photo to discredit Myron is homophobic. Straight up and fresh. Looks adorably shy with his girlfriend. It's sweet.
Beta.
While this type of behavior is hypocritical for them to engage in, them spending the money they earn from grifting to red pill misogynists on spoiling women who do not care about them, and Myron at one point in his life breaking down the toxic masculinity between him and his homies. I mean, that's just a massive W. A lot of criticism of Fresh and Fit ultimately ends in homophobia or more misogyny, which kind of just defeats the whole entire point. Nah. In this video, we're gonna focus on the biggest sin known to man. Bad arguments. This is a theory I've been working on, alright? And it's just a theory, so just bear with me. Women are usually happier when their men are physically and emotionally now you
this is
didn't.
a theory.
What are you
This is a theory,
talking
all right?
about?
Let me finish
What are
my
you
point,
talking
please.
about? No,
Quiet.
I disagree.
Before I
kick
disagree.
you out the show.
Screw
Quiet.
you,
one mic at a time, okay?
Put the bald cap on, dude. That's devastating. Wow, this fucking guy. If he says he's not gonna make fun of them for being maybe gay, we don't know, or being a simp, we don't know. But then he fucking makes fun of them for being bald. That's baldophobia, brother. He can't control that. He was born that way. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Anyway, this part is going to be like explaining the manosphere, which is why I'm skipping it, because you already know. We've covered it so many times. And we're going to go into directly, they can't be reasoned with.
Alright, so we're in the editing bay, and I am making one of my first cuts, because, you know, this video is not going to be perfect, y'all. The reason why I paused it here is because I started to get a little bit uncharitable, I guess I could say. I made a pretty big claim here that Fresh and Fit's rhetoric is only driven by a hatred for women, and that's where a lot of their talking points stem from. But I never really made that clear, which is pretty easy to do. It's so easy to do that I figured I'd take a moment to pause the video and make it clear as day. Let me just pull it back on the screen real quick. So this is a debate that Fresh and Fit had with some Australian podcasters. The subject matter of the debate was, if women can't have an Instagram, why should men be able to have an Instagram? I'm boiling things down a lot here, but I'll include the full video down below if you have the stomach to watch it. Please do, I guess. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It was hard to watch. I ain't even gonna lie to you. If you remember back to the beginning of this video, the point Fresh and Fit made was that it is cheating for women to have an Instagram, especially if she has scantily clad photos of herself on said Instagram.
I think if you're in a serious relationship with a girl, she should not have an Instagram. That's cheating, in my opinion. I think a woman having an Instagram is 100% cheating, especially if she has scantily clad photos of herself on the internet and she's not making money.
The Australian podcasters actually did a great job of
owning Fresh and Fit in the marketplace of ideas, if you will. So I'll just let the clip play.
Just want to make one point. So if I'm on Instagram and I'm getting 40 DMs and you're getting 20 DMs, my point is that you guys are more likely to respond to the 20 DMs than we are to the 40 DMs.
Here's the thing: men and women are not the same. Women, women
men are more
look
likely
for
to
attention.
reply.
Women like attention. Men want sex. That's how it is. So when a girl's out there advertising herself, it's not the same as when a man is advertising himself, because a man's not going to get nearly the same amount of attention. And then on top of that, men of status, men that are attractive, that have money, hey, it's just exercising options. Men are going to go ahead and act on those options if they have the ability to do so. So my thing is, a man is capable of having sex with other women while still loving his girl the same. So it's not that big a deal, but it is a big deal.
You know, one of the best things about these guys is that, like, they've done the classic, like, they're really dumb. They're not even, like, trying to carry themselves as, like, debate perverts who, like, always try to hide behind, like, a intellectual veneer, right? They try to claim that they're, like, actually fucking, you know, smart debate perverts do. They don't do that, right? But they do have the tendency, just like debate lords, to create a moral system in which they have like infallible characters, right? Their moral compass is perfect, is perfectly logical. They have set up a moral system in which a man can fuck whoever they want, do whatever the fuck they want, and a woman can't do that because you don't understand. Women fuck for emotions, and that's actually cheating, whereas when men fuck, that's just because they're horny, and that's totally different. Of course, within this moral system, there is no interest in trying to understand a woman's opinion or even recognize the personhood of a woman, because that would be lame and awful, and obviously they're not going to mention any of that. So their worldview revolves around women being objects of desire, and also something you can exploit, something you can use for clout, something you can fuck. And that's pretty much it. And that's why they can get away with like building these kinds of fucking narratives and arguments. It's so fucking transparent in the way that he's describing it right now.
If your girl's out here and are fielding options, if your woman's out here fielding options,
Bingo.
that's an issue.
Bingo.
Oh, sorry. So you're actually saying that in a relationship, it's okay for men to go and explore other options, but we have to be happy with you and not explore options.
Absolutely. Closed on your end, open on my end. And I think, to be honest, between the two,
y'all,
I feel bad for Hasan having to watch all this shit for content. Wow. What do you mean? I love this shit.
That is clear as day. I can't make it any clearer. It's okay for men to be disloyal in a relationship, but not women. The reason, because men and women are different. There is no reasoning behind this take. It is just men should be able to do it because men should be able to do it, and women shouldn't be able to do it because they should just be subservient to the men that they're with. Not only was their argument incredibly weak with no foundation in actual fact, but when they lost the debate, listen to their response.
we don't give a what these losers over there gotta say. These guys are over here fucking coddling women and lying and all this other bullshit, trying to be like, oh my God, let's virtue signal. Yes, men and women are the same. Oh my God.
Oh,
Wait,
dude.
no.
Oh, dude. Owned. Chat. New HasanAbi rule. Are you ever feeling like you want to brave the treacherous waters of the intellectual marketplace of ideas? And maybe your interlocutor has decided that you are fucking owned. Maybe they've trapped you into a logical conundrum. Maybe you are coming across as illogical. Perhaps you found yourself being hysterical even. Oh my God, you might have even shown emotion. Hit him with the virtue signaling counter. You will own every single person in that argument collectively. All of the people on your side will immediately turn around and go, oh my God, you're so right. They are virtue signaling. It works every fucking time. Destroyed. They destroyed those Australians.
No. Yo, you know what I'm saying? We don't bend, we don't fold. They can go suck up dick.
This is the reaction from them losing the debate. Anyone with two brain cells together would recognize that they lost this debate, miserably so. But yet, they didn't. Because they can't lose. Because no matter what, If you disagree with them, you are blue-pilled. Y'all, this video has been mentally and emotionally taxing because it is just hatred for women that floats the boats of Fresh and Fit, that keeps their empire sustaining and profitable, and that's what's so hard, y'all. But I'm gonna let y'all get back to the video. I even read Myron's...
Isn't it obvious that they're just grifting? It is, but it doesn't really matter because what do I always say? If enough people... Okay. If enough people are just as stupid and you have firmly laid on top of centuries of human existence and the structures that human existence is created in the form of patriarchy, you can very easily get away with grifting that way. It's not even difficult. Because people literally are like, oh, I believe that. And you're telling me what I believe. And you have shrouded yourself in this like fake machismo. And I am conditioned into thinking that you're an intelligent person because I agree with you. That's how it works. People want their biases to be confirmed rather than people want their biases to be confirmed rather than have to actually check their own preconceived notions. So they'll pay for that privilege. And considering that the structures that exist are already conditioning people into believing that like women are property, women should be objectified, all this sort of stuff, as a consequence of the patriarchy, there are plenty of people who are just as dumb as the Fresh and Fit guys who want to hear what the Fresh and Fit guys have to say. And that makes them feel better. It's easier to have your biases be reinforced rather than have to check them and try to change your mind.
Book, Unplugging from the Matrix of Fitness and Game. Confessions of an Ex-Nerd Turned Womanizer. The first sentence of this book is literally, "You've been lied to." The fitness industry has been lying to you about how to get in the best shape of your life. The media and women themselves have been lying to you about what really makes females attracted to you. And then in chapter 2, he tells us his villain origin story. It was June 2008, and we were weeks away from graduating high school. I was sitting in class during a lesson, and out of nowhere, a guy named Mike, who was sitting behind me in class, grabbed my tricep, and without a care in the world, told me, "Wow, dude, you really fucking skinny." Instantly, the girls in the class bursted out in laughter, laughing at how skinny I was. In his free book, one of the first pieces of his sales funnel to...
Listen, bro, at least he didn't become a school shooter, okay? Because that seems like a manifesto in the writing, in the making.
Converts you into a customer. He's catering to disenfranchised men who have been ridiculed and laughed at by others in society. And he's catering to them specifically just to take their money. There is no winning here, because no matter what you say, you will always be blue-pilled, stuck in the matrix. It's what's so dangerous about this movement and why it should actually be of real concern.
I wonder which
we've watched.
I wonder which community this guy hangs out in. I'm sensing some similarities. Interesting.
Watched Fresh and Fit before, the red pill super misogynists that just berate women. That's their brand. That's the source of their grift. Y'all already know this. I just wanted to catch you up because today we're going to be looking at their sources. Someone in the chat just let me know that they have a link tree to all of their sources for this garbage that they spit on their podcast. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. Hopefully we can make this into a YouTube video. So best behavior, chat, okay?
Motherfucker said narcissistic. Chatters really will say anything. Like, he said narcissistic, bro.
I'm not trying to get stun locked today. First video, facts versus feelings. They still don't see facts. Looks like they're pulling looks like they're following the lead of our good old Ben Shapiro.
Facts don't care about your feelings. And let me tell you something, dear. You must have been the facts.
because you didn't care about my feelings.
I love that meme. Trigger warning, misogyny, hate speech, the whole nine, y'all.
Very different. The reason why women make less money than men is not because of gender, it's because of choice. Here's the reality. Men on average work more hours. They work more dangerous jobs that pay more. They go into STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Women go into jobs that pay less, social work, nursing, teaching, etc. Okay? And also, women take more vacation, paternity leave, etc. Women don't
Okay,
argue for higher
dude.
wages like men do.
I eat one meal a day. One meal. Let me fucking live, guys. I eat one meal a day. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Oh, come on, bro. Also, he's not pausing enough.
They're more agreeable. And that's just the reality. Women make less because of choice, not because of gender. Number one.
Dude, this video, I need to find this video, by the way. Like the original video that he's reacting to, because that seems fucking awesome.
It's illegal to pay a woman less because of the Labor Act in the 70s. And then number
still
two,
going.
Let's just use common sense here. You're an economist. If I could really get away with paying women 80 cents on the dollar, I would never hire a fucking man. I would hire only women.
Never.
I will make significantly more money, more profit, and I could pay them less. But you can't do that. The thing is this. That
He's
statistic,
still
the wage
going.
gap, where it's derived from, it does not account for degrees held, experience, type of job.
Yeah, this is how you know. This is a bad parody. Now I'm just kidding. This dude's awesome. But I'm not just saying that because he's very clearly a HasanAbi head. And I defend HasanAbi heads. I'm ride or die. But also, you know, if I were to do a parody of someone like this, I would probably pause a little bit more. He's paused 0 times. He's only speaking over the video, which I never do.
Job work, whatever. I don't see all the women fighting to do offshore drilling, to do any type of manual labor. Women go for jobs that are comfortable and safe in an office that are air conditioned.
He's
that
still
tend to make less
going.
money and tend to be more socially oriented. And then, if you look at Scandinavian countries, shout out to Jordan Peterson, right? We're going to meet him tomorrow.
Shout out to him.
Which is even more egalitarian and more equal than the United States. They found that when you give women more equality, which is the most equal countries in the world, they actually make even less money because of their choices. They want to go into fields that pay less. So, and here's the other thing too.
Oh my
women
God.
go to college more than men now.
I love this guy said, he's not wrong though. No, you're right, dude. Women actually... isn't he right about the fact that women are more often in lower paid jobs, or do I have it twisted? Can you explain a little bit about that, please? I haven't done the 2014, 2015 era Gamergate style, like women are actually paid less because they want to be paid less arguments, but part of that is because there's no paternity leave and there's a limited amount of maternity leave. This, of course, sets back women dramatically in the workforce. Women also are less likely to negotiate as a consequence of like being bullied in the workplace, or as a consequence of just like not speaking out with as a product of the system itself. They should obviously, in a fair situation, get paid the same for the same amount of work that they're putting in, but they often don't, because that is how capitalism works. They will get away, your bosses will get away with paying you the least amount that they can get away with, and they will take advantage of certain structures such as that. Another reason... What? Anyway, another reason, except for the fact that Scandinavia is the only region of the world with female heads of state. Traditionally, female occupied occupations are paid less for those very same reasons as well. Obviously, like do you feel like teachers, nurses, and social workers? These are industries that are dominated by women. Do you think that they are doing undesirable work? No, of course not. It's just what people can get away with not paying you. But ultimately, like I said, maternity leave is a part of it. Like, and because of that, and because of the many fucking generations of women not being in the workplace, it has taken a long ass time for women to actually be elevated in the positions of power managerial positions, into boards. And if you don't have women in positions of power in your workplace, and this might come as a surprise to many of you, you end up hiring and also uplifting other men into positions of power in said workplace, which of course reinforces that very same dynamic.
Colleges are dominated by women. Almost 3/4 of college attendees now are women. And they still choose to go into fields that make less money. And the men still dominate science, technology, engineering, and math, which need a college degree. So the women choose not to go into those fields, and that is why they get paid less. They don't want to go into STEM. And then on top of that, if a woman does want to go into STEM or get into a field that is male dominated,
He's still going.
they're going to have an overwhelming advantage because of affirmative action.
That's
So the
also
way-
bullshit.
Age gap myth does not exist. It's a fallacy. It's been debunked a million times. Women don't get paid less because they have a vagina. Women get paid less because they choose to do certain things that make less money, and that's a fact.
All right, y'all. What we just watched was Myron Gish Gallop. That dump of nonsensical bullshit. That was him gish galloping. It's what these guys do. It will leave them looking like super debate chads and have you looking dumb, like you don't know what you're talking about. But let's entertain this for 1 second, and let's say some of those arguments did sound pretty reasonable. But to claim that the wage gap has been debunked a million times and is a myth is a pretty heavy statement. Okay, so I'm just curious where he got this information from. Let's go here. Show more. All right, guys.
Uncage your gorilla mind.
Fresh. Oh, studies, link trees. Okay. Fresh and fit research links. All right, guys. Bear with me. Where is it? Where is it? Wage gap. A link tree dedicated to more wage gap myths. Okay. This is where it gets juicy. Negotiation. All right. He said something about negotiation, right? Women not being able to negotiate higher wages, and that's why they make less money.
Women don't argue for higher.
Wait, that's true though. But the difference between women not negotiating for higher pay versus men negotiating for higher pay also still goes back to that exact same fucking thing that I mentioned, which is that there are more men in positions of power. It's a boys' club for a reason. And even when women do negotiate, they have a lesser chance of success during that negotiation.
Wages like men do. They're more agreeable.
Okay.
The idea
so let's
of like
click
them
on
being
that.
agreeable is
The first
bullshit.
link in the wage tree link tree. Let's see what this one says. Okay, gender pay disparity. Women don't negotiate. Okay, that's a pretty clickbaity headline. Let's see what it says. Gender pay disparity is a deeply ingrained and tenacious reality for the professional woman of the 21st century. Pay disparity implies that women receive less pay as compared to men for doing the same job. In November 2015, the Economic Policy Institute of the USA verified this fact and stated, this gender wage gap is a persistent
EPI.
economic problem. Women still make 82.9% of men's wages. Y'all, in the first link in this link tree dedicated to wage gap myths, it literally states that the wage gap is a fact. God, I can't make this up. Y'all. The first link that they link to in the first paragraph says the wage gap is real.
Women advocating for themselves to a male supervisor is often viewed as complaining, whereas for men, it's viewed as being assertive. There's that reality too. Ultimately, capital owners are going to use everything that they can, okay? Capital owners are going to use every little negotiation, bargaining chip that they can. And if sexism is one of those bargaining chips, of course they're going to do that, because like every industry relies on using every inch you can to squeeze out as many profits as possible. So, of course, fresh and fit guys aren't personally saying that the wage gap is a myth, or maybe they kind of said that because they're fucking idiots, but they're basically trying to describe why the wage gap exists. And when they're describing why the wage gap exists, they dive into sexist ass takes and attitudes.
And
just like when I'm describing this person who is, doing a better job than I am, I should probably unpause their video. I will dive into the top of the hour ad break and tell you at the top of the hour every hour there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, or by getting gifted a sub. Yeah, they said the wage gap is a myth, but he said the wage gap is a myth, but what he's doing technically there is trying to describe why there's a wage disparity between women's wages and men's wages. Do you understand? Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. Boys, thank you. Sloth Artwork 94 for the 5 gifted.
It has been proven. But let's continue. This might be setting us up for a gotcha or something. So let's continue throughout this article. The World Economic Forum ranked 142 countries on the Global Gender Pay Index in 2015. The United States, the most economically developed and advanced country in the world, was ranked at the 28th position. It trailed far behind developing countries such as Rwanda, ranked 6th, Philippines, ranked 7th, and Slovenia, ranked 10th. Nevertheless, these rankings verified the fact that gender pay disparity is a global phenomenon. This report also concluded that with present policies, it would take 118 years, or until 2133, to close the pay gap completely. The National Center for Education Statistics states that females are expected to account for the majority of college students. About 11.5 million females will attend in fall 2015, compared with 8.7 million males. When women excel in education and skills, then why is it so difficult for them to close the pay disparity? Part of the answer lies in multiple articles and books that have been published to analyze the factors affecting the pay disparity, including women's lack of negotiating skills. Alright, so while Myron and Walter were 100% wrong about the wage gap being a myth, this does state that negotiation is a factor in the wage gap. So maybe Myron isn't as stupid as we think he is. Maybe. Maybe he's not a complete idiot, mate. I mean, excuse me. I mean, intellectually lazy. Sorry. And you know what? I'm gonna save y'all some time.
Come on,
This
bro.
article is focused on women not negotiating, and when they do, not negotiating effectively. The 5 reasons they list as to why women don't negotiate are: 1, lack of self-confidence. The article pretty much says that being in a male-dominated work environment makes women doubt themselves more. And 2, social and cultural stereotypes. Once again, the article will be linked below.
You know this is not your average African, right? What? No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. I said, no, it's not. Fuck you, nice bathroom. I hate to dox them.
Below, but the article pretty much says traditional gender rules pertaining to men being breadwinners and women being caretakers lead women to accepting whatever wages are offered them. And number 3, guys, this is the most interesting one, by the way. This is the one I find most interesting.
Damn, HasanAbi Clips industrial complex is getting so crazy they started hiring people to do Hasan videos. Yeah. At least they brought some fucking diversity, dude. Holy shit. Constantly having some fucking honky yap all day, every day about like, oh, women's issues, oh, black issues, like stay out of black people's business, Hasan. You know what I'm saying? There you go.
Social cost. Research has confirmed that female candidates experience...
I called myself that, and also that's, as far as I know, not one of the banned words, okay?
extensive backlash from male as well as female evaluators in salary negotiations. Researchers stated men were always less willing to work with a woman who had attempted to negotiate than a woman who did not. They always preferred to work with a woman who stayed mum. Now that's a quote from the article Fresh and Fit linked to. One of the articles that debunk the wage gap myth. Oh my God, these guys are stupid. And number 4, economic recession. This article states economic recessions make women more docile and...
I love this take, sorry. You're completely wrong and straight up ignore the facts here. There's no wage gap. Men earn more because they choose jobs like doctor or lawyer, but women choose jobs that pay less, like female doctor or female lawyer. Oh no. Oh, that's so funny. That's great.
complaint, which sounds pretty gender neutral to me, but whatever. And 5, this is the kicker, guys, lack of negotiating skills. And then this article goes on to teach women how to negotiate.
Shatter stole that.
One
Shut
of
the
the
fuck up.
tips for
Everyone steals
negotiate
everything.
is be nice and act like a woman. A quote from the article states, "First, women must come across as being nice, concerned about others, and appropriately female. When women take a more instrumental approach, this is what I want and deserve, people react far more negatively." Now, guys, I don't really like this article. And also that needing to censor other people in your justifications for why you should earn your fair wage is something that should just be expected and something you should learn how to do, instead of being a hard pill to swallow, but one that may be necessary in our current patriarchal climate. It uncritically sets up women needing to censor other people in their justifications for why they should earn their fair wages as an expected thing to do. I don't know if that makes sense, y'all. But despite that, and this article also misdating the Lilly Ledbetter Act and when that was signed into law. They say it was signed into law in 2002 by President Obama when he didn't take office till 2009. And it was 2009 when that really important thing was signed into law, by the way. But despite all of those things that I don't like about this article, it concludes by saying that there needs to be systemic changes put into place and laws need to be signed to ensure that fair wages across all genders are guaranteed. This literally calls for systemic change to end the wage gap. Come on, y'all.
Guys, why do you keep pointing this out? Yes, he's like obviously a chatter. Chatters fucking hate other chatters in the wild. It's so funny. Like, yeah, he's clearly doing a parody, man. How did you not get it? That's the joke. Okay? Jesus Christ, dude. You guys like literally cringe at the sight of like anyone who is who resembles you in any capacity. You're like, what the fuck? Fuck him, dude. Calm down, bro. He's great. He's doing a great job. This is like a new content creator. I think he's doing great.
Come on. Fresh and Fit can't be this dumb. They can't be this dumb. They just can't be. It took Myron like 2 minutes to bust out all of that bullshit lyric, and it took me pages.
Like the chatter typing that literally probably has a pearl necklace, painted fucking nails, and most likely wearing a beanie and a graphic tee, being like, wow, this guy really fucking sucks, huh? This guy really fucking sucks. The amount of fucking dudes I see in the wild that come up to me and are like, yo, I love the show, whatever. I know how to spot you from a mile away because I know you. All you motherfuckers wear painted nails now, okay? Every single one of you, which there's nothing wrong with, okay? That's awesome. Glad you're able to express yourself. I think it looks cool. I like it. It's just so funny though that you're like turning around and like shitting on someone else who's doing the same thing,
bro. In order to disprove, and he gave me the link. I mean, he's just grifting. He's just a grifter, and his audience is stupid. One other claim was that women choose lower paying work, and there was one other link that I thought was interesting that I wanted to share with y'all. Let me see if I can't find it. It was from The Atlantic. All right, here we go. I just found it. Why are women still choosing the lowest paying jobs? This is from The Atlantic, okay, y'all?
Are they choosing the jobs that are lowest paying? Or are jobs that are heavily dominated by women usually lower paying jobs, despite how important they might be to a productive industry?
Which we all know The Atlantic is top tier, peer-reviewed statistical knowledge, but the perfect source for your claim that the wage gap is false. Is a myth, made up, just a fairy tale. Yeah, The Atlantic. Yeah. God, this article is essentially talking about women choosing to study trades that earn less money, like cosmetology and whatnot, over trades like welding. Again, the article will be linked below, so you can read it at your leisure if you'd like. But the part of the article that I want to talk about actually talks about the pay difference between a male cosmetologist and female cosmetologists. And this is and I think this will be very interesting to read also. Keep in mind, this is their source, not mine. They linked to this, I didn't. Man, this article is long as y'all. I read all of this, by the way. I read this whole thing. Feel free to do the same. All right, here it is. The median salary for male cosmetologists is $39,100 according to the Georgia town center. For women, it's $24,700. Y'all, this is their link. There is their link. And let me just walk y'all through that, just in case y'all need help. Let me just walk y'all through that. In the lower paying field, cosmetology, there is a massive pay difference based on gender, right? A wage gap. Y'all, there's a wage gap. There is a gender-based wage gap here in a woman-dominated field. This is their link, y'all, not mine. And you know what? They made it really easy for me because they said the wage gap is bullshit and it's a myth and it's 100% based on choice.
So the wage gap myth does not exist. It's a fallacy. It's been debunked a million times. Women don't get paid less because they have a vagina. Women get paid less because they choose to do certain things that make less money, and that's a fact.
Really easy to debunk that. In fact, you can use their own research to debunk that. And y'all, I don't know how long they're going to keep it up after I post this video, so be sure to check out those links and read them for yourself. All right, we have a few options here for what happened. Fresh and Fit saw a catchy headline and thought, oh yeah, this is definitely something that agrees with our point, and never bothered reading it. And honestly, my money's on that one. Or they read it and they realized it actually didn't do the thing that they wanted it to do,
LMFAO.
which was to say the wage gap is a myth and it's 100% women's fault for making less money than men, even in female-dominated industries. Which it didn't do that because that is bullshit, okay? Let's make it very clear. The wage gap is real, even according to their own sources. Now, there was a lot of discourse about why the wage gap exists, but to say that it doesn't exist, well, that's really easy to debunk, and you're gonna find a really hard time finding someone that says the wage gap doesn't exist because, oh my god, y'all feel me on this. Oh my god, y'all feel me. I know you get what I'm saying, y'all. It's just let's move on. Fresh and Fit lied about the wage gap. Let's see what else they were lying about, shall we?
Clear some things. I took some notes. So, number one, a woman can't raise children by herself. I don't care what you guys say. If you look at statistics, single mother households are a huge predicator on a child becoming a degenerate for society, drug addict, criminal, whatever it is. Okay, a woman cannot raise children by herself, and she definitely can't teach a son how to be a man by herself.
Facts.
You need that masculine, presence there.
No, you don't. That's bullshit. And you can still have a masculine presence that's a woman, but also, study after study has concluded that two-parent households outperform single-parent households, but the main factor that needs to be placed into consideration is finances. Two-parent households have more disposable income. Two-parent households have more free time where both parents can actually engage in, growing a child. But it doesn't matter because those studies have also shown you can have two moms, two dads. Doesn't fucking matter as long as there are two parents or at least like financial stability. That's it. That's it.
It's required. And it's a huge predicator in a child being successful. Now, are there single moms out there that raise children that are productive members of society? Absolutely. But the chances significantly decrease if there's not a father at home to some degree because your father is the disciplinarian. I always say it. Dads keep daughters off stripper poles and sons out of jail. It is what it is, right?
What was that claim? Single mothers being a huge predicator for a child becoming a degenerate?
Single mother households are a huge predicator on a child becoming a degenerate for society, drug addict, criminal.
That's interesting. Let's check out his research links here for this studies.
The rise of 5 facts about
single parent, 5 facts about today's single fathers. Yeah, let's check that one out. The second link in his link tree study.
The fuck is this? FamilyStudies.com? What the fuck is that?
Scroll down. Okay. Number 5. While the research on single fathers is limited, studies show that children in single father families fare about as well as children in single mother families on many outcomes, although there are differences. Okay. With a few possible exceptions, the children of single fathers do about as well in terms of internalizing behavior and academic performance, sometimes better. However, the children of single fathers appear to be more likely to participate in externalizing behavior and substance abuse. As of yet, the few studies of young adults as opposed to adolescents do not seem to indicate significant long-term differences as related to marriage, teen birth, and divorce between those reared in single father versus single mother homes.
Holy did he lie? Was he just lying?
Single mother households are a huge predicator on a child becoming a degenerate for society, drug addict, criminal. Your father is the disciplinarian. I always say it. Dads keep daughters off stripper poles and sons out of jail. It is what it is, right?
He was just 100% lying, wasn't he? I mean, according to his own research that he linked to, that you think he would read, he was just lying.
Of course, he never read any of this shit. I mean, obviously. He just like post hoc added some fucking data points that probably he hired someone to fucking put together.
Interesting. Look, being a single parent is not ideal, but instead of actually going to the roots of single parenthood, they just settle on blaming women. That's just their go-to. That's their one-trick pony. That's all they know how to do is just blame women for everything. It said single fathers sometimes do better. Why are you not talking about that? Okay, dumb. The article said sometimes, in parentheses, and then it went on to say, from the limited research, single father kids are more likely to participate in substance abuse. And from this study, there's not even substantial data to prove single father households are better anyway, according to the research. And then on top of that, they proceed to lie about their own research. How dense do y'all have to be, bro? Oh my god. Look, and it's either they're lying or they just didn't read the studies that they linked to. And I don't know which one's better. Really, is it better if they're lying about it, or is it better if they just didn't read it and they just put it there to make it look like they did that? They just put it there knowing that their audience was too stupid and too lazy to actually do any research, because ding ding ding, if you blame women for it, the misogynists are just going to accept it uncritically. Crazy how that works. Crazy how that works. Look, I could go on for hours about these dog links. Most of these are unpeer-reviewed, uncredible, bullshit articles, and then the studies that actually have some merit to them just disagree with Myron and Walter flat out. Oh, like this one right here, biology, survival, men versus women, and it's just a link to a YouTube video. A YouTube video from another fucking red pill misogynist grifter. Think before you sleep. Now, I don't know if I need to say this, but I will. A YouTube video from some random red pill YouTuber is not actually scientific evidence. It's not actually a credible argument for biology. What about this one? It's the reality of biology, and it's just a race. It's just a race, a YouTube race. This isn't the reality of biology. What, like? It's literally just a race. Or there's this one. Biology. FC Dallas under-15 boy squad beat the U.S. women's national team. From world champions to humbling defeat against under-15's side. World Cup winning USA women's teams.
Bro, these are so old. It's from 2017. Oh, God, I love these. Like, so many YouTubers have done debunking videos on every single one of these, like, talking points that these guys are rehashing. I'm getting like PTSD flashbacks to like 2016, 2017 Gamergate era of like all the fucking dumbass neck-bearded alt-right weirdos that these guys are kind of fucking stealing their bits, for the record. This is straight up like the world champions, the numbing defeat against the under-15 side. Like, if I recall, I don't even remember, but like that, I think it was like the women's team, but it wasn't the actual women's team. It was like the secondary team. It was a friendly game. It wasn't like fucking a serious competition. Even then, it's a singular fucking singular game, and it doesn't actually, like, you know, it was their bench team in a friendly scrimmage, and that doesn't. Even if it was like actually real though, like this doesn't imply anything, you know what I mean? Even if it was like literally the first team playing, all their stars playing against under 15s, like that doesn't prove anything that you think it's proving, considering that it's a fucking singular game, you know what I mean? I literally remember this article, yeah, because it's like so heavily utilized. It's like all of the greatest hits. And even dumbasses in the chat, like it's so good for propaganda. Because it 100% just reinforces the pre-established, preconceived notions that you already have. Grown women lost to 14-year-old kids. See, J. Kitty immediately was like, oh, lol, omega lol. Okay, dude. Like, one thing about sports is that, a better team can sometimes lose to a way worse team. It happens. That's the beauty of sports, okay? Even then, though, there are factors that played into why this happened, okay? If you've never watched a sport game, and I assume that if you are one of those neck-bearded fucking weirdos, you are going to... Is he wrong, though? We get it. You're a white knight. Dude, I am not a white knight, okay? I am not a white knight. The only time I white knight is when I fuck your mom, all right? And you should be excited to have a positive male figure in your house once again, and you're grounded. One of the mods grounded you just now. Motherfucker said white knight, dude. Hasan is an old man now? Hasan is a Freemason 100%? What? Motherfucker said white knight is 2016, dude.
Suffered 5-2 loss against Dallas Academy boys. First of all, it was a practice match, all right? And it was their warm-up game before their actual match, the women's team. It was their warm-up game. And second of all, look at these boys, bro. This guy's a giant. And it was a practice match. This article from the Daily Mail doesn't really offer much in the way of biology or scientific facts. Fresh and Fit just saw it and thought it would make women look weak and frail. Women losing a soccer match doesn't mean that we as a society should stop striving for equality and equal pay, and that women don't deserve independence and the autonomy over their bodies and the right to post whatever they want to Instagram. Also, this line of reasoning leads to trans exclusionary outcomes as well. We also need to recognize that. In another article about the negotiation of wages and how an I-we strategy that doesn't censor the women asking for a raise has been found to have higher success rates that they link to, it's there's a quote, y'all. There's a quote that I ripped off, and it goes like this. I should acknowledge that this idea of using relational accounts or I-we strategies drives some women crazy. It makes them feel like they are bending to unjust stereotypes or simply being inauthentic. I sympathize with that reaction. We were surprised while doing the research that it would be so hard to make the backlash effects go away. But every move...
The NBA Dream Team lost to a scrimmage game. One of the most dominant forces in athletics lost a scrimmage game to a college team, which, by the way, ironically, you will not see a million fucking articles about the women team losing to the fucking 15-year-olds, right? But you will see, if you look up, if you Google like Dream Team lost the college team, you'll see 100 articles clarifying exactly why that loss happened. Okay? Do you want to know why? Because it was in a similar circumstance where it was a fucking scrimmage game. Okay? And the people on that college team were future NBA players, so it was a really good fucking team as well. And then they played again on that team and they fucking dunked on them. Okay? They played again and they dunked on them. And that's something that happens in fucking sports all the goddamn time. But the reason why you see these articles clarifying the one game that the Dream Team lost did not happen during the Olympics, and like a million articles clarifying is because it's male competition. So obviously they were interested in protecting the integrity of the fucking Dream Team versus the American female sports team losing, the national team losing to like 15-year-olds is seen as like a great opportunity to reinforce the same kind of fucking dynamics that you have reinforced time and time again about how women suck, okay, and are not good at sports. There are a million different factors that go into consideration when you look at why a team loses against the worst team overall, okay?
Movement needs its idealists and pragmatists, and I am playing the pragmatist here. Do you really think that article would agree with Fresh and Fit on anything that they've spit on their podcast? No, yet they still threw it on their link tree. And I honestly don't know if they're just stupid or being intentionally malicious or if they just think their audience are full of dumb, which, you know what, to be fair, they are. They are. Lazy, red pill, dumbass is who watch Fresh and Fit, so they can get away with doing bullshit like this. It's crazy because this is taking a critical stance on the fact women need to maneuver around misogyny in order to secure and negotiate.
I agree, but I'm still never going to watch WNBA. No, man, I don't watch it either. I'm just saying that, like, It's so fucking stupid that that it's that easy to make propaganda that corresponds to preconceived biases that we are conditioned into believing. It is super fucking easy to cut propaganda like that. Okay? Pushing back against that is much harder because then you're going to see a fucking sea of people. You're going to see a sea of people being like, oh, you're wrong, actually. Women do suck, bro.
Proper wages for themselves. How is that saying that the wage gap is a myth? The answer is it's not. Fresh and Fit are just dumb grifters with an even dumber audience. I'm done with Fresh and Fit. I am done with like this. This is like the nail in the coffin. It doesn't get any better than this. Their own research disagrees with them. You know what, y'all? I can't with this podcast. I can't. Let me just... Welcome to the abyss that is the end of the video, where ideas go to die. And I can say anything I want because the only people left are the people who actually like the video. To be, you're not to be. What is the meaning of existence? Why am I here? I need another pillow. That's what I know. Holy shit. Look, if I know, but what I do know is that I need to clarify that I don't actually think Myron and his henchmen are stupid. It's fun to say, makes the script writing easy, but the reality is what they do takes a huge level of skill and precision. Like winning your 4th game of beer pong after losing 3. They live stream, to my knowledge, pretty much every show that they do, and are really good at bad faith debate bro tactics. They're no better than a Tucker Carlson when he's in his bag. After sitting with this video for some time, I believe they are actively weaponizing the misogyny of their viewers. Misogyny, by the way, is defined as dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women. Just in case you're confronted by them IRL and need to recite it verbatim.
Do you know what the definition of misogyny is?
Got him! Got him!
Okay, I'm done acting. Maybe. If you got all the references in this video, I am thoroughly impressed. At the end of the day, I don't even know where to begin to try to solve this problem that goes way beyond a Fresh and Fit. They're just exposing the hatred and drawing it out for the rest of the world to see, and ultimately, I sympathize heavily with the black men who watch Fresh and Fit. Bell Hooks, in her book Feminism is for Everybody, talks about how the feminist movement and the definition of it has been muddied and co-opted by people and organizations that have no real interest in actually dismantling sexism and the patriarchy. We have TERFs, the white-centered feminism, hell, the girl boss feminism, and those are not actually feminist movements. To go further, feminism without intersectionality is not feminism. Which leads us to the fact that black men don't interact with the patriarchy the same way white men do, because the patriarchy does not exist without white supremacy. While all men are stripped of their emotional being, it's amplified for black men and boys. And then we have to talk about class and how that plays into the whole mix, and that's just a whole nother video entirely. You know, there's only so much, there's only so much charitability that can be afforded a Fresh and Fit. To sympathize or try to rationalize with Fresh and Fit on any grounds is ridiculous, because they're just grifters. I hope by this point I have made that very clear, because the information is out there. They even link straight to it. I learned so much in the making of this video thanks to Fresh and Fit. They linked me to all of the links that I never would have found otherwise. Thanks, I guess. The thing is, they are not actually interested in bettering the lives of the black men who tune in to watch them, right? Because that's the source of their grift. If they actually help the men who come looking for guidance, well, then they lose their customer base. They lose their viewers. No, Fresh and Fit only care about the money. It is so obvious at this point that the fact that I'm making this video right now might be redundant, but it has been months in the making, so like, I'm gonna get it out there, hopefully soon, before people stop talking about Fresh and Fit. I started this back in like, what, March? This shit's crazy, bro. Oh my god. And this is gonna get like, what, 100 views maybe? We'll see. And I'm not trying to make excuses for the men who watch them, y'all. The men who watch them literally only tune in.
Someone sent it to me. His video popped off a little bit for a young channel, for a new channel. And someone in this community sent it, but he's like obviously in this community as well. So yeah, go and support this young black king. who is also a HasanAbi head. It seems like FD Signifier also promoted him, which is great. Here it is. Good shit. He did a great job. Do you see plot twist? He's the one who sent you the video, probably. Motherfuckers do that all the time, which is fine. Didn't support my video, didn't even say my name. Catastrophe sent the video. Kind of mid as far as video essays go, to be honest. Brother, you're used to the luxury fucking content from video essays that have been doing this for many, many years. This is like very clearly this is a creator with 6,000 subscribers, okay? Calm the fuck down. Love you, Hasan. Hey, I don't know. Oh, no. Is this real? This is crazy, bro. Love you, Hasan. What the fuck? Dude, November 19th, 2021. Never fucking commented. Never subbed. One of you guys change your name, or is this actually him? Well, regardless. He's a clearly like a smaller channel. You know what I mean? It's pretty good.
Or the misogyny, which leads to the normalization of gendered violence and sexual exploitation. And it's not just the men, y'all. A lot of the women who come on the podcast are also anti-feminists, and they ultimately end up agreeing with Fresh and Fit. The majority, not all of them, but the majority. From what I saw, to be fair, I only watched a few, like maybe 20 hours, 20 to 30 hours of their stuff, and there's hundreds. Every day there's more. Every day I can't keep up. But this is why we need to reclaim the definition of feminism. And there are black men out there doing this work. Everyone go follow FD Signifier right now. Well, not right now. After this video, everyone go follow FD Signifier. Comment down below and say FD Signifier is goated, because he is the best. I love FD Signifier. FD Signifier, if you ever watch this, I will literally die. As it stands, Fresh and Fit is a parasite, feeding off of the pain within our communities.
Is great.
But I'd be lying if I said I didn't still have love for him. Myron will lie about research to make women look dumb, but he is not your savior.
Look what he made of you.
Walter will pay for woman's affection, but he is...
You're open to dating.
I am very open.
So maybe that's what you want for Christmas.
That's what I want for Christmas.
A nice dame. What are you looking for in a woman?
Yes. Yes.
Tracts of land?
Tracts of land.
Yeah. No, what are you looking for in a woman? That's what you want for Christmas.
That's what I want for Christmas.
Don't make me watch that again,
What are you
bro.
looking for in a woman?
I don't want to watch that again.
Yes. Yes.
Tracts of land?
Tracts of land.
Yeah. No, what are you looking for in a woman?
I like a girl with a little bit of butt.
Bro, don't make me watch that again.
Yes.
Tracts of land?
Bro, you really gonna make me watch that again?
What the fuck, dude? This is a mobile chatter, bro.
You're gonna make me watch that again,
some
bro?
person that just wants to,
Oh God.
date
Not once,
me for who I
not
am.
twice, but 3 times, bro. You're gonna make me watch that
not from my
again? I
thing,
can't
dude.
skip. This is live,
I
bro.
want someone to date me for who I am, and not because I killed 2 people.
It's still a good stream though.
I like a girl with a little bit of butt.
Oh, that's funny. I wonder, is he wearing the merch too? Look at that. Oh man. 7 months for him to send the video to you because he's a mobile chatter? Yeah. I'm just too lazy to get on my laptop to stop coming for us mobile chatters. That was pretty quick. That was pretty fucking quick for you to respond like a mobile chatter. He's so fucking right, though. You kept replaying that shit. Babushkas are tripping, bro.
Bitch love so oh when no knowing fucking with them always you gon' get fucked over. Worries and rovers, these those love shift sauce.
I see nothing wrong with this.
Cobra, now that boys slammed over, they do it all for Sosa. You boys ain't making no.
When people say bitches love Sosa, that what did you think? Like that doesn't mean like Eastern European bitches. Like what is? He says bitches love Sosa. He doesn't say American bitches love Sosa. Okay. He doesn't say like, you know, Western centric bitches love Sosa. He says all bitches love Sosa. And he's right. She learns English with rap. Yeah.
Y'all know I'm a grown boy. You clip full of broke boys. Got you some broke boys. Got you some broke boys. We should be dope boys. We got lots of dope boy. Bitch love so.
She says the N-word when she raps. Watch more of her vids. Bro. No way, dude. Really? Go cancel her, chatter. Good luck. Oh, so that's why nice bathroom likes her? Bro, wow. Okay, dude. My mods are daggering each other pretty hard right now, okay?
To the booth. She's straight to the booth. Brother, she's straight to the booth. The booth. Brother, she's straight to the booth. Pot on the booth. Brother, she's straight to the booth. Jugger pot on the booth. Brother, she's straight to the booth. To the booth. She's straight to the booth.
Mod on mod infighting. Okay. I would normally play Alien Isolation at this point, and I should have started it earlier, but I'm too fucking tired, so I'm sorry, boys. We covered a lot of news. I'm gonna end it at 7 hours and 30 today, okay? I do want to dive into the fresh and fit, like, you know, debate videos a little bit in the future. I'm gonna go finish everything everywhere all at once. I'm gonna hit the last 3-minute ad break here, okay? See you guys tomorrow. Sorry to the gaming frogs, okay? We've been popping off. Gaming frogs were starving for far too many years, okay? And guess what? Gaming frogs were starving for way too many fucking years. And now gaming frogs are still eating good. So they can't really complain. In comparison to how badly I starved them, you know, tell them to chill. Anyway, love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo! I said it. With the effing blammo. That's what that is. With an effing blammo, blammo, with an effing blammo, blammo, blammo. That chest it up, that chest now, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, with an effing blammo. There you go, dude. Lips call me woke, bay, and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it. I'm saying it. 24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo! Blammo! I said it. With the effing blammo. That's what that is. With the effing blammo. Blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo. There you go. Blammo. That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up. sour because we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Blammo!